Alright, in order to show how BibleWorks works, I've installed BibleWorks 8 now. I first have to go someplace else because there are certain quirks in BibleWorks 8 which are very annoying, and to save you time I want to show you how to get around them. First thing you need to do, and this is in XP, I don't know how it works in Vista or Windows 7, is you want to right click on your mouse while you're somewhere in your main window, just on the desktop. And you want to go down here to Properties, and you want to click on the Appearance, and you want to click on Advanced. Then you want to go down here to Selected Items, and you need to make the selected items in reverse from whatever your normal is. I'll explain why in a minute. So the color is going to have to be a dark color. I prefer to use something like teal or green that will show up nicely. And you click OK on that color. And then for your text, you're going to need something bright. White would probably be good. It's better than yellow, so that it will be the reverse. Now watch. Then you click Apply, and that makes it take place. So now watch. See, it turned colors. See, desktop now. It's really annoying for regular Windows use to have it reversed like that, because unfortunately the people at Windows don't care about the customer, and they make all the fonts too small. Even when you enlarge them, their little stupid dialog box takes up too much. See, it's taking up way too much screen space. Okay, but the characters are too small. Alright. The reason you need to do that is when you do BibleWorks 8, which unlike BibleWorks 5 is a lot more complicated and annoying and takes time to load because it has more features, okay? When you're down here in the cross-reference, see, you got stats. I'll explain all these boxes in later videos. But the cross-reference, if you don't do what I just did with the selected items, that would not be readable, because somebody at BibleWorks decided to make the default, okay, be the reverse of what was intended in Windows. So this would be unreadable if you didn't go through what I did, because it automatically defaults to white font, no matter what you selected. And then it puts your selected text, if this were a light color, over the white font, which renders it unreadable. Okay? See? So if you select a verse, you wouldn't be able to read it unless you did what I did first. That's your first thing that you need to do when you install BibleWorks. Is before you even install it, you have to change your selected text. The next thing you want to be sure to do with BibleWorks is you got to pay really close attention to checkpoints. A checkpoint is an unintuitive way of telling you to preserve the prior version in case a later update crashes BibleWorks. And it will, because that's what happened to me. I had this installed on another machine, I did the update, and I didn't understand checkpoints, and so it crashed, the update crashed BibleWorks on my other machine. So, I'm going to have to go through these options, and they're very laborious, and they're not intuitive, and there's just no getting around it. Software these days is invented by people who they know what the words mean, but they don't bother to tell you. And that's one of the big problems in this software and any software. But once you get used to this, it's easier to use than all the other Bible software versions out there that give you, substance. Alright, so I'm going to explain what these are. Startup options. Show splash screen at startup. You do not want that. That's just like, hi, you're in BibleWorks. It's like splash screens and anything else. You see it the first time, you know what it is. You don't need to see it again. So you don't click that box. Enable Configuration Manager. That means if you want to change the configuration each time you load up. I promise me you will get sick of that. Just when you configure it the first time like we're doing now, then, that will be what you want to use and stick to. You can always change it here. So you don't want it to pop up every time. So you don't want that box checked. Use separate directory for each configuration. No, that's dumb. These items are useful for BibleWorks that are installed in libraries. Okay? Where the people who are coming to use them are all sharing the same program. But that's not going to be you. Okay? So you don't want that. Hide configuration manager details, yeah. Because you don't need it. Enable dynamic data exchange. This is so that you can run BibleWorks with another program. To me, that's completely useless, but they tell you to leave it checked, so you leave it checked. Enable mouse hooks. That if you don't, mouse hooks doesn't tell you anything in English, but what it means is that your mouse won't work right in BibleWorks if you don't have it checked. So enable your mouse to work in BibleWorks is what this should say, but it doesn't. It says mouse hooks, which means nothing. Okay, check for locked databases on startup. That too is unintuitive until you've used BibleWorks for a while. This means that if you have purchased extra modules, and I'm going to show you what those are, but you haven't unlocked them so you can use them, this is saying check for them on startup. Okay, and once you've installed the module, you're not going to want it to check. That'll just make it take longer. Allow Windows XP display themes on restart. If you have Windows XP, you should check that box. Okay? Enable scripture pop-ups and external files. This thing means in English that if you are reading one of your modules and it's got a reference to scripture, you'll be able to see the verse without having to leave the module. So you want that checked. Enable frameless main window buttons. That doesn't make any sense either. I have no clue what's a framed main window button versus a frameless, but the default is checked, so just leave it. Show getting started window on startup. You don't need that. Telling you how to get started. Once you've started it, you already know how to start it, so that's a stupid thing to check. Again, this would be good for a library, but it's not good for, if you're the main user, then, leave it unchecked. Show main window toolbar. I have no idea what that is. No idea whatsoever. So it's left it checked. I have no idea what's the impact if I don't check it. Okay? Now we have shutdown options. Prompt user before exit. I have no idea why you'd want to be prompted. You're prompted anyway if you haven't saved a file. It automatically saves your settings. So, see, save setup options on exit. Again, if you're not the sole user of the software, you might not want this checked, but you're likely the sole user, because if you're not the sole user, you have to pay extra. Initialize any font file on exit. Never, ever, 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 ever check that box. Because what that does is that absolutely undoes every setting that you have already done. I learned this the hard way. I didn't know what initialize any file meant. A computer guy knows, but I'm not a computer guy. I'm the user buying the product. So this should say, hi, wipe out all of your settings when you exit. Then I would understand what it means. Never check that box if you value your sanity. Because it took me 2.5 hours, maybe 4. Let's see, it's 2 o'clock in the morning now. I think I started setting the options just after my latest video. The one with the pencil sketch. That's how long it took me to install. Okay, this is a very hard system to install. So you never want to initialize any file on exit. You never want that, ever. Unless you're crazy. Save full network path. You never want that unless you're saving it on a network. Okay, and that only works in XP. Now here's what I was getting to when I said checkpoints. Save checkpoint on exit. Checkpoint is an unintuitive name for save your settings before your updates. In other words, you have the default setting when you first set it up on the machine. Then you're going to have an update. You want to save the file pre-update. And then you're going to have update number 2. Well, what if update number 2 crashes? Saving the checkpoint, so you always want this checked, will let you roll back to the prior update. So instead of saying checkpoint, they should have said it in decent English, like, hi, save each update file separately so you can roll back, or enable rollback if your system crashes. Checkpoint, what's that? Well, a computer guy knows what checkpoint is, but the user does not. It's kind of unfortunate that all these programmers use programmer language and expect us, who are not programmers, to know what they mean. And by the way, their instructions don't help much. But this is true for all software programming in Windows. They all suffer from the same disease, computeritis. And they expect the user to intuit what they mean. Okay? Okay, command line search options. The command line, that's another word that you don't know because you aren't a computerized. They give, this thing right here is the command line. Let me type something in it so you can see what I'm saying. That, where I typed all those D's, is the command line. This is what you're going to use for your searches. Okay? So these are the search options that apply to that section right here. Okay? Include nots in search window hits. In other words, if you're saying you want the word save but not saved, so you would say save, not saved, like here. That's what you do. S-A-V-E space, then you put N-O-T, I'm not really sure how that works, S-A-V-E-D. So you're telling it that you want all the instances in the Bible where save is used, but not the word saved. Okay, this is saying, tell me how many hits had the word saved in it also, even though I don't want it. So they recommend that you don't check the box because you'll have too many hits and it'll drive you crazy. Okay, so it's not checked. Always compute hits for command line searches. Yes, you do always want that. They will show here at the bottom. See where the cursor is? They'll show here at the bottom how many times the verse hit occurs. That's really important for searching. Okay? It's like when people tell you that the Bible's name is Jehovah. Okay? Jehovah is used like maybe 50 times in the Bible. 5,000 times it's actually Yahweh. It's not even Yahweh. Yahweh is used like 50 times. Okay? So you need this in order to know that. So you always want that box checked. Compute search window hits by permutation. That means save, saved, similar words. You always want that checked. Add multiple hits to search window. That's in case the word save, for example, occurs more than once in the same verse. You want that. Okay? Then notify user if the OR search has unmatched elements. Again, that's computerese. You can search and, or, not. It's called a Boolean search. Okay, you're going to want an OR search if you say search save or saved. Okay? Or he saves, he saved, he saves, or he saved. Okay? What if it's got he saves but not he saved? You're going to want to maybe know that, so you always want that box checked. Extend Strong's tags to all words. Strong's doesn't have any value to me whatsoever. I never use it. You know, I don't know anybody who knows how to read Greek and Hebrew even bothers with it. Okay, it was invented by a guy in the 1800s for people who had printed Bibles and they wanted a mnemonic, and it was really meant for people who already knew how to read Greek and Hebrew. Okay, they just wanted something to jog their memory about what the word meant. Okay, and he signed, tags. People who talk about Strong's, when I hear somebody stress that they use Strong's, I know immediately they can't read Greek and Hebrew. I don't even want to listen to them. They think they know what it means. They don't know. Okay? Get off Strong's as soon as possible. Get into a real lexicon. Okay? Strong's himself was good at what he did. Okay? But he wrote it for other people in the 19th century who in high school learned Greek and Hebrew like he did. It was standard education for people in America and Europe to learn Greek and Hebrew in junior high school and high school. Okay, but people aren't like that now. So Strong's is not the way you should learn how to read Hebrew and Greek. So, if you're stuck on it, that's your problem. Get off it. Okay? Anybody who talks about learning Strong's is just blowing hot air. He doesn't know how to read. Search on Western European versions is accent sensitive. This is in case you're searching on a Bible version that is a Western European language. And I'm not, so I do that. Enable smart apostrophes. This is really important. What if you had brother apostrophe S and brothers plural? And if you don't click this box, it won't tell you the instances where you had brothers plural and brothers with an apostrophe S. You're going to need the apostrophe S because you don't know if there's a typo in the text. That's the first reason. The second reason is that when it says brothers plural and brothers with a possessive, the Bible might actually be relating those two verses, and you won't know if you don't check this box. So check the box. Include all verses with highlights. Okay, well, if you've highlighted a verse to find it, and you don't include it, then you won't find it. So obviously you check that box. Remember command line ranges. What that means in English is that if you have specified a search in a narrow, just a few books, and then you want to change the search, but then you want to go back to the search you did where it was narrow, you're going to lose it if you don't click this box. So click the box. It only remembers the last one you did anyway. Okay? Buffer word list to memory. That's going to save your last 5 searches, so you always want to check that. Okay? Now, if you're running on a slow machine, you're not going to want either one of these. Okay? This eats up memory, these two. So if you got enough memory, then check them. Okay, then we go to command line configuration options. Okay? And I'll cover that in the next increment. Okay, continuing on with BibleWorks setup, the long version. Okay, we had stopped here at buffer word list memory, and I said they remember 5 of them, and you want to have that box checked. Okay, so now we come to the next section, which is command line configuration. The command line is this thing right here. See where I typed the D last time? That thing. That's the command line. Alright. When it says here, enable command line morphology code help. Morphology is a fancy word for changing ending of a word. Now, if English is not your native language, you know all about morphology really. Because every other language has, in English only a little bit, has endings on its verbs and endings on its nouns to tell you what role that word plays in the sentence, what kind of verb it is, who it relates to, who did it, who it's happening to, and then the case endings tell you subject and object and means and all kinds of other things. When the changes occur in the ending, that's called morphology, the study of the change. You want that code checked, because what they give you is this mishmash, and you have to learn it. Okay, it's been done for centuries. This is how scholars do it. You gotta learn the lingo. They have this lingo of, like NM means noun masculine. Okay, A is active. Alright, and if you get the morphology code, what that does is this will spell it out for you so you get used to what the codes are. I hate this function. I absolutely hate it. I avoid it wherever possible. Okay, but it's a necessary evil. Okay, it's a lot of, lingo to learn that the scholars use. Otherwise, you're going to have trouble reading, especially if you're in seminary. You got to learn this stuff. So, check that box. Beep on command line error. That means up here, if you made a mistake, it's supposed to beep, but you do not check that box, you will go nuts. They even tell you that in the help. Okay, so do not check the box. Okay, enable pop-up command line to disable. Now what this means is that this thing can pop up for you if you want. Alright? and you want to have that function. You'll see it happen as you use it. So check that. Then track word list as you type on the command line. Now what that does is that keeps a running tally of every search you do. Okay, and it stores right here in the word list. See, that's your word history. This little button here, I haven't gotten to the point about how you configure the button bar. I've already done mine. But that's where that stuff gets stored, and it gets real handy when you were looking for one word. Because in the Bible, what happens is you start on one search, and then 16 other ideas come to your mind as you're reading the next verse. So then you go on 2 or 3 other searches, and then you forget where you were because you just spent an hour and a half chasing down peripheral stuff. So you want something like this word history to remind you where you were. And then you just go back to the search. Unfortunately, I searched on the wrong thing. Oh, God. This is going to take forever. It's searching on the word the. Oh, abort. 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 Okay. Now, when you make a mistake like I just did, it stored like 90,000 pieces of information in this tab 2. This is a really crazy thing you have to do. You have to go to like tab 3, and then you put your mouse on tab 2. You right click and say clear tab 2, and that'll get rid of all the junk. And if you're smart, you're going to get rid of this too. Okay? So I click the minus and I get rid of it. So you don't want to search on and among. Those were all mistakes I made. And in a later video, I'll show you how I made those mistakes, because there's a thing in here that makes it easy to screw up. But that's word history, and that's this little button right here. See, word history. So you want that word history to track, or maybe not, depends on your computer. Track word list as you type on command line. It's going to store in that word history thing. Every time you type in a word here, it's gonna stick it in this little box here. Okay, now do you want that or not? I don't particularly like it. It's not too hard for me to do the search a second time, but maybe you want that. But I gotta warn you, if you click this box and your computer isn't like one of the latest computers with a bazillion gigabytes of RAM, this is gonna slow you down a lot as you use the machine, as you use the program. So generally I would not click that box. Okay. Auto select the keyboard when the version changes. What this means is that let's say you're in English and then you want to switch to Hebrew. Okay, it's going to change the keyboard for you as soon as you change the version. Like if I wanted to search on Bereshit, alright, and I go say I'm going to search, okay, it's going to do the search. I'm going to abort it. Okay, this is a long story that I don't want to cover right now. Where did it store it? In 3. Okay, so now I have to clear 3 and get rid of it. Okay. But the point is that it automatically switched the keyboard at the same time. So I could have typed in Hebrew if I needed to. But obviously, as you saw, I had just highlighted the word. And it did this search that could have been much longer. Alright, so you want this box, where am I? You want this checked. I mean, these are my opinions, obviously. You change your mind if you want. Enable BibleWorks keyboard hook. It's the same thing as the mouse thing. If you want BibleWorks to recognize the keyboard, then you want this thing to be checked. Otherwise, this isn't going to work. So if this is checked, then this has to be checked. And then always use English font maps for Hebrew and Greek. The answer is going to be yes, and here I'll show you why. Here is the BibleWorks keyboard. See that little Greek A there? It's kind of hard to see. Alright, you got English, and then you got Hebrew, and then you got Greek. Now, of course, if your native language is in English, you're not going to want to always have it be English. You'll have to like work that out. So you got other languages you could use instead. Okay. So the Greek is keyed to the English keyboard. The Hebrew is keyed to the English keyboard. Alright? But if your native tongue isn't English and you're used to your keyboard characters being in a different place, you're not going to want this. Okay? So that's what that means. And again, this is the button for it right here. See the little tooltip? It says BibleWorks keyboard. See, and that's the keyboard layout where you tell it whether you're going to use English or some other language. See, you can use any keyboard default you want. Okay? So, you know, if English is not comfortable for you, then don't check this box. Alright? But check it if it is. Especially if it's your native language on which you type. You know, it might not be your native language, English, but it might be the language in which you type most of the time. So that might make it, you know, valid. Okay, command line and verse histories track version change. This is just like this track word list thing. It's going to keep track of all of your searches and all of your inputs. And the more you use the machine, because it's going to keep saving everything, the more you use the machine, the more it's going to slow the machine down. So, you know, decide just how much you really want to do this. Okay? Word history tracks version change, that's the same thing. Okay, we were going through that. Okay, see, this is your word history. Alright? Notice how it'll say words in any language. Okay, if you're Israeli, you might want to use the Israeli keyboard on the command line. You got to check that box if you do. And then enable command line word list pop-up. That's so that you can get your word list to pop up here. Okay? I'm not sure how to do that, but it sounds good. I'll figure out more about how that works later. A lot of these features I've never had to use, so I'm not 100% sure of how good they are. I mean, I've been using BibleWorks since 2001, and a lot of this stuff is just like I never needed. But other people do. Okay, now, here's the next one. Now we're in search window, and you see it says put analysis window under browse window. That's what I've done here. Let me show you. Okay, I'm going to have to move this window down. This is the analysis window. This is the thing that I've always shown you in my videos, but it's like reversed. This is the search window over here, which is usually on the right in my videos. And then the analysis window is when you're focusing on, like, here's a Hebrew word, Elohim, alright? And in the bottom, that's where the lexicon is, telling you what it means. And you can move the window up or down, see? In a way, it's easier to move than it was in BibleWorks 5. Alright, it's the same, this is the same function. Okay, but when you first installed BibleWorks or first saw it, what you saw, see this check here where it says stack? That's the same thing as what you see on screen now. Now watch when I uncheck the box. That's what you first saw when you installed BibleWorks, 3 columns. I happen to not like that. It's personal choice. Okay, I don't like scrolling. I can't stand scrolling. That's why I can't stand Windows. I mean YouTube, because they make you scroll forever now. So, to me, the stacking means that I have to do less scrolling. I can see more of the text width-wise at a go. And that's really important for the lexicons. Okay, see? Now here's an improvement in BibleWorks 8 that I don't happen to like for the reasons you're seeing on screen, but it might be due to the recording. They have this pop-up box of the text, which is flashing too much. Okay? And I don't know why it's flashing the way it is. I think that's because I'm recording. There, see, it's not flashing now. Alright, that's what happens. I don't happen to like that much, but it can be useful, obviously. So every time you see these little green things, And it might not be green in your browser. I think these go by your Windows link colors. Alright? Okay, so, maybe you like that, maybe you don't. I don't know why that's showing up in Greek and Hebrew. That's kind of interesting. Oh, but see, you can't, you have to keep them, you can't, it's kind of glitchy the way it works, but that could be due to recording. I don't know why that's showing up in Greek. It's showing up in the, okay, look. You see, I haven't gotten to this yet, but I'm going to show you how I make my windows look like this, where it's got more than one, here's the Hebrew, here's the Greek, and then I pick 2 English translations, and then I pick the Latin. No, actually I picked all English for that one. I don't want English. Let's pick basic. In the basic, this is how I do it. And I'm going to show you how to do this, how to create favorites in a later video. Right now I'm just trying to get you through the settings. Okay, but the analysis window gives you those verses, and you have to hold down the shift key in order to keep it stable while you move your mouse. See? And you'll notice how it's giving part of it. It's just giving the first 3 in the same format that it is in the upper window. In other words, if I had it all one translation, I'd be seeing all one translation in this highlight here. And that's very useful. Version 5 didn't have that so easily. It has another kind of thing that I like, but in a way this is a little better. Okay? See? It's showing the first 3. Okay, and this one is particularly long because it's including ode for reasons I don't understand. But I'm not going to ask about that right now. You see? That's kind of helpful. Okay, so you want your analysis window under the browse window like it is now or not. And you check that box if you don't. You uncheck the box if you don't. You check it if you do. But even if you have it checked, you can undo it right here. Just, okay, I don't want it stacked right now, see? And now it's in 3 columns like it is originally. See, view, stack. So it doesn't really matter what you put here. You can always change it without having to go into these flags that are very arcane and annoying. Okay? Okay, show hidden list box item. I'm really not sure what that is. I just checked it. Okay. Sort search window stats by frequency. There is this obsession about a learning system of Greek words in the Bible where you start learning them by the words that are the most frequent. I think that's the dumbest idea I have ever heard. Okay? Because there's no... Why do you need to learn it that way? Why don't you just go through a lexicon or a dictionary in English or your native tongue and highlight all the words you want to learn, up to about 300 of them, and then look them up? Frequency? So I would never sort by frequency. That has a limited use, like when you want to know how many different ways the word God is spelled, YHWH, the Sacred Tetragrammaton. That can be helpful there. It can be helpful in other ways, but it's very rare. If you want it, have at it. I find it's dumb. Okay. Enable context menus in search window. Yes, you want that. Okay? That means that when you're going here, you're going to get this little thing. Okay? That's called a context menu. Why is it called a context menu? I don't know. That's what it's called. They give these names to things. Okay? So yeah, you want that. Now this is really important. Okay? It's arcane, so you just have to memorize what this is. Use 4.0 style limits window in button bar. You want to check that. Here's why. See? Search. Set search limits. This is what the 4.0 button bar option looks like when it's checked. Right here, that's what this is. Okay? I can't, check it again now because it's on. See, everything's all on one page. No scrolling. Okay. If you don't check it, here's what you get. This is so dumb. You have to scroll. See, first of all, you have to say limit. And then you have to scroll all the way down all these books and uncheck each one. Takes you 16 times longer to specify just certain books you want to search. I don't know who wanted this. Okay, now see, you can still select only the Old Testament. You clear them all, only the Old Testament. Clear them all, only the New Testament. Clear them all, and Apocrypha. And clear them all. Or you can say don't apply any limits. Or see, the trouble is you just wiped out all your boxes. Alright? Don't apply any limits to the search. Okay, but see, now all of your boxes, I have no idea what went wrong. All of your boxes are empty, so I don't know if the search is going to work. Okay? But fortunately for me, oh no, see, I undid it. That was dumb. Now I have to redo it. So we go Tools. See, certain features in this program are really annoying. But, okay. Search limits. But I have to go back to option flags, or flags. Then I have to go to search window. And I say, see this thing? Use 4.0 style. See? Okay. Now, search. Set search limits. Now see, what happened is I lost all of my check boxes. Okay? But see, it's all on one page. I don't have to do any scrolling. So I can say select all. Clear Apocrypha. There now I've got the Old Testament and the New, or clear all, select Old Testament only, and I could select clear it all and just select the New Testaments, you see? But I don't have to scroll, I can just check them. It's really annoying to check the boxes, so it's really even more annoying if you got to scroll too. That is what it means when it says, I'm going to say select all, and then okay. This is what it means when it says I have to say okay first. Okay, tools, options, you see this flag thing. Okay, search. See, it says 4.0. That's what stopped the scrolling. See, 4.0. And then I went up here and set search limits, and you get this cute little box. Believe me, you're going to wish you had done that. If you have to resort to that scroll thing after 2 or 3 times you've done it, you're going to be kicking the machine. Okay? So you check that. See? 4.0, check it. Alright, next one. Save search window state when switching results. Yes, you want to do that. Because, see, here is a result window. Okay, wait a minute. Here's the result window here. See this thing? That's the result window. You do a search, and all your results are going to show on the left-hand side. In my videos, you see it show on the right-hand side. They moved it. Totally annoyed me, but that's my problem. Okay, this same one where all these tabbies are, that's called your results window. Okay, you want to make sure, okay, that you save the state when you switch to result windows, because result window 1, tab 10, is going to have your search that you did that resulted in tab 10. Ignore that funky little thing that's showing up there. I have no idea what it's saying. Tab 9, okay, is a different search. Tab 5 is a different search. Okay, but you got the search results, but when you close BibleWorks, it's going to save all that. Okay, if you don't make it also remember the search window state, then you're not going to remember what the search was for. Okay, so you want to check that. Include hits when saving context. I can't tell you how important that is. In other words, let's say you search on YHWH. There are like 5,700 occurrences of the sacred tetragrammaton in the Old Testament, which tells you immediately that everybody spoke the sacred name because it's used in speech. A lot of those uses of the YHWH are in speech, one person talking to another, like Moses talking to Caleb or whatever. Okay? You want to save those hits because when you're going back to an old search, instead of you having to do it again just to find out how many occurrences there are, you can save the hits. See? Include hits when saving context. Yes, checks that box. Okay.
Convert JPEG graphic to BMP on first use.
I think they're doing that to save space. My computer, the BMP file actually takes up more space than the JPEG, but some people, I guess it's the other way around. I don't have it checked, but you might want it checked. Maybe you have trouble with JPEG files. Some people do. Okay, automatically save and load search window tab contexts. What this means is these little tabbies, whatever's in them, are going to save every time you shut down BibleWorks. And trust me, you want that. Because you're going to forget. Or at least I do. Okay.
Show morphology translation in search window words list.
Again, that was like what we saw before. They're going to give you these little codes like N, M, and A, I. And it's like, well, what was the A now? What was the I now? This thing will translate what the codes mean. So you want that. Okay, like I said, I try to avoid morphology searches or even looking at that stupid thing. I just look at the text and figure it out. But, you know, you have to learn this lingo. Okay.
Use long version identifiers where possible. Now, here's what that means. See this? This is VUO. That means Vulgate Online. You'll get used to the acronym after a while, but until you do, you could use a long version identifier where it'll spell out the word Vulgate Online. The trouble is that's going to take up a lot more space here. Okay? A lot more space on your computer. So I prefer just give me the abbreviations and I'll learn them the hard way. So I don't check that box. Okay. This one's real important for searches. Inverse plus text mode display form. Now you've seen me do this a lot in my videos, where I've taken a word like here. I'll highlight the word and then I'll do a search. Okay, if this box is checked, I'm not only going to get Bereshit, I'm going to get all of the forms of bara. That's the Hebrew verb. In other words, I'm going to get all of the morphologies, all of the forms in which the verb occurs in the Bible, which is generally speaking what I'm going to want. Because you learn from the Bible its meaning from the Bible itself. That's the most important thing to know. Bible is self-auditing. It is self-interpreting. Yes, you listen to your friends. Yes, you listen especially to pastors and teachers and scholars. But in the final analysis, you test everything you hear, including what you think it means, with the Bible. And to do that, you need to do a lot of word searches. Now, word searches aren't the only kind of way to interpret. That's one tool in your toolkit, and you got like 100 tools to use. And for that, I would recommend you get Douglas Stewart's Old Testament Exegesis and D.A. Carson's Exegetical Fallacies. Those are two really good books I got at Amazon. They're real small books. They're real pithy. They get right to the point, and they act like little checklists. The things you need to remember when you're, studying a passage. They're real good. Okay, so this will give you all of the word searches on that word. All of the forms in which the word occurs. So yes, you check that box. Yes, yes, yes. And all the forms will show up here in the result window, in whatever tab you searched, whatever tab storing your search results. Okay, you'll see it highlighted, and you've seen me do that in the videos. Okay. Let's see, can I do that now? Let's make sure that I set my search limits. We're just going to search a few books, because otherwise it'll take forever. We'll just search the first 3 books of the Old Testament. Okay, and now I'm going to do the search, and I'm going to search for the phrase. That's going to do an exact search. That's not going to search for all the forms. Okay? See, now, the Leningrad is what the BHS text comes from. See, this is what I mean by those codes. Okay, look at this. This just drives me nuts. I have no idea what that says. I've never bothered to learn it. One day I'll have to. If I was in seminary, I'd have to. Now, I'll just look at the word and I'll figure out what it is. See, because you can put your mouse over the word. Watch. Let me show you. See, I can put my mouse over this. And see where it says? It tells you right away what it is. Now, sometimes they make typos, so you can't just go by this all the time. But see, I don't want to learn all this. I can just do this and I can know what it is, okay? Pretty much. Not all the time. Okay? So, that's what a search will do. Is it'll reveal all of these, and there's really, in this particular case, there's only one occurrence. I don't like those pop-ups, but anyway. You see? And then it stored the result in this tab 6. And it so happened that I'm searching on one form of it, okay? What you want to do, I don't know if they'll let me do this. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Okay? It's not letting me search on what's called the lemma. It's not letting me search on the root. Okay, so then I would have to find the word bara and just search on that. Okay? Bereshith bara, I'm sorry. Bereshith means beginning. I was reading the wrong word. Okay, let me just search on this. Okay? It's saying phrase. It's not letting me search just on the lemma. Alright, let's see, that gave me a little more variation. Okay, but see, it's only searching on bara. I don't know how to get it to search on the morphology. It's not doing what I'm telling you it will do. So I'll just have to figure that out later. It's supposed to, maybe it only occurs those 3 times in the same form in those 3 books. Okay, but it's supposed to give you all the forms. That's why you check that box. Okay, the next one is mouse hints. Let's just clear this so I don't confuse you too much. No, I don't want to clear tab 7. Clear tab. I don't want to clear tab 5. This is really annoying. Clear tab 6. Yeah, just clear it. Alright. So now we're down here, show mouse hints. Alright, if you click this, here's what happens. Every time your mouse is on something, it's or on something that's, they want to give you a hint about. Maybe it's not going to work because I haven't clicked OK yet. But basically what's going to happen is you get all these annoying pop-ups about how to use your mouse. Now, if you're very new to BibleWorks, you might like that. I can't stand it. But if you want mouse hints, then click that. Okay? This one, enable verse list check boxes. Here's what that does. Oh, I have to actually hit OK to make this happen. Okay. If I search on, let me try to find, there's very few words in here that aren't common. Let's try bara and see if I can get the form. Okay. It's not letting me search only on the root. This is, BibleWorks 5 was really cool. You got to differentiate between whether you were searching for the phrase or on the root. And it's not letting me do that. Wait a minute. It's not letting me do that in BibleWorks 8. That's sad. That's something that is not good. You used to be able to search just on the root. Let's see if it's going to actually do that. Alright. No, it's only showing the exact phrase. And then you get this stupid thing. I don't like that. Cross-version search results. It's telling you how many occurrences in each of the versions. All right. Well, see, it's only showing bara. It's not showing the actual form. So it's doing the opposite of what I told you it would do. That's not good. Okay? So we go back here to search. Text will display form for morphology versions. Let's uncheck it and do the search again. No, I want to clear tab 7. Get rid of all these extra windows I don't need. Okay. And, okay, so see, it's the opposite. The logic. Let's go through that so you know not to make the mistake I just made. If you check that box, you will not get all the forms of the morphology. Logic would say that if you check the box, you would get all the morphologies. The text sounds like that's what it means when you read it in English, but it's the opposite. If you check this box, you will not get all the different forms. Because look, I wasn't able to do that until I unchecked the box. See, now I get lemma. Watch. Okay, you see you got a whole bunch of verses. See, here's the number of hits at the bottom. There are 9 verses, 10 forms, 12 hits, 9 seconds. Okay, cross-version search results, which is like, why do you care? And then for some reason we're getting this little extra pop-up window too. Why? I guess it's just maybe because I triggered automatic secondary windows. Okay, fine. But the point is, and see where I was getting at, sorry this is taking so much time. Alright, see here, our next concept was verse list box. See, enable verse list checkboxes, and we had checked that yes. Here's what happens. You see all these little boxes here, see? You got a little checkbox, another checkbox, another checkbox. The point of this, and it can be very annoying, is if you wanted to send to your word processor only certain of these verses, then you want these little checkboxes there so you can uncheck the ones you don't want being exported. Okay, frankly, I found I've been doing this for so long, it's better to just export them all, and then when you're, reformatting them in your word processor, just delete the verses you don't want. Okay, so I would say no to that. See, enable verse list checkboxes. Now I'm going to uncheck it. Now watch what happens. Look in the left window where that big blue square is. Watch what happens. The checkboxes are all going to disappear. See? It disappeared. Okay? And we also want this to disappear, but to make it disappear, I have to... It's really a crazy way to do things. You should be able to clear the active tab. Okay. So where are we? And we're going to take a break. That's where we are. We'll come back.
Okay, we had last stopped right here with enable the verse list checkboxes. And the advantage of that was, for example, if you searched on, read. Okay, if you wanted to search on that, search on the lemma. Of course, that's what happens. I should have told you that. Let's see what our limits are. I'm clicking at the bottom of the screen where it says limits, and it won't show because that's one of those little characteristics that don't work when I'm recording. Okay, we've said we want Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus. Okay, well, let's just do the whole Old Testament so you get a big selection of verses. Okay, and then we're going to search here. Okay, everybody that I made, Okay, this means to make something from nothing. You'll get debate on that with Hebrew scholars. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click, and that's not what you want. You have to be real, the mouse is real dicey with this thing. Yeah, that's the window you want. See where it says lemma? That means root, essentially. Okay, so you want to search on that, and then sometimes it'll actually work and sometimes it won't. Okay, if you say search on form, all you're going to get is the form. And it's searching for it, and it's saying that there are a total of 9, 6 of which are in the what we call the BHS, which is really the Leningrad, and then the 3 here are in the Targumim, which is an Aramaic that's lettered with Hebrew alphabet. Okay, so what we see here, see, now this is all due to enabling the list boxes. Although it didn't, because I didn't say it was okay. I hadn't yet said it was okay to use the list boxes. All of a sudden it's hiding itself. There we go. Let me say that it's okay and then redo the search. Oh, there you go. See, they suddenly appear. See these little check boxes? So if you wanted only certain verses to copy, you uncheck the ones you don't want. I submit to you, you're going to hate that option. Especially if you're doing a lot of work in this. It'd be just better just to paste the whole thing, all right, than to use the check boxes. So that was search window, enable verse list check boxes, and I'm saying you should want that to be blank. All right, but it's up to you. I'm just letting you, showing you what the choices are. Okay, now on top of that, it's like, do you want just the reference of the verse? Do you want to just see the first line of the verse, or do you want to see the entire verse wrapped? I submit that this last one is better. Okay, so we've unchecked that, so we'll uncheck it again. And we've checked this radio button to show the entire verse, which is what you have there. Okay, so you see, you could change it on the fly even after you've made your choices and you decide you don't want the check boxes. You just go in here. I mean, you end up becoming real familiar with these flags, which are, very annoying and arcane at first. And you say, well, I changed my mind. I want the check boxes. Okay, fine. So now you check this. And you click OK. And so now all of a sudden you've got them, except that nothing's checked. And the reason why nothing's checked is that you didn't have them checked before, so now you got to check. You see how that works? Okay. So now let's go on to other things. All right, tools, options. All right, we're back still in search window. Uncheck that. We want this, and again, if you wanted just one line, it would only show the first line of the text or just show the verse citation. I submit you don't want this because you can always export just the verse citations. Okay, there's a way in the copying of verses to the clipboard that you can just export just the verse citation, so you can have it both ways. So why would you want to force this? If anything, you're going to want to force this and then on the fly determine, well, I just want the citations. When I'm in Windows, in YouTube, and people are asking me questions and I cite them Bible verses, this is what you just see me do here. That's how I get it. Is I know the keyword I'm searching on, and I just show that, and then in the copy dialog, which is right here, oh, that's clone BibleWorks, that's a different function. Crud, that's going to slow the machine down. In the copy function, I just copy the verses that I find in the search. But unfortunately now, as usual, when I get to a dramatic moment, I have to wait, because what this did is it just made a second copy of BibleWorks, which dramatically slows down the machine. This is the copy dialog right here. Well, actually, it's not a good one. Where's the copy dialog? Where's the proper copy dialog that I always get? Okay, well, basically you do something like this. See, copy verse list in text, or just copy the selected results. Copy to the clipboard. See, watch. You have choices. See, this is just going to give you the citations. It's different in BibleWorks 8 than I use.
This is with the actual text, okay, but this is without. So we copy the clipboard, and then what you can do is you can paste that with Control V. So you can be in YouTube and just paste it with Control V, and then each one of these, because you've already checked them, each one of those verses would, the citations would paste, but not the text. Okay? Alright, so then cross-version search mode. Okay? You can have it only search in the current version, which of course is kind of redundant because the only Hebrew version really is the Leningrad that's showing on screen now. But you got the Targumim, which is really in Aramaic, but they use Hebrew letters. Some versions of Targumim. Okay, then you can just have it search all the display versions. That means, like for example, if you want to search on English, if I searched all the display versions, it would be searching on that. And I'm sorry, it's in dark blue. That's another quirk in BibleWorks that's not nice in the new version, is they force that color. Same problem as in Adobe. Why anybody thinks the dark blue on blue is going to look good, I don't know. They should make it yellow or white or lighter blue at least. But no. Okay? So, if you wanted to search all the same language versions, and you had specified these as your display versions like I have, then it's just going to search those 3 Bibles. I haven't shown you how to do favorites yet. Okay? That's a different thing from this. So when you search all display versions, you're searching whatever that language is, all the versions of that language, Bible versions that you have in that same language. You just search them all. Now you can search in display. In other words, you might have 50 different English versions, but you don't have them all displayed. Like right here, I have at least 50 English versions that I've installed, but I'm only displaying 3. Okay, well this changes it so you're going to display all 50. Okay, or you can search and prune it. In other words, if they all repeat each other, just search, and you usually end up getting 1 per verse. Okay, 1 citation per verse. I prefer this one, search and display, or search all display versions. Okay, because that way you get the widest selection of words that are similar to the word that you're searching on. Because again, word searches are part of how the Bible audits itself and tells you its own meaning. Okay, and there's all auditing now. Alright, so then we get into the browse window. This thing here, because they don't tell you. This thing here, up here, is the browse window. So like if we wanted to go to Joshua, alright, and I have a favorite that's set on, doing these texts in this order. I call it my basic. Okay, these are my favorites. This is the basic setting. Okay? And in that particular favorite, which I'll show you how to do that in another video, this is my browse window for it. That's what's called the browse window. Alright? And what you want to know is, okay, this says, okay, do you want to be able to color the different versions? I submit to you that's a hassle, but enable it at least, because you might want to for one reason or another. And then morphology text means, see, like this is a word ending. Okay, do you want to color the morphology? And you can get real specific about how you want to color it. Alright? But you want to at least allow it to be possible. So you check that box. See, look. Alright? I'm sorry the font isn't any bigger. I can't make it bigger. Okay, display browse window references in bold. Alright, that's what I've done here. See, here's the reference. This is Joshua. It's in bold. Okay, you might not like that. Display the browse window version ID in superscript. That's what I've done here. This is BGT. Okay, so that's in superscript. Display browse window references as superscripts. Okay, the window reference. Okay, and I think that's talking about down here. I'm not 100% sure where that is. I'm not 100% sure what this is different from
the version ID. I guess it's the verse reference. If you wanted this, yeah, if you wanted this to be a superscript, you could make it a superscript instead of bold. I like a variety in text. It makes it easier to read text. If it all looks the same, I have trouble reading it. So this is, personal preference. Okay, version ID in superscript. References is superscript, meaning the verse reference that's up there highlighted in middle blue. Okay, I don't happen to want it that way. Display full book names in browse window. So instead of this being an abbreviation, you could have it say Joshua. Okay. I don't want it as superscript. Full book name. That'd be yes if it's checked. Okay, show outline list box on browse window. This thing up here, let me show you. See, watch what happens when I click this again to uncheck it. See, that's the outline. Show the outline heading. That's the outline heading. Okay? And so you check it here as a default. And then if you don't like it for one reason or another, you need more space, you uncheck it here, and then you can recheck it. Okay, but it's going to be your default down here if it's checked. You automatically make morphology versions, display versions. That's kind of complicated to explain. Basically, remember when I said you searched on, see, well, it's not doing it right. You search on the lemma, see that, the funky thing there with all these abbreviations? That's the morphology version. Okay, what if you wanted it to also display on screen below the Greek text, for example, because we're using the BGM, which is the morphology version, that has all this code attached to it. If you want that, honey, then you check this one, this box here. Automatically make them display versions. I can't stand that option, so I have it checked no. Okay? I don't need the codes. It's harder to read the codes to figure out what it is than it is to just read the text, because look, this is the #1 thing about BibleWorks that makes it so exciting. See? I've got my cursor right now on Kurios. See in the bottom window? How many times have you seen me do this in videos? See? I mean, but by now I know what it is just by looking at the text. I don't have to look down here. But see, what's so cool is that you can learn the language faster, because you get used to seeing this if you read enough, and you get used to seeing this, and it's all in one glance with your eye. You don't have to memorize. You don't have to practice. You just read a lot. So that gets you in the habit of reading Bible, reading Bible, reading Bible. What's so wrong about the way language, and especially Bible language, is taught is they give you all this rote stuff. Okay, so you don't see the relevance. But see right here, you're learning grammar. You're learning it in context, exactly in the proper way. Okay, see? When your mouse is over the word kurios, you can glance down here and see what it is. That's an association going on in your mind. Meanwhile, it's not detracting from reading Bible. It's no work at all when you do it this way. Okay, some people say, oh, that's too easy. Yeah, honey, that's the point. That way you're spending more time studying Scripture and less time learning the grammar. You are learning the grammar. And you're learning it just like you did as a kid. You learned language as a kid while you were using it. You heard mommy or daddy say mommy or daddy. You heard mommy or daddy say see Dick run. You didn't know what those words meant, but as you heard them, you learned what they were discreetly, in context. And then the next time you heard see Dick run, well, you had to think about it maybe, and the third time, and the fourth time, and the fifth time. Meanwhile, you're using the language and hearing the language as a living thing, not as a dry set of conjugations you learn. That's what I liked about my Latin teacher, is that he didn't spend a whole lot of time doing amoa mas amat. He started us reading in Caesar's Gaul, in the Decameron. Well, anyway. Okay, well, yeah, well, it wasn't just Latin that he liked. Okay, well, anyway, here's the point, is that if you want to see all that gooky stuff, telling you all this arcane stuff. Well, oops. There. You want to see that? Oh, God. It's a very common word. See, it occurs 1099 times. So there's 2,100 hits. Or 1,900 hits altogether. Or 1,100. Okay, see? I didn't mean to do that. Okay? If you want to see the gooky stuff, you see, now look at this. Look at this. See, because you searched on the forum, all you're seeing is avar here. That means to Hebrew. That's the source of the word Hebrew. Okay? It's very cute. Daniel uses this to good effect. It's wordplay. Okay? Alright, but anyway, the point is that, see, you search on the lemma, that's what you get is this code. If you want to see that code, then check this box. Automatically make morphology versions, display versions. And this is going to absolutely kill my memory, so I gotta clear tab 7, because it's got 1,100 references in it. Cannot clear the active tab. Okay, wait. No, I don't want to clear tab 8. This is a bad problem in BibleWorks. You have to put your cursor, and it's dicey to put it on the right tab. Okay, so now tab 7 doesn't have anything in it. Otherwise, this video is going to go on too long. And I think what I'll do is take a break here, and we'll come back. Okay, coming back. I want to show a couple things about copy function that I didn't say properly before we get back into our little options window. See, if you don't, you got to set it up right first, or it'll drive you nuts. That's why we're going through all this first. But along the way, we got to stop and talk about something else. See this little button here? See, copy, repeat last command, copy verse list and text, copy selected results list verse singular, copy browse window verses, that's what's on the right hand side of the screen. Open pop-up copy window, we saw that, that's only got one verse in it. Then see, look, copy verse list no text, that one right there. That's the BibleWorks 8 version of what I was trying to say earlier. I just didn't read it all. Okay? And you'll notice that it's all repeated here. Okay? Now, let's show how that works. Let's say, let there be an expanse. We wanted to search on all the occasions where it said, let there be an expanse. So we right-click to search on phrase. And remember, we're still searching on only the first 3 books of the Bible. Here's our automatic secondary window, which is really helpful so you can compare the old. Okay, and I'll explain why you're only seeing English in a second. It turns out that's the only place where there's that verse. So we close this window, and that gets rid of the search. Well, it was supposed to get rid of the search. So now I have to click on 9 and clear tab 8, and then click right, clear command line to get rid of that. And now we're back to Genesis 1:1. See these 2 feet? That switches between whatever your current search version is and all the different versions that you've got on display. This is they call it the toggle browse mode, which tells you absolutely nothing until you get used to the terminology, like anything else. Okay, so you click on the feet and you get that. Click on the feet again, that's why it's called toggle. And now you're only seeing the search version, which here is the New American Standard Bible 1995. The reason I prefer it is because when it's got a quotation of another verse, it'll use all caps. That's the main reason I use it. Not because it's the best translation, because it isn't. Anyway, ta-da!
Alright, so let's pretend now I'm using my mouse wheel in order to scroll. Here's the scroll bar here, but that's very tricky to move. So get a wheel mouse. And then set your wheel mouse to roll only one line at a time. It makes it a lot easier to use. Okay, let's search on all the occasions of sprout vegetation. Okay? And we're going to search for the phrase. Rats. Let's do this. Evening, morning. Okay, let's search on that instead. So we search for the phrase. There we go. See, now look. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just like I said in the video on the Catholics, it was repeated 6 times. Ta-da! Okay, 1 means first as well as one day. Because it's 1, so it is the first. Okay, it's the one, anyway. Alright, let's say you were arguing with a Catholic about the 3 days and the 3 nights. And you searched on this evening and morning, right? So you right click, and all you want to do is copy the citations. So copy verse list, no text. See that highlighted there? Okay, see? And you click on it. Now you have actually made the copy. So now we pretend that this was YouTube, but instead it's WordPad, Notepad. And I type Control V. See? All the citations are there. Now, I set up the citations to insert returns each time. And that comes from the little copy dialog thing, which is this little baby, which is not useful. But this is useful. Okay? See, see this sign here? Okay. This talks about whether or not you want returns inserted. Okay, verse list, no text, which is what we're talking about. See this little box? Add new line after each reference. I had it checked. If you see how it's got the sample output here in that window? Okay, now watch. I take away the checkbox, and it's all one line. That's what you'd want for YouTube. Okay? So what did you do? This was dumb. You don't want that. Okay, because that's only one verse. Okay? Copy window, options. Alright, in this case you want no text. You unclick that to get a straight line, or you click it if you want returns after each line. And then you get to say where you want it to go, and bingo. Okay, now, you'll notice that I didn't do all that. What I just did is I went Bing, right click, no text, Bing. Now I'm pretending I'm in YouTube and I hit Control V. It's using whatever my last settings were, which was to have the returns in them, which I can of course edit out. See how fast that is? See, people think I'm smart, but I'm not smart. The software is smart. You know, 1 John 1:9, Holy Spirit is my brains at that point. And then he tells me where to look. And then I got smart software too. So that's the story. No, I don't want to save it. Okay, so now we want to get rid of that. So we put the cursor on this, clear tab 9. Otherwise it's going to save it. Alright, we toggle again. Now we're at Genesis 1:9. And we want to come back to our friendly little tools, options, flags. That's where we were. See, if I do this with repetition, then it's not so taxing on your brain to remember. You'll get used to it by the repetition. My pastor was real big on repetition, and we all groaned and hated him for it, and he was absolutely right. That's why just keep reading the Bible with software like this, where you can put your mouse on the Greek word and find out what it means. You know, synago, people getting together. To gather. This is where synagogue comes from. Alright? Because everybody's gathering to hear teaching. They're not gathering for the purpose of fellowship with each other. They're gathering for the purpose of fellowship with God. And you get fellowship with God by learning His Word. Someday Christians will figure that out. Man is so anthropocentric. Every time there's something in the Bible, he spins it into something to do with people. That's not the point at all. End commercial message, back to. We were on lexicon focus. No, we weren't. We did the colors thing. You want to be able to do colors if you want, so check those boxes. We did the bold thing. That's where, see, this is in bold right here. Let me get rid of the second window. Okay. Here we go. Hello. Oh, I had another window. I did it 3 times. Okay, see, this is bold. Alright, so that was the bold thing because that's checked. And then I could have made it superscript instead if I checked it, which I don't want to. I could have the verses themselves being superscript, which I don't want. I want this in superscript, and that's version ID. If I wanted the verse reference, see it says Windows references, but it means verse references. So you do that. Display full book name. If that's checked, that's what it's doing. See, right now I had it set that way, so it's saying Genesis. But now, if I do this, it didn't do it. Oh, why not? Oh, we better find out. Browse window. Display full book name. Okay. That brings up an important point. Sometimes when you make a change in BibleWorks, it's like Windows. It has to reset before the change is reflected. So just because you hit OK here, this is one of the changes that won't change until you exit the program and restart. It takes a long time to restart, especially if I click it just after terminating it. See my little starfish? You know the Grand Canyon was once a great big wash basin, right? See, now it's reflecting the change. So go back to Options, Browse Window, which is this part up here. Okay, I'm still recording. Okay, so now we did the bold, the superscript, the full book name versus not full book name. Outline list box, you saw what that was. That's this thing here. See? So you can designate it either way, but here's your default, on or off. I like it on. We did the morphology version thing. That's where if you want the lemma, look up the lemma. Oh, it's actually searching on the word. That wasn't what I wanted. See, the mouse is hugely sensitive here. Okay, where is it now? So I have to do this, declare tab 10, so it doesn't have anything in it. Okay, you have to be really careful. You click with your left so it doesn't light up, and then you search on the lemma, which is not really root, but it works like that. And now it's not doing it. Why isn't it doing it? Let's try this. This isn't going to work either, I don't think. No, it's going to do it. There, see? This is when you want to make morphology versions, display versions, right down here. It's going to show all that gobbledygook if you check the box. I don't like the box checked. So now let's clear tab 11. Clear tab 11. So now I don't have anything. And so we've gone that far, sort of repetitively.
Enable automatic secondary window. That happens. You want that so that it'll, every time you do a search, it's going to give you a new window. That way you can get rid of the window and go back to where you were. Or just minimize the window because you might want to compare several different versions all at once. We did the Geneva Bible. I should show you that.
Okay, here's the KJV. Okay.
By the way, your text doesn't have to be this big. I'm making it this big on purpose for the video. Okay. See down here, Geneva Bible Notes. This little option up here, show Geneva Bible Notes for the KJV. I hardly read it, but I check it. Okay. And this next thing's going to be a little hard to explain. Keep lexicon focused when looking up lexicon verses. First, I got to show you what the lexicon is. Hello? Why isn't it doing one? Oh, because I'm not in. There we go. See this thing that says analysis? The right word for that is lexicon. Because that's what happens when you put your mouse over a Hebrew or a Greek word. You get the lexicon entry for that word. Okay, it says analysis, it means lexicon. Because the title of this whole section is called Analysis Window. But it's really, if that tab is going to show you the lexicon. Now, here's the problem. When you're looking up the verses in the lexicon, like here, see, I put that there. Okay, now it's keeping the lexicon focus. It's also giving me a pop-up because I told it to do that. I mean, whenever you see these green numbers, that's what it's going to do. Alright? But yeah, I clicked on the verse, and the text automatically went to that verse. Alright? Now, in this version of BibleWorks, they don't have a back button. So you can't just go back to where you were. In BibleWorks 5, they had back buttons, but they don't have them here. So, you know, search window history. Yeah, sometimes you can get it to work by seeing these buttons here, but they're basically going in the search window history. It's not a true back button. It only relates to what you searched on before. Alright? So, because we searched on it, we were able to get back there, but that doesn't always work. As you can see. See, I'm clicking forward. There, see? And the lexicon, which you can't see, see, if I do forward, well, the lexicon didn't, it changed. That's what it means when it says keep lexicon focused. The lexicon is to stay focused on the browse window. You want that. There's a way to freeze it. But this default is that, see, keep the focus. If you keep that checked, it'll, by default, it'll change. So like here, okay, it's changing to fit whatever I'm showing in the text. Okay, but let's say you didn't want that. Let's say you wanted to keep prophasis. If your voice is supposed to rise, not stress. They're sloppy today the way they say it's supposed to work. See this? Update only when shift key pressed. Okay, so now I can change this. But you'll notice the bottom right window is not changing. See, I moved my cursor around and it's still stuck on prophasis. Alright. I'll say it their way, but that's not the way it's supposed to be said. And then you unclick that, and then once you do, you're back to having your lexical focus. If you don't check this box, you're not going to have that flexibility. Okay. Next we come to something called word tips. Okay, so when we click word tips, here's what happens. Oh, I have to click OK. See, that's a word tip, that thing in red. I don't like it because I've already got the same information plus more information on context down here. So I don't see the purpose of having this. But maybe, you know, see, it might be good if all you're looking at is the English. But it's not really that good because all you're getting is the Strong's entry. You're not getting the morphology. See, here you're getting the morphology. Well, actually, you're not even getting the morphology there. You're not getting the case ending. You're just getting like a dictionary entry. That's not telling you as much information as you get down here. So I don't like word tips. Alright, but maybe you do. So, if you do the browse window thing, and all the way down here where it says show word tips, you click on it, and then they'll show. Now the question is, do they show and then disappear, or do they stay open? You click that to keep them staying open. Okay, I don't like either one, so I unclick them both. Okay, this next thing is going to be a little hard to explain. This thing here, oh boy, it's not working too well. See this? I can't show both at the same time. Update resource window. Let me move it down. Okay, update resource window on verse change. If you don't click that, this is going to stay static down here. Oh, I should show you. When you click on it, you get the lexical, the whole lexical entry. But you get that in a different way with the analysis window. See, if I wanted the same thing, I'm just clicking the analysis window, and then I put my cursor on Oranon, and I get the whole lexical entry. See? I'm mostly getting the word tip because I haven't closed the options yet. But see, I'm getting everything I want right here. So I have no idea why people use the resources window. This is a new feature in BibleWorks 8. I don't see the utility of it. If you do, well, then here you go. Alright. And these are each different lexicons. Your lexicons will differ from mine. The lexicons that you will have will be in the lexicon tab. There are a number of them that are already in BibleWorks, and there's some you gotta buy. I bought as many as I could, except for there are a couple of lexicons that are politically correct, and I have no use for that. Okay, Freiburg is automatically included in BibleWorks. So is Lunita. Bauer-Danker costs you 75 bucks more. Liddell Scott Abridged, automatically in BibleWorks. Thayer, I love Thayer. Automatically in BibleWorks. You can also download it for free on the web. The Lust Nicol, you pay for it. It's really cheap. I think it was 30 or 40 bucks. The Ball Schneider costs 119 bucks. I'm not sure how good it is. I just got it. I haven't looked at it really. This is Gingrich. He's the guy that's with Bauer-Danker, Arndt, and Gingrich. They're considered to make one of the best lexicons on the New Testament. He's got his own lexicon. I forget what I paid for it. It wasn't much. And then here's Liddell Scott Unabridged. You can get that at Perseus, at Tufts. You can do the lexical lookups for free, but it's very slow. And it was peanuts. I think it was $25, $30, something like that. Okay, that's for Greek. Then Hebrew, Brown Driver Briggs, that's part of BibleWorks. Kohler Baumgartner, you have to buy. Holiday, you have to buy. Or maybe it is part of BibleWorks. And then this is Twot, which is my default. I love them. Okay. Let's go back to, how did I get to the NIV? Uh-oh, I'm slowing down. Let's go to NAU. Uh-oh. Okay, my machine is slowing down. which means I'm reaching the limit for recording. So I'll have to come back in the next increment. Signing off. Okay, this is where we left off. Update resource window on verse change. And the main reason you want that is that you want this is the resource window, which automatically opens up the lexicons. You want them to track the text. Okay? So, we don't want the word tip, so we're saying okay in that. Now we're not getting the word tip, so that makes it a little easier on the video. I'm having trouble recording it. I'm not real keen on these things. We went through that. Where we had stopped was to tell you what kind of lexicons you have in BibleWorks versus which ones you have to buy. Okay? And the ones that you have are Freiburg, Lunida, Bauerdanker, you got to pay $75 for. Liddell Scott Abridged is included in BibleWorks, so it's there, which I really like because it goes through etymology. This one you pay for, but it's like $30, maybe 50. This one's the Balls EDNT. A lot of people like. I bought it for $119. I don't know if it's really any good or not. I just got it. This is Gingrich of Bauerdanker, Arndt and Gingrich. This is the unabridged Liddell Scott, which you can also look at for free on at Tufts, on Perseus at Tufts. But the search engine's really slow. This is Brown Driver Briggs. For Hebrew, they're already bundled with BibleWorks. You don't have to pay extra for that. You do have to pay extra for the Liddell Scott Unabridged. It's not much. Okay. There's Kohler Baumgartner. You have to pay for that. Holiday, I think, is extra. And this is Twelve, which is my favorite Hebrew lexicon because he goes into the etymology. Okay, I like him and Thayer the most. Then there are grammars, and pretty much I think Connie Bear you got to pay for. Croy you got to pay for, but it's cheap and you can get it for an even lower price at Amazon on Kindle. Then there's Davis. And these are all beginners books. And then of course this is Wallace. This is not Wallace's basic book. This is exegetical syntax, which is, you know, it's okay. It's basic stuff. McDonald, Robertson. Robertson is included, I think. I'm not sure. I think Wallace is included. You might have to buy it. I don't remember which ones. BibleWorks own Greek paradigms. That's, you know, showing the way the word changes. Zerwick you have to buy. I think Burton you have to buy. I don't remember which ones I bought and which ones were already bundled. Some of them are bundled. Futato I already had in hardback. I think that's bundled. I'm not sure. Gesenius is bundled. That's his, you know, 1910 Hebrew grammar. BibleWorks Hebrew paradigms. That's pretty good. Morocco you buy, but it's cheap. It's not much. Stevenson's Aramaic you buy. Walking O'Connor you buy. Wine Green you buy. But the prices are really cheap. So, you know, considering what you have to pay at seminary, this is a cheap deal. Okay, and then a lot of these references are already included in BibleWorks, but I forget which ones. I think this one, and Schaff is included for sure. The New Testament Apocrypha by James. I don't mean the Apostle James, it's the author who compiled it. Matthew Henry's already included. Nave's Topical's included. I don't read these, so I can't tell you. I read Schaff, but not here. And then these are all included. This one I think I had to buy, I'm not sure. The Babylonian Talmud is not the full Babylonian Talmud. This is Rodkinson's edition, and it's only some books.
It's most of them. Okay. Thompson Chain Reference Bible is included, because I would have never bought it myself. Torrey's included. Archer and Sharingo. OT Quotes, McDonald. And then the Tischendorf Critical Apparatus, I think I had to buy. I'm not sure. This is really good. But you can also get it, you can get, I think you can get it at Amazon for like $19, $28, something like that. But what's good about getting them in BibleWorks is they're often keyed to the verses. Okay? And then here are your options about what citations you want to show. If you don't want Bible citations to show, then check that box. If you don't want the topical links to show, then check that box. Uncheck that box. I like both. Okay, my computer's slowing down again because it's not referencing the check boxes. So now all of a sudden they're off and I can't turn them back on again. Yep, I'm having trouble with my machine. I'll have to shut down. Okay, I hope you can hear me over the noise of my dryer in the background. I got kind of anal. I'm nothing if not anal. I pulled out my price list of what I paid for these things, just so that you know. Freiburg's included, Lunita's included, Bauer Danker. I got a combined deal on Bauer Danker and Hallott down here. These are two supposedly kingly lexicons. Okay, you cannot get Kittle. You can get abridged Kittle, but you can't get full Kittle in BibleWorks. But you can get it at Logos. Of course, you have to put up with Logos' horrible interface. You can get Kittle at Logos for $200. I did that. But here the combined Bauer Danker and Hallott are $212. And it's worth it. The trouble is that you have to know how to read lexicons with Hallott. All he gives you is citations. They don't really make much. It's like in shorthand. That's the hardest thing with these lexicons, is learning their lingo. Alright? So, but that's something you should get this one. You should get Bauer Danker. And you might as well get Hallott. Okay, you'll learn how to read the lingo after a while. Just use 1 John 1:9. That's all I do. I'm not smarter than you. I seem that way only because I've been doing it for so long. Okay? So this one's already bundled. This one's already bundled. This one's extra for about $100. This one's already bundled. This one I love, and it's bundled. And you can also get it for free on the internet. There's another software that's a lot like BibleWorks that's for free, or the guy wants a donation, called the Word software. If you're interested in that, send me a message and I'll send you the link. I'm very intrigued by the guy that's behind it. He's very dedicated. Okay, this one, I paid for it somewhere, but I'm not sure what the abbreviation is. Bear with me, I'm looking. I can't tell. I had to have bought it, but I can't tell where it is that I bought it or what I bought it for, because it's got an abbreviation on the front page, but I don't see that it's corresponding to anything. It might be include LEH. Ah, okay. I paid $25 for that one. This one I paid $119 for. The Gingrich is bundled with BibleWorks. Okay, the Liddell Scott unabridged was expensive. I paid $135 for that. But these guys are big on classical Greek. Okay, like I said, you can get it free on Tufts, but you have to wait like 5 minutes per search. Brown Driver Briggs is already bundled with BibleWorks. Hallott, I already told you about. That's about $100. Holiday's bundled with BibleWorks because I didn't pay for it. Otherwise, I would have. This is 12. This is bundled with BibleWorks and one of my favorite all-time Hebrew lexicons because they go into the etymology. Okay, now for the grammars. Connie Bear, I didn't pay for that, so it must be bundled with BibleWorks. I paid for Croy, but it was only 13 bucks, and it's about the same price on Kindle. The problem with Kindle is you can't search on Greek. The good thing about BibleWorks is that you can search on Greek. So Croy is a good deal. Davis Beginner's Grammar, that must be bundled because I didn't pay for it. Wallace is bundled with BibleWorks. There is another module where you can get Greek Beyond the Basics bundled. I have the hardback, and I would have rather purchased it in BibleWorks. Okay, but you know I can't because I already have it in hardback. Okay. McDonald must be bundled in BibleWorks because I didn't pay for it. Okay, Robertson bundled. That's the Robertson. BibleWorks Greek Paradigms. Zerwick I paid $15 for. Okay, I haven't looked through these really. Okay, I thumbed through them. Oh, it's basic. Okay, fine. If I need to remember something, I've got the material. You know, because if I'm traveling or something, I can't take all my books with me, so I got to have them on the computer. Okay, Burton Moods and Tenses. As far as I can tell, I didn't pay for it. Now, maybe I did, but I can't tell from the title if I did. I'm looking. Bear with me. There's a lot of text that comes with your order when you're buying modules. Oh, I had to buy Furtado. Okay, but I'm not seeing that I paid for Burden. Okay, so maybe that's bundled. BDF, Greek Grammar of the New Testament, I should have paid for that. That might be bundled. You'll be able to go to the BibleWorks page and tell what's in and what you have to pay for. Okay, Furtado, I had to pay for it. And what did I pay for Furtado? I have it on hardback. This is kind of silly that I bought it too. Well, except that way I don't have to carry it. I'm not real fond of his way of presenting stuff. There's this trend in the Hebrew presentation. It's the same problem in the Greek. Is they want to make you pronounce it like modern. And you're going to miss things that are really important, especially in the meter, if you do that. Yeah, I paid, what's the abbreviation? FBHG. Oh, here it is. 25 bucks, that's nothing. Gesenius is bundled with BibleWorks. That's the classical Hebrew grammar book that Edward P.F. 123 can't even read. He can't tell what a case ending is. BibleWorks Hebrew Paradigms is already bundled. Maroka is in there. I didn't pay for that, I don't think. Stevenson I paid for $20. Okay, Walkie and O'Connor, did I pay for that? That must be bundled. That might be bundled. And then Winegreen I did pay for. That was 50 bucks. Practical Grammar of Classical Hebrew. That's worth buying. Okay, that's when he says practical, he means it. Okay, so that tells you, ideas of what you might want to buy. Okay, all this stuff, I didn't pay for any of this, as far as I know. I didn't even pay for Tischendorf, so that must have been bundled with BibleWorks. Tischendorf, everybody thinks that Tischendorf's critical apparatus is still the standard by which you measure. I mean, it's not like it's perfect. The critical apparatus is a collation of all the manuscripts. It might be helpful to you, so click it or not as you see fit. And then Remember I said down here in the resources you had Matthew Henry commentary down here? Well, this little box here says, you know, just show it when you're looking through the KJV. If you're looking at the KJV, you'll see the Matthew Henry commentary just below it, which is, you know, kind of useful. I use, you know, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, this Bible translation is like a NASCAR race. There's always going to be somebody who gets it more right on a given verse than some other translation. So, you know, there's always a winner in a NASCAR race. There's always a second and a third and a, you know, the guy who's way behind. But you can't say that any one translation is best. Sometimes the KJV gets it more right than everybody else. Sometimes the NIV gets it more right than everybody else. NAU often gets it wrong, but they'll capitalize quotes in the Old Testament that are in the New Testament. So that's why I use it the most. It's also pretty literal. Okay? But you have 50 different Bibles, and if you like a particular translation, it will win on some verses and lose on others. There is a 50% loss of meaning in translation. It really is. It's at least 30 on any given verse, and sometimes it's 50 and sometimes it's 100. And no one translation wins over the rest of them. So if you're not, you know, too keen on using the Greek and Hebrew, all right, then you're going to need a lot of translations, and my computer's dying again. So I'm going to sign off and try to figure out why my computer keeps slowing down, because it shouldn't be by now. I've cleaned it up. So as you can see, this is an ordering of things, and we're going to resume at Tools, Options, Browse Window. We've closed and finished the Browse Window option, see? I can't show any more than that. You can't size this box. So we've done Browse Window Configuration Options, and in the next increment, we're going to pick up here at Main Window Status Bar Configuration. Okay, we're now in the Main Window Status Bar Configuration. If you hear a whooshing in the background, it's my air conditioning and the fan, because it's really hot here.
Okay. Right up here, see. Main Window Status Bar Configuration. What does that mean? This whole thing right here is the main window. Okay? Down at the bottom of this main window are these little words. Some of them are on and some of them are grayed out. See right down here where I'm clicking the mouse. Alright. That's called a status bar. And that's our first option. Enable or disable. If this box is unchecked, all this thing is going to disappear. See, watch. I've unchecked it now. See? Checked, unchecked. Now watch. See, it disappeared. That's bad. You don't want that. You want it checked. Main window, checked. Now we say OK again, and now it appears again at the bottom. Why do you want this? Because each one of these things, you can click on it at the bottom. Well, you could if I weren't recording. In my recording it doesn't work, but if you click on each one of these words at the bottom, they change. Okay? But because I'm recording, it doesn't work. The auto screen recorder overrides. So like, let's say I wanted to click on limits and I wanted to display my limits. What would normally happen when you click on that is that this little puppy would come up. And you see it's lighted up here as limits because I have limited it. Okay? I had it limited to 3 books. But if I say select all, so everything is checked and I have no limits, I click OK, and you see the word limit here disappeared. So if it's not grayed, it means it's not on. It's a real handy way without having to go through the menu of knowing what options you've got checked. So the rest of this little main window thing is just basically what kind of defaults do you want. Wait a minute. That was the wrong one. This one. What do you want as your default? Because you can change all the defaults in other ways. Alright, so when, just normally, what do you want? You want the status bar on, okay? Current search version. That's this thing down here that says NAU. That's the current search version right now, which is the New American Standard 1995. I like that version only because it has the Old Testament quotes and the New Testament all in caps, so it's easy to find. Okay, it's not the best translation. None of them are. Okay, so current search version, you want that checked as on. First limit's active. Yeah, you want that on because if there are limits, it's going to display here, down here at the bottom next to NAU. Okay, so you want that box checked. Strong's number's active. If you're still stuck on Strong's, hey, if you turn that box on, then you'll get the Strong's numbers to show in the verses when you read, when you go through here. This is your browse window. If you're stuck on Strong's numbers, Strong's is only going to show for the King James Version and a couple others. I think the Web Bible and a couple other Bibles it'll show. So if I had turned Strong's numbers on, the Strong's numbers for each of these words would show. Okay, but I think that's kind of dumb because look, see if I put my word on here. Well, I've only set it for text footnotes because I've turned Strong's off. I don't like Strong's. Okay, but see, there's one. Iniquity. See, there you go. There's a Strong's number right there at the bottom. It's Strong's number 5. Oops, wait a minute. Come on. Hey, baby. No, I'm in the wrong. There we go. I'm on KJV now. See, there's the Strong's number right there. So why do you need to turn them on when you can see them anytime you put your mouse on the word? Okay, but some people like to show the Strong's numbers. I find that peculiarly annoying. But maybe you like it. Well, if you like it, then turn the Strong's numbers on, right? Right. Where is it? Right here. See, I have it unchecked, and you want to check it if you like that. And then what will happen is the Strong's numbers will be interspersed right here in the text instead of just below in the window. I don't like that, so I'm turning it off. Browse mode active. That's the same thing as these little feet. See, this is the multi-version mode. And this is browse when you only want to look at the translation you've made active. Okay? Turn the feet on again, and you go back to your multi-version. Right? But what do you want as your default? Okay, even though you can change it on the fly. Well, you can check it or not check it. Okay? Analysis window. What is that again? Oh, my computer's going nuts. The analysis window is this little thing here. See, it says analysis. It used to be called auto info. And you can size it. You've seen me do that in the videos. Okay, but you can turn the whole thing off. You can do this button up here at the top left. Where I'm clicking now, you can turn it on and off. It's a little toggle. Okay, but what do you want as your default? Well, you select your default right here. Default, you want it on. Okay? Then, if you want to make notes, this is another tab down here. See where I'm clicking on notes? Right here. This thing here is used a full-fledged editor, except it won't allow you to format color. Alright, but if you paste something that's colored, it'll show up here. But you can't format it. Okay? And then you got, oh wait a minute, see? That was a right click. Let me do this again. See, you can right click, and that'll let you cut, copy, paste, check spelling, search for selected text, copy, and then you got filter. Alright, filter, I'm not sure what filter it is. Filter options, let's see what those are. See, you can change the text to automatically be some other font. In other words, if you got font that's Arial, you can change it to, like, let's say, because BibleWorks defaults are like Arial. Alright, well, if it's an Arial 10 point, then you can change it to Arial 12. It's a conditional formatting. Alright? I don't use that, but hey. Okay, show the toolbar. That's this thing up here. See, that's a toolbar right up here. Show the toolbar, don't show it. See, I clicked it off. Click it back on. Show the status bar. That's the thing right there at the bottom that's telling you what the note number is. So if I don't want the status bar, that goes off. See, it went off. It's down here. I want it back on. And then you got your standard file, edit, but you can't do color. Oh, yes you can. Text, color. Well, what do you know? See, I'm wrong. Text, color. Well, guess not. Just text, color, and then nothing happened. Text, color. Doesn't give you any options. Okay, maybe that's something they're yet developing. Background color. Nothing happens when you select color. Paragraph, that's for formatting the paragraph. And view, whether you view the status bar or toolbar. Okay, so these notes, what's different about this, and remember, we're right here, verse space notes on. We want that checked. Because what's going to happen is, like, the next time, let's say, I don't want 90 verse 1, I want 90 verse 6. It's not this slow in practice. It's slow because I'm recording. Okay. If I had a note on 96, like let's say I wanted to make a note that said, well, I don't want 6, I want 8. Again, it's not this slow in practice. If I want to make a note on 8 that says care and the fib and accents all show up in Psalm 98. Okay? And then I can format it. See, that makes it bold. Alright? Put it in return so it's not so close to the thingy. Alright? So now let's see if I can apply color, because I have actual text. Okay, so that you just saw that. If you apply color, the default is red, and you just don't get a choice. Okay, so now what happens if I hit accent color? Text, what's background color? See? So those are their own defaults. So if you want it to just be red, then you just hit text color. You don't get a choice as to which color. Okay, and if you wanted a background color, it automatically assumes that's a highlight. Okay, but that's better than nothing, right? Okay, so what's going to happen is when you exit BibleWorks, like let's say I want to go now to verse 6. It's taking a long time only because I'm recording. Okay, now let's say I'm back in my analysis window, and now let's say I pick verse 8. I'm sorry this is taking so slow. Again, it's due to recording. Okay, now I'm on verse 8. Alright, see this little V down here? All at the bottom in the status window where I'm clicking? That V is telling me I got a note there. See, and there's a little V here too. And there's my note. Okay. So that's, kind of interesting. You want to be sure to have that. So verse-based user notes on. Yes, you want to check that. Notify user. Yeah, if you don't check that, then it won't matter if they're on because you won't know. So you want that checked. Same thing for chapter-based notes. Instead of this being a V, it's going to be a C. So you want chapter-based notes on in case you want to just make notes based on the chapter. And notify the user when chapter-based notes are on. And instead of this being a V, it's going to be a C. See? See, I don't happen to have any, so it's here's your chapter notes and here's the C. Right down here at the bottom. I don't know if you can see it in the video, but it's right next to verse notes. Okay, so we now go back. I want to go back. Okay, here we are. Chapter-based notes on, check. Notify user when chapter-based notes are available, check. Translator notes. What are translator notes? This is when the translator has something to say about that passage. In other words, the NIV translators might have inserted something. Like in Luke 1:15 and in Genesis 1:2, at least in printed NIV Bibles, they make a note that the translation in Luke 1:15 should be born, not in the womb, but born. And then in Genesis 1:2, in the hardback version of the NIV, it says became. The earth became formless and void. And both of those little notes from the NIV translators are correct. The earth was not created by God formless and void. He even says so in Isaiah 45:18 and 19. I didn't create it that way. So the NIV translators got that verse right, and the KJV translators got that verse wrong. Same thing in Luke 1:15. Paul was born. In Luke 1:15 and I think it's Galatians 4, might be Galatians 1:15. Paul said he was born. And the Bible says that the baby John will be born filled with the Spirit, not have the Spirit while he's in the womb, because there's no soul in the womb. So Luke 1:15's note in the NIV translation says, when born, which is exactly what the Greek text says. Okay, so you want those translator notes on. Okay, enough said. Okay, now what's this thing with accent-sensitive searching? Generally speaking, you don't want that on. Here's what an accent looks like, okay? This is an accent in Greek, and they don't give you the right instructions. Here, I better turn this off. Okay, accent-sensitive searching is what we're on. Oh, my computer's hanging up. Okay, this is an accent in Greek. Okay, it's the true, proper way to pronounce the Greek letters, which I myself don't do the way I should, is to use pitch accents. That's like singing. It's a modulation of the voice. It is not stress. All the people are telling you now it's stress. Even BibleWorks has this little module of spoken Greek where you can learn the Greek, how to speak it. Well, they don't do it right. They say autos. It isn't autos. It's autos. You put you have what's called a falling accent, which is right here. This is a falling accent. Your voice falls at the end of the vowel. It doesn't go up and it doesn't go down. It falls. It does not stress. All right? So that's a falling voice. It's like Mandarin tone 4. Okay? This is like Mandarin tone 2, where your voice goes up while you say the vowel. Ni. All right? That means you in my bad Chinese. All right? It is not a stress accent, but they tell you to pronounce it as a stress accent. But that is an accent. If you wanted to search on only that accent, you cannot do so unless you pick Tools, Options, Main Window Status Bar, CCC, Accent Sensitive Searching. You'd have to check that box in order to search on the medium blue highlighted word here in Enopion. Okay? Stress accent in Greek is on the penultimate syllable. Sometimes it's on the syllable before the penultimate. Alright, that's the norm in real Greek, which nobody's pronouncing anymore, including me. I still say it wrong. Okay? So if you want to search on that accent, you got to click this box. I submit to you that's a dumb idea, so I don't do it. Okay, vowel point sensitive searching. What's that? Well, see these little marks underneath the Hebrew letters? Those are vowel points. Okay? This one down here looks like a little T is called a kametz. This one underneath the N here, which looks like a triangle of dots, is called a segol, and it's a short E sound, generally. Almost a sound sometimes. Alright? Do you want to search on all those? Well, then you got to mark this thing with vowel point sensitive searching here, down here. You'd have to click that. Okay? I submit to you that's going to really be annoying. But sometimes, you want just one spelling that you're searching on. Okay? You better be right about how to spell it. Alright, so then you click that. That's what you want. Here's our next little puppy. Search on the care. Or search on the ketib. What the heck is that? Alright, I'm going to show you. This thing here is a care. It's got little brackets. The care is a school of Jewish scholars who, when they engage in what's called textual criticism, and they go through the Hebrew and they say, you know what? I think God really spelled it this way. That's the care school. Then you got the ketib school. And that's what's marked with parentheses. And they think it's spelled that way. So this is a play on the word Seth. Very clever Hebrew. Okay? Is this play on the word Seth, meaning, Adam's son? Is it spelled S-A-T-T-A? That's what the ketib school says. But the care school says, no, it's spelled S-A-T-T-A-H with a H. So it's one letter difference. Do you want to search on those special terms? Do you want to be able to do that? If the answer is yes, whoops, that's the help menu. You don't want that. If the answer is yes, you want to be sure to include your search so that you can search on that stuff. Then you want these boxes checked. And the answer is yes, you do want them checked. Otherwise, you're going to ignore those words. Okay, and as you can see, you don't want to ignore those words. Because you won't find the word Seth in that verse at all if you don't check these boxes. Because you got two spellings of the same word, with or without the H at the end. Well, you want to search on the word Seth. It's very funny. Moses is making a funny point here about appointment. The word Seth, which is Adam's son, who carries on the name. Alright? He was appointed to carry on the name. That's what this means. Okay? So it's appointed. It means appointed. And this is the verse about the end of the Adamic period. So it's very funny that the word Seth would be used here. Okay? But you wouldn't know that it was even here if you don't check this box. This is search on care and search on ketib. Right? You wouldn't be able to find it. So you want that checked. Okay. Show current keyboard language. This is really important, alright? That's your default. But see down here, let's go to the analysis window so we get rid of that. See down here, see where it says English, where I'm clicking English, United States at the bottom of the screen. Alright, that's your keyboard. That's telling me my default keyboard right now is English. Alright, you can change it just by clicking on that, which you would see happen if I weren't recording. You just click on it twice and up would pop your keyboard. Okay, You want it to show the language, because if you're thinking in more than one language, and most people do, except for, some of us Americans, if you're thinking in more than one language, you might want to type in more than one language. So you want to know what language it is that you last used. Okay, so you want that checked. That's it for this segment. And next time, we're going to come to export options. Oh boy, that's going to be fun.
Okay, now we're getting into export options. Export means to take a program, copy something from program A and stick it in program B. A really simple way to talk about that is copy and paste. So the simplest version of an export is to say, highlight this. Let's say that you wanted to copy that into YouTube or your word processor. So you highlight it first and then you hit Control-C. Alright? Then you go to your word processor, which right here is WordPad, and you hit Control-V and it pastes. Now look really carefully. What pasted was more than what I highlighted. It also pasted the verse. You select that option elsewhere. That's selected down in here. Okay, see where it says place reference before text or after text? If you didn't check either one of these boxes, you wouldn't get what you see at the left in dark blue, namely here. The Psalm 98 reference would not have pasted. Okay, but I wanted it pasted, so I clicked one of these two. Alright, that's not given to you as an option in here, but it's given to you as an option in here. Okay? And that's really important because there are copyright rules. Every single Bible that's printed has a copyright notice in the front of the Bible that says you're not allowed to paste it in public in print unless you reference the source. And that's understandable. I mean, they put millions of dollars into making these translations, and they ought to be noted. And besides, you want everybody to know what version you're quoting from. Alright? So you always have to use these little designations here that are in BibleWorks are the well-known designations that everybody uses. So you want them to be pasted. Alright? So in order to protect yourself from copyright violation, because even if they don't catch you, God will. I mean, we don't mean to violate things and stuff like that, but here, this is how you avoid it. Okay? Because God deems you guilty even if you don't know what you're doing. It's a lesser penalty if you don't know what you're doing, but you're guilty if you do it wrong. So we all sin millions of sins a day and we don't even know. Okay? That's why I use 1 John 1:9 like breathing. Okay, so in order to obey copyright, do that. And besides that, that's better because then you know where you got it from and so does everybody else. Alright, and again, it will automatically therefore copy the citation, which right here is NAU. Alright? So, that's the first basic idea of what is constituted as an export. And it works anywhere because it uses Windows functions. Now there is a bug. It might not be in your version, and it might depend upon what operating system that you use. In the very first 8.00, I forget what version I'm using, but it's 8.006 or something, of BibleWorks, there is a bug that they fixed since. So it depends on how old your BibleWorks 8 is. You cannot do Control-C and Control-V if you use the editor. They fixed that in an update, but the update trashed my ability to recall different verses. Like here, if I wanted to change to Lamentations, for example, you saw how fast that was. Well, what happened with the update patch when they fixed the bug with the editor was that it isn't fast anymore. It takes at least a minute for me to change verses from here back to where I was. Okay? It's really hard and slow. All right. So if you find out that you can't use Control V and Control C, then contact the BibleWorks people, and they'll send you a patch. But if you're on XP Home or XP Professional, that patch might slow your machine down. Now, that brings up something related. Every time you exit BibleWorks, what you want to do is exit this way. Exit and save checkpoint. Again, the word checkpoint's not a good word. Exit and save your current configuration, your current settings, everything current. Exit and save it as a rollback position in case the next time you get an update from BibleWorks or something happens to your machine, you can roll back to when BibleWorks was working. I learned this the hard way, remember it. Whenever you exit BibleWorks, do what's highlighted in dark blue there. Do not just do this. Do this. I wish they'd make that the default. Okay, but as far as I know, it's not a default. So you have to remember it. These problems do not apply to earlier versions of BibleWorks, at least not to version 5. It's version 8, maybe even 7 that had all the glitches in it, because they souped it up. They gave it lots of extra features. And of course, with extra features comes extra complexity and extra bugs, because we're not perfect. That's why Christ saved us. All right, so when you save BibleWorks, you save it here. Use checkpoints and exit and save checkpoints, and you click on that to exit every time. That way you'll save yourself a lot of wear and tear in the future. Okay? So, getting back to export. Now you have all these options, and they're really pretty straightforward if you know something about computers, but if you're new to computers, it's going to be Swahili to you. Alright? First option, you want this checked. Send RTF to clipboard when exporting. Whenever you do Control-C, alright, you're not only collecting the text, you're collecting the formatting that goes with that text. And what this is saying is, hi, we're gonna change the formatting to RTF, which is the most common word processing format. Goes all the way back to when computers were invented. All right, you're gonna format it as an RTF file. You really want that, okay? Especially with Word, because Word cannot handle the Hebrew and Greek very well. So that's what you want to do. The second thing is, do you want the carrier returns from the line feeds? Like, for example, like here, you got a carrier return here, and then it feeds the line to the beginning here. All right, in other words, do you want to preserve the BibleWorks formatting? And I submit to you the answer is going to be yes, especially if you use Word or WordPerfect. Okay, because they can't read the Hebrew and Greek text very well. English is okay, but if it doesn't work and you don't like it, then you can always change it. All right. So send carrier returns and line feeds here. Now you'll also have that option to do the same thing here. See where I have here, edit a new line after each reference. Reference means after each verse. Okay. So like let's say I want to do this. All right, I want to say Control-C here. And do Control-V there. See what happened? Now watch. Add a new line. I'm going to uncheck the box. And now I'm going to check the box. Well, it didn't do it right. Okay, it's not giving me sample output the way it's supposed to, maybe because I'm recording. But basically, if you don't check the box, then this is all going to run together as a paragraph. Alright, so you're not stuck with making the choice here, or you can leave the choice as your default, and then on the fly you can check or uncheck the box here. Okay? I'm sorry, but they're just, like I said, it's a very sophisticated program, so there are a lot of options. Generally speaking, you want to preserve it. Alright, and if you don't like it, you can always uncheck the box. Alright, next option, export colors to clipboard and editor. I submit that you should check this because you're used to the colors that you used in BibleWorks, so then when you go to your word processor, those colors will help you format more quickly. And in almost all word processors I've ever worked with, if you want to delete the colors, you usually hit Control A, and then there's some button in your word processor that makes you able to delete the color with just one click. So, you know, or you can just paint the text you want to delete the color from and then hit that same button in your own word processor. Alright, so I would recommend keeping that. Keep your colors, and then in your word processor, get rid of the colors you don't want. Because you're used to them in BibleWorks if you set them in the first place. If you set up your colors in the first place, which I'll have to cover in a future video, then you're going to want to keep them. Alright? The same thing goes for the formatting. Again, especially in Word and WordPerfect, every version I know. And I've worked with WordPerfect for over 20 years. I hate it. I hate Word also. This kind of formatting, they just can't handle it. I don't care what they tell you. It doesn't work. Okay, now, you know, Word has gotten worse and worse and worse with every upgrade. After version 2.03, I don't even want to look at it anymore. And most big companies, like the big law firms, for example, because I work with a lot of big law firms, they will use older word processing like Word 2.03 and prior. They use the RTF format, and they use old Word. Okay, if you're using that, because the Word after 2.07 is just so convoluted, it's unbelievable, then you want to preserve BibleWorks formatting. And that's what this option allows you to do. Okay? Export the formatting to clipboard and editor. Alright, and again, the editor, if your version is 8.00 something, like mine, don't use the editor, which is a real shame, because the best way to handle text in BibleWorks is to create it first in the editor and then export the editor RTF document to Word. That's how I made my Psalm 90 videos. That's how come I was able to make so many so fast. It's because I first used the editor. If you're in BibleWorks 9, none of this is probably a problem. It's just early versions of BibleWorks 8 where it's a problem. Okay? So generally speaking, you want to export your formatting. And of course, if you do that and you find out you don't like it, then just uncheck the box. Okay. Export reference string when exporting browse text. The answer is yes, you want to do that. See, this is the browse window. This is the browse text. And for some reason I'm having trouble again. Why am I having trouble with this computer? I can't get it to highlight. There. Sometimes there's a problem in BibleWorks with my computer. Alright, that's the browse window. Alright, when it says export the reference, see, they say reference, they mean verse reference, verse and chapter. Alright, for some reason I can't unhighlight now. There. See, that's what they mean by the word reference. Yes, you want the reference. Again, it's a copyright issue. Alright, export the reference string when exporting the text. Yeah, you want to do that. Okay, maybe for your private notes you don't, but that's kind of dumb, because then how are you going to find it? Unless you've got a super memory, which I don't. Alright. Remove carrier line feed. This is the opposite of this. This is send them, keep them. This is remove them. Alright, so if you have that checked, that's going to undo this, except for the clipboard. So if you're going to export, you want to remove it everywhere else, well then you check that. Which I submit that you shouldn't do. Just test it first and see if you like it. And if you don't, then you can always remove it later. Okay, now we get to Hebrew accents. What's a Hebrew accent? Okay, well, way up here, you see this? That's an ayin. That's the name of the letter. It's a sort of an open ah sound. Alright, generally, not always, because the vowel point tells you how to move your mouth. Alright. This particular letter, if I could, there, as you can see right here at the right of it, just to the left of that cursor, you see a little slanted, very slight slanted line. That's an accent. That's an accent mark in Hebrew. There's a lot of argument about whether that accent mark ought to be there among some Jews. All right? But this is the standardized text. I submit that you do not want to remove the Hebrew accents. You want that unchecked. Because if you're exporting it, obviously you're making it for a reason. If you change the text, how do you know you're going to remember if you did that, number one? Number two, if you're giving it to somebody else, then you're going to first have to talk about the fact that you changed the text. Because these are standardized texts now. So generally speaking, you're not going to want to remove the Hebrew accents when exporting. The only time when you might want to do it is if your word processor can't process them right. But Word will process them right if the font size is big enough. And so will WordPerfect. With Word and WordPerfect, you want your font size for Hebrew to be at least 18, 20, 22 points. All right? Because otherwise what it does is it squishes the vowel points. That's these little markers down here. See, like that little T underneath the fa? That little T is a comment, and that's telling you to sound a short A. It'll look funny. The vowel points will look funny if the text in Hebrew is too small. All right, so you want it to be at least 18, 22, 24 points in your export, especially in Word and especially in WordPerfect. Okay, so remove Hebrew accents exporting? No. Okay, keep Hebrew word format. Again, like I said, Word and WordPerfect cannot handle the right to left Hebrew formatting. It's really best handled if you put it in the editor first within BibleWorks. You see the editor tab right here. It works just like Notes did. But I can't show it to you because it's going to generate the glitch. Where I won't be able to use Control-C and Control-V anymore in this version. If you use the editor first and you format the whole thing as an editor document and then export it, that's best. Second best is to take this and keep the Hebrew wrap format when exporting the Hebrew text. Alright? Now, we get to the next thing. This is a really great feature in BibleWorks. Export Hebrew superscripts in Unicode. Now, the superscripts are unique to Unicode. Okay, so what's this business with Unicode? Oh, this is so great. See this? Okay, you see at the left where an output format options, verse list, and range. See this box and this box? That means that you can export it as Unicode. In other words, right here, you've got BibleWorks' own fonts. Alright? But if you were to paste that, like into YouTube or some other document for somebody else to see, they're only going to see gibberish unless they have the Hebrew fonts from BibleWorks. Alright, so instead what you can do is export it as Unicode. And you don't even have to learn the Unicode keyboard. Unicode sucks. I hate it. But that's what everybody uses on the internet. So now you can just export it without having to learn the keyboard. You can just paste it. And it'll automatically export if you've got these two boxes checked. Alright? So that's normally what you'd want to do. If you're going to export in Unicode, you need to check this box. That only applies to Unicode. Okay? Now I'm going to stop here and we're going to come back for another increment in a little bit. Okay. So now we're back. The next option is whether you want the Windows 98 print dialog box. If you like the way that looked and you're a Windows 98, addict, then you're going to want that checked. I don't remember how that works, even though I use Windows 98, so I don't have it checked. Okay, now we come to the lexicon browser drag and drop. What's that? This is the 6th time I've tried to record this segment because it keeps bombing every time I do this function. Okay, that is in the resource window. Let's do it again. I'll make sure I'm still recording because the recorder turns off when I do this. Here's the Resources tab. The Analysis tab, by contrast, will let you search on Hebrew and Greek words. See, you just put your mouse over the word and it'll tell you what the word is. Alright? But the Resources window, and I don't know why anybody wants this, but If you click on that, you get the whole lexicon. Alright? And maybe you want that. Whatever. Okay, Psalm 98 is the verse we're on, so that's why it's highlighted in BibleWorks. And you see how I can move it, not very well. See? My ability to move this window is because I have this checked, where it says enable, drag and drop. See? If it's checked, I can move the window. Well, I can move the window, but unfortunately there is some kind of conflict with the window and my recording. Like I said, this is the 6th time I've tried to record this segment and it keeps bombing and I have no idea why. Alright, but you see what this is. Alright. It'll move better in your copy. It's just not moving because of the stupid recording program. I don't know why. But it does move very easily. Alright? It's probably because the lexicon is so big. Alright, the same thing is true down here. That's the lexicon. You want that. Then there's the browse window itself, which is this top part here that right now is very small and is highlighted, see, here in blue. That's called the browse window, this section. Okay, you can get a new browse window. God, I hope this records. You can get a new browse window. It's not letting me do it. I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back. Alright, we'll finish and come back. Okay, we're back. I'm trying to troubleshoot. Maybe the way I load the programs is causing the problem. I don't know. I had just shown you that the lexicon browser, which is this thing here, okay, if you want to be able to move it, then you need to check the box that says enable lexicon browser drag and drop, like here, right here. So you want that checked. There's also the browser window, which is where I got hung up the last time. And it could be because of the way I'm loading these programs and in what order. The browse window. You can create a second browse window right here. Alright. See, it starts off assuming the same thing as in the top browse window, which is right up here. See, this is the upper browse window. Alright. The second browse window, you wouldn't be able to move it around and minimize it and play with it unless you have checked here, enable browse window drag and drop. See, you left click with your mouse and you hold down, and that's dragging. Okay, and obviously I'm dropping it. Okay, and then this minimizes that window. See, I've just minimized the browse window. See, it's sitting here saying NAU Psalm 90 verse 8, so I know what I've minimized. In order to be able to play those games with the window, which is now suddenly starting to hang up on me again. That might be a mouse problem. Sorry, ever since this computer looks like it's on its last legs. If you want to be able to do that, move it around, then you need to have this thing checked, enable browse window drag and drop. Got that? Okay. The recorder's still working, so it does make a difference whether I load BibleWorks first or last. This time I loaded BibleWorks last. There's some kind of hotkey conflict between these two programs. Alright. Next item on the list is filter RTF export for maximum compatibility. Let me move that up here so you can see it better. Filter RTF export for maximum compatibility. This is if your word processor is having trouble with this. See, you got RTF clipboard that you want to use the RTF format when you paste. Okay, but let's say you had a problem doing that. Instead of just turning this off, you could have this stay on and then also turn this on. And that way your export will get rid of potential known conflicts that word processors like Word and WordPerfect have with the RTF format. Frankly, WordPerfect will not have any problems. It's Word that has the problems. Okay, every version of WordPerfect I can think of is best at file conversion. The only files it cannot convert well is in WordPerfect X4. Anything after Office 12, WordPerfect Office 12, anything after that is glitchy because Corel took it over. When Corel takes over a firm or Symantec takes over a firm, I don't know what happens. The software goes in the tank afterwards. Alright? So Corel software is very glitchy after about WordPerfect. Well, WordPerfect 6 through 9 and 12 are actually okay. But it's after that, just forget it. So you might need this for WordPerfect afterwards. But I didn't see that problem in WordPerfect. What I do see a problem in WordPerfect is between WordPerfect and Word. Okay, Word after 2.03 is really glitchy. Alright? So you might have to check this box even for those two software programs, which generally speaking handle RTF better than everybody else. Okay? I can't speak for other word processing programs. So click that box if you're having trouble with RTF, and if clicking that box doesn't work, then unclick this and unclick this. Okay? Sorry this is so complicated, but there's nothing but incompatibilities in the human race, and especially in programming. Alright, so our next thing is this one. Close copy dialog, pop up on copy. This thing here, let me move it down. This is the copy dialog. Why they did it this way in BibleWorks 8, I don't know. This is really dumb. All it's set up to do is to copy one verse. They expect you to type in the range. Alright? You click on Options. Which isn't working. It's another hotkey conflict, it looks like. Well, it's not working. It does work in the program. This is a conflict with my screen recorder. Okay, it's going into a system hang. Okay, you click on Options, and actually this is what you get. It wasn't supposed to do this. I think it's because it's looking for it to be in only one box. Alright, these are your output options right here. Alright, if you instead wanted this whole box to disappear after you did your copy, which is a lot more complicated than it is in BibleWorks 5, if you wanted to do that, then you're supposed to click on the box. I don't have success with this option working. Even when I have it clicked, okay, this little stupid box doesn't disappear. But that could be my system. Alright, so the idea is to auto close this box, which is not only not auto closing, but it's hanging up the machine. So I'm just going to get rid of it, okay, because I don't know why it's causing a problem, but it's causing a problem. See, BibleWorks end now. So I'm ending it. So now I have to come back to BibleWorks. So that pop-up copy window is glitchy. It's not just my machine. See, and now BibleWorks isn't ending. Okay, so I'm going to end this segment of the video because obviously it's causing a problem, that copy box. It's a stupid window. Okay, I'll have to come back in a few minutes, as usual. Okay, I'm recording now, but I can't. There we go. I'm having trouble with hotkeys. There's a hidden hotkey in BibleWorks that's F10, but it's not disclosed in the documentation, so I don't know what it does. Okay, where we were, lexicon browser window. You want that checked so that you can when you click the browser window for the lexicon, hopefully it's going to come up someday soon. It's only because I'm recording it's this slow. That way you can move it. Otherwise you can't move it if you don't have that box checked. So you want lexicon browser window drag and drop to be checked. Okay, now the same thing is true for the browse window, which I'm having trouble showing you because of some kind of hotkey conflict. You want that to be checked too. Now let's see if I can get this to work. Alright, view, new browse window. Let's see if we'll get it to work. There, see? If you want to be able to move the browse window, you have to have this checked at the bottom here. Have it checked on. Okay? And by the way, I suspect that the new browse window has a hidden key of F10 to turn it on, because that's what's been causing the problem with my program. I had to change my hotkey on my recorder to F9, which is used in BibleWorks for the advanced search engine, which is no good, or at least I've never been able to make it work. So I've overridden overridden the BibleWorks in order to be able to do this video. Okay, see? So here, long story short, if you want to move this, you check that. Okay? Finally, sorry. I've been trying to get that to work for 4 hours. Okay, next. I started to talk about in one of my versions, I talked about it in this one. If you're having trouble with your word processor understanding RTF format, which you shouldn't, if you're having that problem, instead of just turning this off, leave it on and also turn this on. And that might solve your problem, because some of the formatting in the old RTF files might not agree with newer word processors. All your old word processors understand it, because it's the oldest format known to computers. Okay, one of the good things. Alright, otherwise just generally leave it off. Okay. The next place we had a problem was in the copy dialog. Alright, that's this thing up here. This thing. Okay, supposedly, if you want to auto turn this off after you've used the copy function, you want to click on this. It doesn't work for me. Clicking on this doesn't turn this thing off when I'm done with the copy function. This is a stupid thing. I don't know why they even invented it. The BibleWorks 5 version was much better. Okay, you set your options either by clicking on the options up here or going down here. Okay, I can't do both at the same time. I can't click on this box and show the options because it's just going to take me here anyway. Alright, but see, if you want it to auto close after you're done copying, you're supposed to click on this box. It doesn't work. Not for me. Maybe it'll work for you. So the only way I can get it to work is to turn it off with the X here. I just plain not use this. This is not functional. In BibleWorks 5 it was perfect. So I leave it unclicked because it doesn't work if I don't. Now we come to Hebrew space dots. What is that? Some kind of special star? No. In Hebrew text, if I can just get this thing to start working again now. In Hebrew text, hello? It won't. BibleWorks is hanging up. Okay, wait a minute. Hebrew space dots. We're now talking about Hebrew space dots. See, they make it more complicated, so it's harder to use, and it's got more. There we go. Finally. Okay. In Hebrew text, sometimes there are little dots in between two words because they're supposed to go together. They call those space dots. I've never seen one. I've been copying and pasting Hebrew text from BibleWorks for over 10 years. I've never seen a space dot. So I don't know what they look like, but apparently they exist. Because you have this option here to remove them. Down here. to remove them. So if you ever see a Hebrew space dot, okay, if you ever see one and you don't like it, then you're going to come back here and you're going to check that box, okay? Remove Hebrew space dots. That's all I can say. That's the end of this segment, and then we're going to go on, and next we're going to come to notes. Thought I did notes already. That must have been in a version that didn't save. Okay, that's it. Signing off. Okay, we're back. And let's see if we can get this one to go error-free. Keep changing the hotkeys. We're looking now at Notes Options, which is down here in the bottom window. And up here at the top, I'm showing the Notes tab. Now the options have to do with, again, defaults, but these defaults kind of have more control versus other stuff. Here, your first option is to maintain a user note for each chapter, but not verse. Now the advantage of doing that is that all of your verse notes then are more collected together, and you have fewer notes files to go through. But the disadvantage, of course, is that if you have a note on that verse, when you're on the verse, you won't know that because all you'll have are the chapter notes. So I prefer to have that off. Okay, now the important thing to know about BibleWorks notes, this is really important. Always, always save your notes to some other directory than BibleWorks, as well as in the BibleWorks directory. Because if Windows crashes and you have to reinstall BibleWorks, unfortunately the notes have to be registered with Windows. I lost all of my notes because the Windows registry crashed, and therefore Windows didn't know where my notes were. Now in BibleWorks you just copy back the notes. That's fine as long as your registry doesn't crash. But if your registry crashes, then where your notes are located is unknown. So if you save them in a separate location, then what you can do if you have a registry crash in Windows is you'll know what notes to copy back. Okay, and then you can copy them back either individually or collectively into the BibleWorks files. Okay, so that kind of argues for having a blank note in each chapter or each verse as a default, so you know what to copy back from your other location. You'll have to sort of experiment with this because I'm not sure what crashes occur in the later versions of Vista and Windows 7, but in XP it's a real problem. Okay. Other than that, the nice thing about checking this box is that when you come to the chapter or you come to the verse, down here in the status bar where I'm clicking here now, this will show up a C here if you've got a chapter note. And this, of course, is showing up a V here because I've turned the verse notes on. Alright, I want verse notes. That's my default, but you might not like that. So if you'd rather have it be for chapter instead of verses, then check that. I don't have it checked, which means I'm having it per verse instead of per chapter. The name of the note is down here. It's in the program files folder. Okay, but the problem is that when you're looking at the directory, you can't tell if the notes that are there actually have something in them or not. That's again why it would be a good idea that when you make your notes, you send a copy to some other file folder so that you can look in that file folder and find out which notes you actually recorded. Okay? The next option, I'm having a problem with my machine again. I have no idea why this problem is occurring. Okay. The next option is to show availability on the status bar. You want to check that. It's stupid to make notes and not know if they exist, so you want that checked. Okay. Make user notes read only. This is only going to be applicable if you have more than one user in BibleWorks. Now, the license for BibleWorks is per user, not per machine. If you have more than one user, even if you're on the same machine, you should pay the extra fee to BibleWorks. Okay? Make sure you do that. If you don't have the money, just ask God for it. I asked God for the money and He gave it to me so I could study. So you can do the same thing. I got 10 years worth of money so that I could study Bible. I wanted to take time off, and I asked God for that to happen. And then He made the money and everything available for 10 whole years. Okay? So ask Him for the money if you need the money. Alright? Be sure you obey that. Okay? Because it's not fair. These people work really hard on the Bible. It took a lot of hands to work on this. Okay, load notes automatically. Yeah, you want to check that. If they're not loaded, then you don't know that they're there. Okay, now this last option made the machine go wonko when I did it before. So I'm going to take a break here and talk about the next option in the next increment. Okay, because I want to make sure that it records this time. I've been trying to record this now for about 4 hours. Okay, now we're back. And this option is the filter the editor for RTF problems. This goes back to the same issue as we had with export. Let's pull this up a little so you can see it. Okay, remember back when we were talking about exports? God, I hope the machine doesn't crash. Send RTF to clipboard when exporting. You want that checked usually unless your word processor can't handle it. In which case you want to turn this on to get rid of some of the known incompatibilities with word processors. And if this doesn't work and this doesn't work, then pretty much you're going to want to make sure to check this up or just not export an RTF. Okay, if you're going to use this, then you need to use this. Okay? But generally speaking, you don't want this checked and you don't want this checked because most word processors are most familiar with this format. Okay, so generally speaking, you want to have this checked, leave this blank, and leave this blank. Okay, it didn't crash. Alright, I'm going to come to the next increment, which is general Greek options. It's going to be a lot easier to talk about after this. So we'll come back to that in the next increment. Okay. Now we're at general Greek options. As you can see, they're very limited and pretty easy to understand. This first one, well, I got to show you the window. See, here's the analysis window. And I'll pull it down a little so you can see the Greek. Okay, this first option down here, show entries from all Greek lexicons in the analysis window. You want to check that. Okay? Because look, when I go here, alright, I guess, I'm going to have to cover up the bottom to show why this is so important. Alright, we're just going to, you want to check this box right here, and I'm going to turn it off. I mean, I'm turning it on, but I'm closing the window. Alright, I've now got it on hemon, which is not a good word to use. Let's use a word that's a little more rare, like anomias. Okay, when you put your mouse cursor, your mouse over the word, it shows it. Okay, if you want to freeze the bottom window, you hit the shift key, you come here, you move your mouse down, and now you're in the lower window. The other option is to toggle this where it says update only when shift key pressed, and that way you can move around and you don't have to worry about the lexicon changing. Right now we've frozen it on anomia. This is Thayer. This is bundled with BibleWorks. Okay, this is Freiberg, also bundled with BibleWorks. This is BDAG, also bundled with BibleWorks. Alright. See, what it's trying to do is every time your cursor is on a verse, it's going to pop up the verse. And you'll notice that the pop-up shows the first two versions. You know, if it's the New Testament, if it's the Old, it's going to show the first three. If you're in the multi version browse window. like I am now. All right, but see, look, when you've selected that all of your Greek lexicons that you have installed in BibleWorks will show, then you can just scroll through them. This is much preferable to the other option, which is to call up each lexicon at a time. All right, see, this is Liddell Scott Abridged. This is Lunita. This is the Layman. I had to buy that. Okay, it's not, doesn't really say anything particular, at least on this. This is the Blast version that I paid $119 for. Okay, and it's kind of a long entry, so that kind of argues in favor of ED&T. This is Gingrich's own, and you'll notice it's very short. This is the extended Liddell Scott entry. All right, and this is all shorthand you learn to read. These are shorthand. He's quoting Greek classics here. This is from the Stoics. All right, and you have to learn what these abbreviations are. This is Herodotus. Okay, this is Antiphony. All right, and once you learn to you figure out the abbreviations, this isn't so hard to read. This is Plutarch. Okay, this is Socrates. All right, and this is Plato's Republic, telling you the line number to look at. The same thing here. Book 2, line 755. You get used to it after a while. It's Herodotus, Book 1. I think it's line 96 and 97. Okay, and of course it's talking about it in Greek. All right, so you have to have the Greek copies, but you know what? Almost all of these you can get on the internet. I forget what this is. This, I think it's Lysander. I forget what title that is. Okay, but this is where the words are used in classical Greek. You need to know that. There is a fashion today. Unfortunately, some heavy hitter scholars are in favor of this fashion that poo-poo classical Greek. At the beginning of the century, the 20th century, that fashion did not exist, and people correctly knew that the Bible, being a literary book written by people who knew Greek drama very well, that they were making plays on words in Greek drama, and it makes a big difference in how you interpret the text. Like, for example, the whole book of Ephesians is patterned after a very famous play by Euripides called Ion. And the stupid scholars get so prejudiced, they say, well, that's a pagan work. These are the scholars of, the so-called church fathers. Actually, the church fathers weren't so bad. It got bad during the Dark Ages. Well, God wouldn't pattern a book of the Bible after a pagan piece of writing. Yes, he would, if it communicated what he wanted to say better. And Paul patterned the chapter order, the whole structure of Ephesians. What we call Ephesians, it was really a circular letter. He patterned that whole thing as a sort of burlesque of the play Ion, which was about the origin of the Greek sea peoples. And he did it that way because he's tweaking the fake pagan gods by saying, hi, the real God is a superior begetting. The Greek word Ion means semen. Okay? It means venom and it means semen. It's got that dual play in Greek culture. And so God is showing the story of God's superior begetting in the book of Ephesians. If you don't know that, you're going to miss the whole entire meaning of the book. And of course, pastors do miss it. All they ever talk about is, well, you should be a good person in marriage. They miss the whole point of the book. It's about the Christian way of life, all right, but it's about the superior thought style of that life. And so they miss that because they don't know Paul's cultural references. All right? So that's the point about getting into Liddell Scott. This is the extended Liddell Scott lexical entry, which you can also read for free at Tufts. Of course, it takes you forever to get there. But this is for anomia. Okay. So that's why I say it's a good thing to have tools, options, general Greek, options. You want this checked. Right now it's not checked. If it's not checked, then only your current Greek lexicon will show. You want all of your Greek lexicons to show so that it will be easier to search them. Now see, you have a default Greek lexicon here. Let me show you how I got that. You right click, that was the blue thing you just saw. And you have your default, which for me is Thayer, because I like Thayer the best. But I don't want to just necessarily look at Thayer when I'm looking up a word. I want to look at all of them that I got installed, the ones I bought and the ones that are already bundled. This is my favorite. This guy really gets into the etymology, and he synthesizes really well. Okay? But if I don't have that box checked in search tools, options, Greek options, if I don't have this checked, then all I'll see is there. I want them all. Okay, now unfortunately you don't get that same option for the Hebrew. But you do get it for the Greek, so check that. Then you say search on Greek versions is accent sensitive. See, these are accents. Right here, these are all accents. Okay, you don't want it to be accent sensitive. That's a pain in the neck. And besides, the original text wasn't written with accents. That's only if I mean, I can't even think of an occasion where that's a helpful thing to do. All right, but it's allowed. Okay, so you check that box if you want to do that. If you do this, all right, here's what's wrong with it. If you do this, if you want to search for anopion, for example, then you're going to have to type in the accents. See, here's your search line over here, where I'm going to type D's or F's. Okay, that's your search line. You're going to have to wrestle with the keyboard and type in the accents to do your search. That's dumb. You don't want to do that. So what you don't want to do is waste time by having accent-sensitive Greek search. Okay, so I don't check that box. Okay, here's another useful box. Show all LXX variants in the browse window. Okay, now that's most important in certain books. Okay, let's see if I can. Well, please tell me that this isn't going to bomb on me now. Alright. Okay, there are certain books where the LXX variants are significant. Daniel and Esther are one of them. See, here you got, this is Daniel. These are two different variants. Okay, that's the LXX. But not all of the text in the LXX really belongs to it. What happened was the actual, what is properly called the LXX, the Greek Old Testament, was written by Jews about 273 BC, 273, 250 in that range. Okay, about 25 to 100 years later, there was this myth that was spawned about the Greek Old Testament by a guy named Aristeas, saying it was written by 72 translators, and they all came up with the same translation of the Hebrew in 70 days. And they all had, it was all identical. That's obviously a big lie. That was about circa 150 BC, maybe 200 BC. You know, the latest possible date that lie came up was like 50 BC. Okay, so as a result of that, a lot of people messed with the text. So there are people who added text, maybe not necessarily wrong. There might be later translations of Hebrew text. But it got kind of muddled together and bundled together with the original LXX. So that's why you end up having what are called variants here. Alright? And here's one of them. And if you want to know what kind of variant it is, you click on the version info tab here. And then sometimes, not always, it's not doing it here. Okay? This is one of the versions of the same text. Okay? And as you can see, it's beginning quite differently from here. Now sometimes the variant is occurring because this really belongs to another verse. But see, here it's talking about the third year of the king. Alright? This is it. This is saying this is the third year of the king, and this is saying during the king. Okay? And then it's saying it's third year here. Different wording, same idea. Alright? And see, and then this is even yet a little bit more different, you know, from this one Here. See? And then you evaluate the differences. That's called textual criticism, where you have different copies, and they mostly say the same thing, but sometimes there are differences like here, and you have to evaluate, using 1 John 1:9 before God, evaluate which differences are what God wants, what he really meant. The LXX is not inspired, but it might be better than the Hebrew text in certain verses. Okay, and an example, a classic example of that is in Genesis 7 and 8. Paul uses the LXX of Noah to craft his meter in Ephesians 1:3-14. Mary did the same thing, and Daniel did the same thing. And when I say LXX, of course, Daniel didn't have the LXX. But the Hebrew text on which the LXX is founded was what Daniel had. Because it has a different calendar for Noah, a slightly different calendar. Paul is using that same calendar, and the only way we have it preserved is in the LXX. All right, so the LXX in Genesis 7 and 8 is actually correct versus the Hebrew. The flip side is that Genesis 5 is no good versus the Hebrew. The Hebrew is right, but Genesis 5 is wrong in the LXX. So God has preserved both sides. So sometimes the LXX is actually better. All right, and it's a verse-by-verse comparison. God will let you know which is right if you ask him. There's no request too big or small for God. The problem is we don't ask and we go on our own power instead. Okay? So when you come up with variants like this, ask God what's best to use. All right? And in Daniel and Esther and Ezekiel and certain other books, you're going to have to pay very close attention to the variants. Okay, my computer's hanging up on me again now, so I think we're going to see what other options do I have left. I don't know why there's a problem. It's a key conflict of some kind. I can't resolve it. So in general Greek options, you're showing all XX variants. LXX variants, you want that checked. You do not want Greek accent sensitive checked, because that's just going to cause you trouble. Alright? And, I mean, you can always change it, but it's like 99% of the time you're not going to need it. And you're always going to want all your Greek lexicons to show in the analysis window. That ends this increment, and we're going to pick up next with general Hebrew options in the next increment. And my computer, oh please computer, don't die. Alright, now we're signing off for the moment. Okay, we're starting again. And I'm hoping it's going to work this time. I've tried to do this 1,000 times, it seems like. I'm going to be real careful how I explain this. We're now in general Hebrew options. That has to do with how this is going to operate and what displays. Here's your analysis window, which means your lexicon is going to display. And a lot of this has to do with the lexicon and how the Hebrew itself displays. Alright, the first option has to do with whether you display the vowel points or not. Now bear in mind that when you're looking at this with the vowel points, this is all standardized text. It's been standardized over the centuries. Generally speaking, you're going to want to have, therefore, the vowel points displayed even if you know Hebrew very well, because chances are, if you're working with this text, you're also going to be talking to somebody who's got the same text as you do. Alright, and you're going to want to be able to talk about it with a standardized text. So you're going to want the vowel points to display, even if you don't agree with them or whatever. Okay, so you're going to want this box down here checked. The same thing agrees here when you do your searches. This allows you to ignore the doggish in your searches. You're going to want that checked. The doggish is this little, see right in here there's a little dot, and right in here is a little dot. They're in the Bagad Bakat letters B, D, G, P, and T, and K. Alright. That stands for doubling the letter. And in some verses in the Bible, the shorthand of putting a dagesh in so you don't have to repeat the letter is not used. Alright? So you do want to ignore the dagesh, because that way you're going to get the proper hits where there is just the dagesh standing for the doubling of the letter versus the actual doubling of the letter. In other words, the Hebrew scribes adopted a shorthand of just putting a little dot inside the letter to let you know that the consonant is really doubled. But they didn't catch all of the occasions where the old text, the original text, originally had the doubled letters. So in order to treat them on an equal basis, you want to make sure that you ignore the dagesh in Hebrew searches. Okay? Our next up is our care readings or our kathib readings. Okay? We had already gone through this before. This is a care reading with the brackets. It has to do with how a word is spelled. And this is the kathib school saying that it should be spelled differently. In this particular case, they're differing over whether the letter H is in the spelling. Alright? But you'll notice that there is no third alternative. You've only got two readings there, care or kathib. If you don't check the box to say include the reading, then you won't find it. In which case, if you were looking on the word appointed, it's actually here in the verse. It's just a difference of which school of spelling. If you didn't check this, then you wouldn't find it. So you want both of these checked. Next up is the reverse order of the analysis window definitions. And that has to do especially with the case where you've got a prefix. Here a prefix to a preposition. The prefix is the preposition. It's the lamed here. Okay, means to or toward. And ma'or. Okay, meaning light. Since ma'or is the noun, and since the articles usually for these prefixes are very long, the definitions are very long because they're used so often, you want to reverse the order. See, the lamed comes first in the text. Alright, so you would expect it to come first in the lexicon. But it's better if it's reversed, because that way you're seeing the noun first. Okay? And then you have the lamed second. Alright, so by checking this, it saves you time when you're reading. So you want that checked. Your next thing is whether or not you want your search to be vowel point sensitive. Yes, you want the vowel points in the text, but no, you do not want to search vowel point sensitive, because if you search vowel point sensitive, what's going to happen is that you better be doggone sure you know the spelling, and all you'll ever get is what matches the spelling you give. Okay, in Hebrew, the vowel points were added after. They were added afterwards. So, the vowel points might not even really apply. It's just a guess by the master reads about how it should be pronounced. Alright? And once you get used to reading Hebrew, you don't even need the vowel points. So you don't want to search on the vowel points. So this is one box that should not be checked. So uncheck that. Okay, next. This has to do with whether issues regarding the makaf, it's too hard to explain, should be explained here in the analysis window when you're looking up the lexicons. Okay? Just include it. Just take my word for it, and then if you find out you don't like it, then you can uncheck it. Okay, the next option is something you should not check. When it says display a plus between morphemes, a morpheme is composed of, see, like this is the ma'or. Alright, if it was ma'oro, there would be a plus sign. If you would check this box to have a plus sign, there would be a plus sign between the O and ma'or. Okay, so that ends up being a real hassle. I mean, if you're totally unused to Hebrew, maybe that's helpful, but those plus signs are just they're supposed to be like training wheels, and they don't work. Alright? Okay, I'm trying to change the codec. Hopefully this one is recording. It looks like it's recording. Okay, so now we're at this question, displaying homonyms. A homonym is a word that sounds like another word, but the meanings are very different. The Bible uses a lot of sound play. So you want this checked. Because what it'll do is that it'll display all words that sound like the word you're looking at. And that's going to be important because maybe you got words that sound like the word you're looking at in the same passage. And you can bet that if you do have words that sound like it, you can bet that God's making a play on the sound. That's very frequent. I noticed it first time, I think it was in Isaiah 53. Isaiah's making a lot of play on the AL sound, which means to go up. It's a preposition meaning to go up. And he's making a play on that sound versus the sound for God, because Christ is going up on the cross. All right? I wrote about that extensively in my Isaiah 53 web pages. And so that particular kind of thing, I mean, if he's playing on the sound of a preposition because it sounds like Ale, which is the oldest name for God, if he's going to do that, then he's going to be doing it elsewhere. So you want this homonym thing checked so that in the display window, and I can't show it to you now, it won't show up while I'm recording. If you were looking up a word, see, oh, wait a minute, it did show. See? Homonym. Okay, it's telling you about the homonym. All right? That's something that you want to know. You want to know what words sound like it, and then if you see those words in the verse, you can bet that God's making a play on it. So you want that checked. So now, just to briefly recap, you want the vowel points displayed. You want to ignore the doggish in your searches. You want to include the care readings in the searches. You want to include the kathib reading in the searches. You want the lexical entries in reverse order, meaning that the prepositions and the articles and all those parts of speech that are very, very common with long definitions, you want them last to save you time in reading. Okay? You do not want your searches in Hebrew to be vowel point sensitive because the spelling is going to be too erratic. All right? You want a full analysis if there's a McKeff issue. And you'll find out what McKeff is as you read it. It's not worth explaining. You do not want a plus sign between the stem of the word and the ending. Just get used to reading it and you won't need that anymore. That's a training wheel that's just going to cause you a lot of grief. Because you're going to forget about it, and when you cut and paste, you're going to have all these plus signs you have to remove. So you want that box unchecked. Okay? And then yes, you want all of your homonyms displayed in the lexical entry, like we just did here. Okay? Where do we see it? Right there. See? Alum. This is a play. Alright? This is often a play, a sound play. Alright? So that's why you want to make sure that you know about homonyms. So you want that to show. So there it is. You want that checked. Okay, we're going to come back and we're going to talk next about Hebrew accent options. Okay, this is going to be pretty simple. This is Hebrew accent options. Okay, the default is to not even allow accent code searching to not even allow accent code searching. And generally speaking, there's no reason that you're going to want to search on the accent codes. Accent codes are things that the Jews designed, certain accents, and these are their names, all right, in order to teach their people, because even today the Jews recite Torah. So they've developed an extensive accent system that you learn when you're 5 years old. Too bad that we Gentiles don't learn it when we're 5 years old, because we don't care about the Bible. All right? The Jews teach their kids starting at age 5, you go to shul, and you have to learn the Bible, and you have to learn all these things. And they've developed special accent codes to make it easy to teach. You can allow or not allow accent code searching. Sometimes it's really important to be able to do that. An accent code is not the same thing as a vowel point. An accent code is to help you find out the way the accent is used. All right? So sometimes you're going to want to search on it. Not very often, but often enough. So that, you can find out how the accent is used, Pan Bible. It's like searching on a word. You're searching on the way the accent is used. All right, so I check that. Now, you have the option of excluding, okay? You have the you also have the option of showing the accents, and yes, you do want them shown. All right, you have the option of excluding particular accents. If you're really nerdy, and some Jews, like humans everywhere, are nerdy, there's lots of debate about these accents. So if you're really particularly against the pashta, all right, then you can turn it off. But leave it on. All right, so in other words, this whole section, Hebrew accent options, you just allow all of them. See, there's like a bazillion accents. And you'll notice at the bottom there's uncertain and very uncertain. If you're real anal about the accents, you will say, well, I'm a purist, so I'm going to exclude all the uncertain accents. Just include them anyway, all right? Because this is standardized text. So let it all show, okay? Next we come to transliterated Hebrew options. That's this thing up here. This is the standardized, and it sucks, but it's standardized. If you were in seminary, you would have to learn the meaning of each one of these methods of transliterating the Hebrew. All right, this method of transliterating the Hebrew is standard in seminary and standard, in Hebrew, among scholars. This is roughly equivalent to the Wade-Giles system of transliterating Chinese. Wade-Giles probably knew Chinese really well, but his ability to convert that into an English sound sucks. I had to learn Wade-Giles, and then Yale had a program where they invented their own way of transliterating. The Yale system is much better. All right, the same thing is true here. There are other systems of transliterating the letters, and they're better, but this is the one you have to learn in seminary, so you learn it. For example, here you got a little, like a U above the S, okay? That U above the S is supposed to stand for SH. Why didn't they just print SH? Okay? Or at least have the H, like here, above the S. Oh, well, we can't do that. We have to invent this arcane sign here. Okay? So that's supposed to read Shata. Alright? But it's really stupid the way they invented the way to do it. Okay? And then you're supposed to, there's a little halt in your breathing before you say I won't. Because the alpha and the ayin sometimes, it's got a glottal stop, meaning that you sort of catch in your throat before you say the vowel point. Alright? So that's what this little apostrophe means. Okay? So you have to learn each of these things. Alright, so then the question is, do you want the Hebrew, the transliterated Hebrew, to show the accents? And the answer is, of course you do. Do you want it to show the metheg? Of course you do. Do you want it to show the silent shua? Of course you do. Because this is stuff that everybody uses. This is also standardized. So you might as well learn it even if you don't agree with it. See, like here's the accent. Even if you don't agree that the accent belongs here, in this case it's right, Alemenu. Alright, even if you didn't agree with that, you still want it to show so you know what people think, or what's the standardized way to do it. Even if you think it's wrong. I think these marks in Greek are often wrong. Alright? I can't get this to work. This is really a pistol. I don't necessarily agree with these accent marks. Enopion. Okay? No, it's enopion. because it's penultimate. Greeks were nothing if not regular. Alright? So I don't agree with this being here. But it's standardized, so I want the text to display that so that I can at least know what everybody else is going to say. The same thing here with this text up here. Okay? So, basically, for transliterated Hebrew, for transliterated Hebrew, you want it to say what you see there on the screen. And my computer's going dead again, so I'm going to end this increment, and we'll come back with internet updater options. Okay, we're now in our last section of the options window flags, and we're at internet updater options. This is really important. You want, when you go to update with them, and it's not just with them, this is a general concern that you're going to have with any program. The update can ruin what got set already done. It's just a normal human error kind of problem. I've had a computer destroyed because of an update. I can't tell you how many programs I've had to uninstall, or I use go back, and I've had to turn the clock back on my hard drives to undo a damaged installation that is damaged basically because of the programming. And you can't blame the programmers, because there are too many different kinds of hardware and too many different kinds of software out there, and it's always an accident waiting to happen. You do not know if the combination with the update versus the other programs on your machine, as you've seen when I've been trying to make this video at all of a sudden I'm having problems I never had before. Okay? And so why is that? And you'll never know. And one side's going to blame the other. Okay, so that leads to check this box always. Back up the files that are updated by what they call the patch. That's computerese for the update. Alright? Back up the files pre-update. So you can always roll back to the previous pre-update and still operate the program. So you always want that to be checked. Save patch file after applying the patch. In other words, when you get the upgrade, you're going to save the upgrade separately. You always want to do that too, because if you got to use this and roll back, then you're going to want to do the update again, because BibleWorks is sending you an update, but then by the time you go back there, they might already have another update. So you want to save the previous update, because it's not going to be there anymore. Alright? And then you want to be able to maybe display all the patch files. That's up to you whether you want to display them all. You can download them and not apply them, or you can download them and apply them. So you probably want to have that checked also. And then automatically check for updates. I don't like this option checked or this option checked. And I'll tell you why. I disable all of my updates because when I'm on the computer, especially making videos, when an update comes in, especially from Adobe or Microsoft or Real Player, those three in particular, they conflict with whatever you're doing on the machine. They'll put your system into a hang, they'll drastically slow you down, or whatever. So I go manually for updates. Alright? And you can go manually for updates right here, where it's like, right, BibleWorks help contents, show copyright, register, reset, BibleWorks on the internet. See, check for updates. You can do it manually. That's much better. Okay? There's another way to check for updates. I'm not sure where it is. I think it's in the flags. When you want to How come the help screen is so small? There's another little bug. See, this is why. You don't want to automatically do updates. It's just there are too many problems that can occur, and then it's too late afterwards. I'm not seeing it here. There's another special window that you can go to. Oh, we're hanging up again. Okay, I'm going to have to end this. See, look at the screen. Just those first three, and never automatically check for updates. I'm going to sign off now before the system crashes.
Okay, now we're talking about BibleWorks buttons. There are two sets of buttons. Your first set is up here at the top, which they've simplified in BibleWorks 8 to some extent. And your second set is down here in the editor, and you have a similar set like this one in the editor in your notes. Okay? Now, because I've already fixed the editor, I have already reordered the buttons versus the defaults, as you can see here in the editor. But I haven't done that in the notes. So you see there are two separate configurations of buttons. So you can have different sets of buttons in the editor versus the notes. Generally speaking, you're going to want to configure them the same, and you have to do it by hand each time. So I guess you could say we have three sets of buttons. The notes buttons, which are the same potential options as for the editor, and then you also have buttons up here. There's a sort of a subset up here in your browse window. See where it says show more buttons? So these are the total number of buttons that you can have in the browse window. Okay, so I guess now I have to say 4 sets of buttons. But the good news is that all the buttons are the same kinds of buttons. You just don't have access to all the buttons in each option. So we're going to go through that. Maybe I should start right here. Your browser window buttons, what do they mean? Well, first of all, you got to show them. Okay? Now, they tell you they're little tooltips if you have your tooltips enabled in the options, which we went through in the option flags. Do you want your tooltips? That sign that you see, sometimes Windows glitches and the sign doesn't show up right away. See, like that says toggle browse mode, and that's browse window options. Okay? So that if you want the browse window options to show, toggle means you can turn it on and off. You can turn the word tips on and off. You can turn your version notes on and off. You can clear your hits, because I haven't gone through hit highlighting yet. That's where you code the colors so that whatever search you made, it's going to show in a different color. You can make your Strong's numbers show or not show. And then you have other options. Some people, I can't imagine who, do not want you to be able to make those choices. So you see where that little check is? If you uncheck it, you will not be able to do this. If you uncheck, well, let me see the little check mark there above browse window options. If you uncheck that, you won't have any browse window options. So obviously you want to keep it checked. This little button here, and you'll see that it's repeated here and here, okay, is to allow the browse mode to be on or off. Now see, if what I just did is I clicked the button, and now only the NAU, the New American Standard 1995 version, is showing. That's so that I can scroll through it and see the English. Okay? But if I want to see my favorites, and I'll have to cover how you do favorites in another video, this particular favorite that I have set up is the basic favorite. And it only shows the basic Hebrew, the basic transliteration of the Hebrew, the one particular Greek critical edition that I like, which is BibleWorks' own critical edition, which is roughly similar to the LXX, and the UBS 4, aka the NA27 for the New Testament, And I like the NAU version because it capitalizes the Old Testament quotes in the New Testament. I like the KJV because it's literal even when it's wrong. In other words, they tend to translate the same word the same way, pan Bible, and that's very helpful. And then I like the NIV for thought translation. Some people like ESV. I don't see enough difference between them to switch. And then I like the Latin because I like to see how the Vulgate, because this is Jerome's translation mostly, not always. I like to see how he translated it. Jerome didn't understand the Bible, but he was good at translating it. So that's my basic. That's what I use every day. And then when I want to get into it, I created other favorites for exegesis, English only when I want to compare English translations, French only when I want to compare French translations because I read French, German only because I want to learn German better. I didn't learn it when I had the opportunity. Indonesian I'm doing for somebody else. Foreign, that's a collection of foreign languages. Spanish only because I read Spanish, and Italian only because I read Italian. All right, that doesn't mean I can speak Spanish pretty well after about an hour, and French too after about an hour. But these other languages I can pretty much only read. All right, don't ask me to speak them. I'll make your ears hurt. All right, so those are favorites that I personally set up. And I'll show you in future videos how you can do that. It's kind of a pain, but boy, oh boy, once you get them set up, you're going to love it. So right now we're in basic. All right. Now, if I just want to look at the English, I hit this thing, and that's toggling the browse mode so I can browse in English because that's my native tongue. Okay, in order to more quickly find a verse or a passage that I learned. Okay. And it doesn't have to be the NASB version. You set that up in favorites as to what's your default. But most of the time, this is how I do it. You see me do it this way in the videos. Alright. The next one is you choose your display version. In this case, my display version is the NAU, and I can just go to the NAU and right-click and change it. Alright, I don't often do this. I don't often use this. I have used it in the videos. You've seen me use it, but I don't often use it. The other way you can do it is you can click on this button here, which I never use that. Okay, but that means you can customize your favorites on the fly without changing your default favorites. In other words, I don't want to go into favorites and change them. I just don't want all these versions to show, so I can uncheck any of the boxes here. Or I can, change which English I want to display here, or I can add other languages here. Okay? So that might be helpful to you. All right, your next one is to change the version display order. In other words, I've got it displaying with right up here, I've got the Hebrew transliteration first, which I prefer because sometimes I'm too sleepy or something and some days I look at the Hebrew characters and they're just as clear to me as English. Some days I look at them and I can't even figure them out. I don't know why that happens. So I use this to more quickly find the word I'm looking for in the Hebrew. All right. And then, here's the Greek, which I can read that even in my sleep. And then here are the English versions. And this is the order I've set them up in. It's a real pain to do this, but once you do it, you're going to love it. I'll be showing you that when I show you how to construct favorites. But let's say I want to just change the order now. All right. Well, I can just change it now without having to change my favorites. So that's the purpose of this 1, 2, 3 button here, is to let you change the order in which the display shows. And then this button here allows you to change your search limits. Now remember, in the search limits option flags, I had told you to select the 4.0 button bar. That's what this is. This is the 4.0 button bar. It is not the BibleWorks default. The BibleWorks default is this long, annoying scrolling thing. This used to be in version 4. That was the first version of BibleWorks I ever bought back in 2001. And it's the best way to click or unclick the books that you want to search on. All right? So you want to have that because you might want to change your search limits. All right? You can also access it by doing this. Up here, down here at the bottom in the status window. Well, it doesn't work while I'm recording. I keep forgetting that. All right. So you want that button. Okay? And then this next button here allows you again to choose your search version. Alright, if you want to change your search version. See, right now my search version is set up on this. Alright, which I already have. Alright, and this is to turn the Strong's numbers on and off. See what happens when you do that? You got Strong's numbers in the NA27. I hate Strong's. See, that turned them on. All I did is I clicked on this, turned Strong's reference numbers on and off. It's a toggle. And so if you're addicted to Strong's, or you grew up on Strong's, and you're trying to wean off, well, then here you can just do it as a toggle. I never learned Strong's numbers, and I never intend to. Then this button, and remember the buttons are the same up here at the top as they are here. You just don't get access to so many of them. You can remove, you can show or unshow the analysis window, and I often do that because, like, let's say I wanted to turn this off so I could read a whole bunch of text without the analysis window, which used to be called the auto info window. Well, I can do that. If I want to turn it back on, I just turn it back on. You see me do that a lot in the videos. And this is to turn your version notes on or off. Now that, in this case, the version is talking about this version of the text. Okay, so that A there is saying that there is a note by the translators of the NAU about this verse. Alright, so if you wanted to see that, those are the notes. See? There's a note there. That's written by the NAU translators. With your version notes on, you can see the note. With your version notes off, you can't see the note. So version notes are the same thing as translator notes. Alright, and so you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen that the one is meaning one thing. Okay? And then in Psalm 66, that's saying that verse ties to this one. And Amos 4:2 also ties. So turning your version notes on and off while you're reading might be an important thing to do. Alright? And then this is that stupid copy window, this stupid thing. Okay? Which, you know, you're better off using your options. Okay? But if you have them already set, then maybe you don't want that. So apparently other users other than me like this small window, which I think is totally useless. Anyway, and then you just hit copy, and it'll go with your defaults. The trouble is you see the only verse in the window is Psalm 89:35. So that's all it's going to copy. That's why I don't think this is a good so-called upgrade in BibleWorks 8. I don't like it. Alright, so those are what those buttons are. Now, the same thing is true down here and in your notes. Alright, so we've seen what the buttons up here for your browse window do. And when you export your browse window, I should show that. If you wanted a second browse window, that preserved your last setting. See, I've just basically duplicated the same window with the same settings. And then you can turn them off here, but they don't turn them off in your main window. Alright, and what they leave are these buttons, but you can even turn off those buttons. You can't turn off those buttons. You can't turn off those buttons. You can turn off the browse list box, which then looks like that. I don't recommend you do that. Or you can turn off the outline heading. The outline is really kind of useful. That's, you know, it's a standard, I forget whose it is, but there's some standard scholar that did this outline of the Bible and they incorporated it. Alright, and you can go anywhere in the Bible using that. Like I just went to Psalm 112 even though I didn't want to. So we want to go back to Psalm 89. And then we want to go back to verse 35, which is where it was. Alright. So you can turn them off or on in the second browse window if you want. You can make it, but the default is going to be the same as your settings when you invoke the browse window. Alright. That's so much for these buttons. I usually don't show them because I can choose them on the fly. Okay, so now here we are. This is the editor where I've reconfigured the notes. I've reconfigured all these buttons. There are a lot of buttons to choose from, and I've reconfigured them all. So instead of using that to show you how to reconfigure them, I'm going to go to the Notes window, which has the same buttons. You see this pink thing here? It means that there are more buttons to show. This is a pain in the neck, okay? They have to do it this way. So is there a way that you can fix it so that you don't have to do that? And the answer is yes. The answer is this one. See here it says all buttons? You just click that and now you have all the buttons showing. Okay, this is their default order of the buttons. Okay, I don't like that default order. And maybe you do. That's up to you. But if you want to change the default order, you see what says customize button bar here? The sort of triangle of buttons. You click that and you get a little dialog box. Okay, your default will not have this closed document in it. In your default, that is already there. Alright? So in your default, it's going to look like this. Okay, except that this button is in a different order. I forget where it was. Alright, so I want to change the order of the buttons. This is something you got to get used to in BibleWorks because you have so many options. Because you have so many options, you have to literally go through each one by hand. Okay? So like what if you wanted to move your option for all the buttons to the end? Alright? Then you can click move down, and if you look at the middle of the screen while I'm doing it, look at the middle of the screen, look down here in this part of the screen. Watch how when I click move down, it's going to move, you're going to see it move that down. See? Look in the middle of the screen, it's moving the button. You can see exactly where it's moving it as I go. See, like right now it's between the two arrows, the two undo and redo arrows. And right now it's just after the blue A that's in the middle of the screen. So you can see the movement and you can target it where you want it to go. So now I've moved it all the way to the end, just after the big X. That you can do with each one of these buttons. You just move them where you want them. I like to move my buttons so that they're grouped by kind of thing I do. Like if you're saving is like opening, saving is like a new document, stuff like that. And if you don't like what you did or you just can't remember, you're sick of it, you can hit the reset button and it resets the order to the initial default. And then of course you close when you're done. Alright, so what do each of these options do? This button invokes all the buttons so that you don't have that stupid pink arrow. This is to customize the button bar, which we just saw. Okay, this allows you to set your editor options. Okay, and you know it's pretty straightforward what each one of those things means, so I'm going to let you figure that out on your own. Otherwise it'll take me too long to make all these videos. Okay, this is how you want your BibleWorks editor to function. Okay, so I'm going to leave this. I've never had to change these. I don't even bother with it. Okay, so I just click OK. And now my computer is slowing down, so I'm going to end it right now before it exits without my wanting it to. Okay, back again. The whooshing sound you hear in the background is my fan because it's so hot. We were last on this, configuring the BibleWorks editor buttons. Like I said, it's pretty straightforward. Here, do you want to open the last file at startup? Do you want to save and restore the file state that you were in case it crashes? Do you want to enable verse pop-ups? You know, because like if you're quoting a verse, do you want it to actually show the verse? Even if all you do is use a citation, it'll show the verse pop-up using your browser window while you're looking at it, which is kind of helpful. Do you want to renumber the file on change? I'm not sure what that does. Use tab shift tab to promote. I don't know what that does. Hide word when pasting. That's probably useful in case you're using Word as your export word processor because what you can do is use the editor directly in Word, and that kind of makes sense. But other than that, I don't use it, so I don't really know. Enable autosave. You might want to check that as a yes if you have a system that crashes. Okay. These are the table settings, and I don't know what they do because I don't use this. All right. And the column widths and stuff like that. This is obviously so that you can set a default table size and width. And since I've never used it, I don't know how good it is. You might want to change this. My preferred font for almost everything is either Cambria or Calibri. Calibri is used in Word 207 and following as your default font. Cambria is much better than Times Roman. So I like to use Cambria in all of my correspondence. I own a business, and that's pretty much what I prefer to use. The next preference that I have, and this is for stuff that's clear on screen and clear in printed text. The next preference I have is going to be Franklin Gothic Medium. I use that especially in Excel. Usually 9 points makes it really clear. And then my next default, and you may have to figure out how you're going to get this, is Gill Sans. That's my absolute favorite all-time font. It's got the darkest setting, the clearest differentiation. I try to use it as a default for all of my web pages, but not everybody's machine has Gill Sans, and I'm not sure how you download it. I had it from Windows 98 and Windows 95 because I have a lot of machines, so I just imported it. So if you have an old Windows 98 machine, you'll probably have that font on there, or Windows 95 machine, you'll have that font on there. Or if you have old disks, you'll have that. You'll also have it in WordPerfect. In early versions of Word, it will be a font in those versions. So if you have old diskettes from those programs, then you can just download it from your old diskettes. So my default, generally speaking, is going to be Gill Sans, and preferably in 11 points. That tends to be best. And then you can encode your Word processor to export the font with the document. That's usually in your options. Depends on the word processor you use. With Word, it's in your Save tab when you do your Word options, in Tools Options in Word. Okay, so that's what I prefer there. And then this is the BibleWorks Greek font, but you can use Unicode if you want. Same thing for Hebrew. These are both BibleWorks fonts. And those are usually the right settings. BW Greek should probably be 14. And BW Hebrew should be 18 to 22. Okay. And then here's your Arial Unicode, which 10 is kind of too small. And then Hebrew Unicode, they like Ezra. And that's pretty common on the internet. 12, I think, is too small. Okay, and then these are your keyboards, and I don't know why they specify those keyboards. Okay. So that's what this button did. All right. Then this is if you want a new document, that sort of just blank page. That's pretty standard Windows. Open existing, that's standard Windows. Save and reopen floating. If you want your BibleWorks notes to be floating windows instead of stuck here at the bottom, then that's what you do. See? It makes it now a floating window. I really like floating windows. Okay, so I like that button a lot. All right. Then that's to save it. And it gives you an option to save it just as is when you do it that way. But you can also do save file as. And I recommend you do that so that you can save the file somewhere else. Okay? On your hard drive. Because like I said before, if BibleWorks crashes due to a registry problem, you will not be able to know where your notes are. You won't be able to know. And you can't just copy back the files. That doesn't work because they have to be registered, unfortunately. That's not BibleWorks' fault. That's Windows. Windows is a terrible system, and they've never fixed that premise about the registry. That's the worst flaw in Windows and the reason why I hate using it. Okay? This little button here, I'm not going to use it, where it's got the X within a circle. That's to clear everything you've typed in the document, or to
yeah, to clear everything you've typed in the document. See, clear text in current document. See, like here, let me show you. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know why I can't type in the window. That's got to be some kind of glitch owing to recording. But if you were to type in the window, and I don't know why it won't type. If you were to type in the window, then this will clear the text that's there. And then you get this warning. And you say yes. Okay. I don't know why I can't type. It must be some kind of key conflict. It is not as easy to record with BibleWorks 8 as it is with BibleWorks 5, so I probably won't be doing future videos using BibleWorks 8, unfortunately. This is if you wanted to insert a bitmap from the file, some kind of picture. I don't use bitmaps, so I don't use this option. If you wanted to find, but of course I can't make that work because I can't type in the video. So I don't know, you'll have to type something and practice this on your own. This is for finding. This is for finding a specified string. This lets you find it in all of your files. So in all your BWW files, you can, do that. All right, this is to find specified text. This button is to find and replace text that you've got in the file. This is to cut the clipboard. And again, I'm sorry I can't demonstrate these since I can't type in the window. This is to copy something that you've got in here to the clipboard. You can cut it to the clipboard. This is to copy it to the clipboard. This is to paste it from the clipboard. Okay? This is to print. This is to choose which directory you want to get for your notes. This obviously formats text to bold, and I can't show these to you because I can't type in them. Italic, underline. If you wanted to show strikeout, in other words, you have something typed, but you want to show a blue line that's showing that you're striking it out. That's like if you're comparing notes with somebody else and you're both editing in the same document. You want to show what you want to strike out. This is to undo the last change, redo the last change, left align text, centered, right align text, bulleted. It's just like standard word processor kind of options. This is typing right to left. You need that for Hebrew. Typing left to right. You need that for Greek, even though Greek used to be right to left also. Decrease the indentation. Increase the indentation. As you can see, you can just read this. If you have your tooltips turned on, you can just read what these are. Okay, so I'm going to leave you to do that. Okay, and in the next increment, we're going to go through the upper buttons that are up here, since I can't really explain all of what these buttons are because I can't show them to you in the text. So you're going to have to learn them and experiment with them on your own. Okay? So that's where we'll pick up in the next increment. Okay, we're back. And what I had finished doing is I had finished at least telling you how to look at all these different buttons and their options and how to move them down here in the notes window. And it works exactly the same way in the editor window, but I've already reordered my notes the way I like them. Okay. So I'll let that sit for a few minutes in case you want to pause your own screen and order your notes in the same way. Order your buttons. So just pause the screen if you need more time to see the order of the buttons so that you can order them that way. My basic idea is that I wanted to have my options first and choosing the notes directory first. And I wanted to leave at the end the customization and all buttons. Obviously you want two lines showing. You don't want to mess with that stupid scroll bar. Okay? Oh, there's just one thing I should say. You can change the text color. Okay, it looks like... Ooh, I can type in it now. Okay, this is your option for text color. All right, you notice I just changed it to green here. All right, so that when I'm typing now, it's in green. Oh, the window works now. Okay, the reason the window works is because I first put my screen recorder first and then called up BibleWorks. So now I don't have a key conflict. So my default here is green, but let's say I don't want that. This will give me a good opportunity. Let's say I want to change it to black. Okay, so now my default is black. Alright, and it's an Arial default, and let's say I don't want that, given what I just told you in the other video. I have a bazillion fonts on here, okay, because I do a lot of word processing. I prefer Cambria. If anything I'm going to communicate to somebody else, this is considered a respectable font. Now 10 is too small, as you can see. So I want to make it 11, and it should still stay 11 afterwards. It's staying 11. Okay, so now let's pretend I wanted to change just that text color from black to something else. Then you'll see how I did that. I clicked on this first. Well, actually clicking on it doesn't do it. You have to click on the little arrow, and then you get the window. And let's say I want to change it to green. So now it's changed to green just for the text that I had selected. That will stay in effect. But you'll notice you're doing it, it's kind of like reverse Polish notation. You first have to make a default that's what you normally want, and then you change it here in order to be able to keep your default at black. See? And the same thing goes with this. Okay, I had changed it to a default of yellow. It's setting it here because it was considering it as a custom color. But let's say I just want to make it yellow according to the default. Alright, so now what I'm typing, see, you're doing it in advance of typing. Now what I'm typing is all got a yellow highlight. Alright, and then I can change it again to, I guess, nothing. I don't know, white? Okay, then it's doing that. Alright, but back here, there was no highlighting at all. Alright, so let's say I wanted to change that highlighting to, I don't know, light blue. See, I did that. Alright, but this text is still what it is. That's a fault in Word, that you have to use that kind of order in order to make your text work that way. And again, this is the editor, but it works the same way in Notes. Alright, and then if you want to bold, you have to type it first. Alright, because otherwise it's going to change everything you type afterwards, and then you mark your text. That's the same problem you have in word processing in Microsoft Word. Alright, so as you can see, each of these buttons has a function, and you're going to have to play with them to see if you like these options. And then of course you can remove them. See, I had removed the strikeout text because I never used that. And I removed set font attributes because that's just the same thing as this. This sets the font attributes too. Alright, and my screen is starting to slow down now, so I'm going to have to quit for the moment so I don't lose my recording. Okay, back again. I've already finished going through as much as I can on the notes. Now that I know how to... Oh, it's not working again. Well, alright. I don't know. Some kind of hotkey conflict, which worked before but now isn't working. I don't know why. But we don't need to deal with this anymore. You've seen these buttons. Now we're going to go to the buttons here at the top. Okay. First, look at how I can widen the results window. This is the results window right here. And what you do is you press your left, you press your index finger on the left side click of your mouse. And then you keep it depressed and you drag it like that. Okay? To size the window. The same thing is true here. Once you see the little double arrow, you have to wait for the double arrow in Windows to show with your mouse. So you can't do it unless you see the double arrow. Okay. And then I'm going to press my little feet here to come back to my multi-version mode. And that's what you're used to seeing. And again, remember, if you wanted to change it to just columns, you unclick the stack window and now you've got just the columns. Some people like columns. I don't. Because I like to, you know, it's too much scrolling for me. I can't stand scrolling. So we're going to go back to stacking the analysis below the browse window. Okay, so now we're going to talk about these buttons here. All right, this is your verse history button. And again, you can configure the order of these, and we're going to go through that, but I want to first show you what the buttons do. Okay, these are your verse history. This is a list of all the verses that I've searched, and basically, because I've done tools, options, search, okay, I've asked it to save my tab contents, and I've asked it to save, I'm not sure if it's here, maybe it's not here, I'm trying to remember where I put it, where it's put. One of these is to save your search history. I don't see, I can't tell, you know, these are very confusing, but that's because there's so many options. You ask it to save the search history. Yeah, see, right, well, that's to track it. And that tracks it with, there's a version change. But there's an option to save your history. It's somewhere in here. And I don't know where they put it. It's somewhere in here. It should be in search. I don't see it there. In one of my earlier videos I said where it was located, but I can't tell now. But because I'm saving the search history, this will give a list of all the verses I've looked up, and of course after a while that's not going to be what you want. And you can always select, like, I don't want that saved. I don't know why it even brought it up. So if you want to delete a certain verse that you don't want remembered, then you just do that and that deletes it. Okay, so this button is your verse history. This is the words that you've searched. You see, that's your search history. And you'll notice that it changes whether it's Hebrew or Greek or whatever. Okay, and of course if you want to eliminate it, you can. But it's per verse, okay? Like if I want to get rid of Bereshit. Oh, it's searching on it again. Oh, God. It's abort. I didn't want that. So obviously you don't want to do that. So now I have to clear the tab. How am I going to clear it? This is a really bad function. You can't be on the tab to clear the tab. You should be able to be on the tab to clear the tab, but you can't. Okay, so then I want to clear the command line too. Alright, so your word history, if you click on it, obviously what's going to happen, if you click on any of these, it's going to automatically search on it again. Okay, and I don't know how you close the searching of the, you know, if you want to get rid of your entire list. I don't know how you do that. I guess the auto means that it'll auto search. So let's see what happens here. Let's look for a word that isn't very common. Like here. And it searches on it. I don't want it to search. So you can't get rid of the search that way. So you have to actually go through the search process again before you can delete it. And you have to delete it one at a time. That's not very exciting. Oh, I want to clear tab. But see, clear tab 12. So that's a problem with the machine, you know, with the programming. They don't give you a good way to clear the whole history. And then of course you lose your place wherever it was you were if you accidentally did a search. And I don't know why it's storing stuff I never asked for. I never asked for any of this. I don't know why it's storing all that. I never wanted it. I never asked for it. This machine has only been up for like 3 days. I've never even searched on these verses. So I don't know why it's doing this. This is another flaw in the program. This is where I was. Okay, and I don't know how you clear the search history. Is there a way to clear the search history? No, there's no way to clear the search history. So I don't know why we just went through that. That's a program bug. You know, when you see a program bug, BibleWorks likes to know about it. They're very helpful. So tell them. Alright, of course you can't buy BibleWorks 8 anymore, but BibleWorks 9 is very similar. Okay, so where were we? I was showing the word history, and of course I've deleted everything now. You have to delete it one at a time. Alright, there's the browse toggle. It's the same function as down here. It's the same button, same meaning. Here's for the new browse window. Okay, these are their default buttons. This turns the analysis, see in the lower right hand corner. This turns the analysis on and off. This is for Bible dictionaries, and you have all of your dictionary choices. It's showing what you just last searched on there. Okay. And that took you to the top of the page. I have no idea who FAUS is. But see, it must be Fawcett. So here's the Fawcett dictionary. These are all bundled with BibleWorks. Fawcett, ISBE, and Easton are all bundled. A dictionary is not the same as a lexicon. A dictionary gives you ideas about stuff that scholars have put into sort of standardized format according, you know, to common scholarship about what these things all mean, about what the people are, the places and stuff. ISBE Encyclopedia is in here, and you have to search on these things individually. Okay, you could also type in here, in this window, if I wanted to say, let's say, old Okay, so see, and ISBE is more detailed than everybody else. Of course, it's telling you, you know, look at these entries instead of. Okay, now this is a nice feature in BibleWorks 8, which BibleWorks 5 didn't have. You can scroll with your mouse to go down through it. In BibleWorks 5, you couldn't do that. You had to use page down. It was very annoying. Okay, and so as you can see, I'm clicking on the left, and it's taking me to different entries, and that's in ISBE Dictionary, which is showing up here at the top. Then you got your lexicons, and these are all the lexicons I have installed. And so you can go individually to your lexicons if you want. And then you could copy text that you've highlighted to the editor to the clipboard. But the best function is search. This is a really cool thing. You type whatever you're looking for. Like, let's say I'm looking for Tophet. Tophet, which is another word for hell in Aramaic. And you got the choice of whether the and, these are Boolean ideas, and, or string. Usually string is the best. Alright, and then you click here for the top of the file. And it's going to search the entire Bible dictionary for every occurrence of Tophet. Okay? So it's going to do a find next, and you have to wait. Once you click on it, it's going to show cancel until it finds an occurrence. And it takes a while. Okay, I probably shouldn't have typed that word because I'm searching now in ISBE, and ISBE is a very big dictionary. And you got a progress indicator right there telling you how far it's searched. Okay? And then when it finds the next occurrence, it's going to be highlighted. But I actually don't know if it's gonna find it here. So let me do close because it's going to take too long. Otherwise, let me pick something a little more common. Oh, it won't close. Cancel. Okay. Let me pick something that's gonna come up soon. Let's just pick Aaron. Alright, because you can see Aaron right there on screen. And then find next. You see how it highlights? See? So all the occurrences of the word are highlighted. And you can scroll like this if you want. Alright? And you'll notice you got your little pop-up window. That can be kind of annoying if you're scrolling. Okay, but see, like, if find next will take you to the next section where the word Aaron is located. In this particular case, I'm searching on Aaron. So you see how helpful that is? I use this function a lot. Okay, because I remember, I'll say something and I remember seeing it in ISBE or some other BibleWorks dictionary or lexicon, but I can't remember which one. So this search function is really very helpful. Okay, so that's edit, search. That's how you get it. And then you just close. Okay, now your next thing, the system's starting to hang up again, is options, where you highlight the current verse or highlight the verse, reset the verse highlight reference. I'm not sure what that does, but you can reset the history of your searching there. So that's important. Okay, so that's what this AB with the little open book sign does. Okay, you can click on the AB or you can click on the arrow. This is your TSK database. Your TSK database shows up here if you click on the light bulb, but it also shows up if you click on XREFs down here. Okay. What's better about the XREFs window is that you get not only, oh God, am I locking up again? Let me get out. It's kind of glitchy here. There we go. See where it says TSK and you got this little button for the arrow? You got more than, in BibleWorks 8, you have more than one set of concordances. This acts like a concordance. In other words, I'm on Psalm 89:35, and what are the verses that are related to it as a concordance? The most common one used is Treasury of Scriptural Knowledge, and I use it quite a lot. You'll see me use it often in my BibleWorks 5 videos. BibleWorks 5 handles this kind of search better than BibleWorks 8. BibleWorks 8 does not give you the option to take, let's say, this verse highlighted, which is why I started out my video saying that you have to use a dark highlight, because it converts the text that you're on to white, which is stupid. So that's why you need a dark highlighter, otherwise you can't read the text. In BibleWorks 5, you could just hold the shift key down, click on the verse, and you get a new browse window. But you can't do that in BibleWorks 8. In BibleWorks 8, you can only open up a new cross-reference window. Okay, but that's only going to show the translation you've got. So if you want to change translations, if you wanted to see what it looked like in Greek, okay, you can't use your multi-version mode because it won't give you a new. See, this is the browse window. It's got all these versions in it. Let's say I wanted to see Psalm 110:4 in the same configuration. I can't do it in BibleWorks 8. BibleWorks 5 you could. BibleWorks 8 you can't. All right, and there's no solution to it. That's just a feature they flat removed. It's very annoying. So you can open up a new cross-reference window, which means you can make this cross-reference window floating and then go back to something else. All right, see, so now I can do summary, or I can do an analysis window. Okay, I'm not stuck with this. Okay, I've now got a floating window because I said in cross-reference I picked that, and that's what you see here. Okay, but you can't make a new browse window out of it. All right, there's no option here to make a new browse window. All right, show no verse text, show line. Why would you want that? Show a line of the verse, show the whole verse. Show the verse pop up when the mouse is over the verse. Well, so what? Show the verse pop up. Okay, so, but it's not giving me a pop up. I'm not getting that pop up. All right, so I can't see what this verse looks like in Hebrew and Greek and other translations. I can only see it in my current translation. I can change which concordance I want to use to any of these, all right, which is nice, but I can't see the verse in a new browse window. That's a flaw in BibleWorks 8. So the only way I can get there is if I go to the verse, and there's no option to just go to the verse. So that's something wrong with BibleWorks 8, and there's nothing around it. So you would have to literally go to your browse window, or take a new browse window, set up a new browse window now, okay, and then you're going to have to change to Psalm 110:4 in order to see Psalm 110:4. Okay, that's what you have to do. So that's a flaw. They didn't preserve the old option you had in BibleWorks 5. And that's a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. All right. So now we go back to analysis window so you can see the same thing that you saw before. But that's what this does. This opens up just TSK by itself, and then your cross-references window allows you to look at various concordances, whether it's ESV or NAU or Naves. See, like if I wanted Naves, I get that. I never use Naves because it tells you almost nothing. Here's Thompson chain reference. Some people really like that. I haven't really found anything exciting about it. Here's Tories. Okay. I mean, to me this is kind of useless. It's just a lot of white space. I can't stand white space. Okay, so normally I want to use the TSK. TSK gives you the most information that you can read. But again, you see the things that are wrong with that. So that's what this button did here, is it gave it to you just by itself. This has to do with what color you want to apply. And because I have too much highlighted, it won't do it. But if I wanted to just color this, and the problem is that once you do it, you can't undo it. Alright, so I'm not going to do it. This is where you apply the color to the selected text, or you apply the color to search results. There's no way to undo that as far as I can find. So that's why I don't use this. Alright. There is a way to set up the color, but I'm not sure how it works. To set up the color, so I just don't use this button at all because it's glitchy. You know, once you make the colors, then how do you undo it? Alright, probably clear hid highlighting, but I just don't even want to try because I can't change the color. Okay, it's like, how do you do this thing? It glitches up the window. Oh, now I'm having trouble with the recording again. I'm going to shut down and then resume. Okay, we're back. We had stopped with this button, and I don't know how to change its color. Maybe it's in Tools, Options. Let's see. Options, Strings, Fonts, Format, Searching, Bible Versions, Updates. This was the thing I was talking about earlier in the option flag, the other way that you can configure updates. Remember, I couldn't figure out what it was except from the options flag. See, you have in your options flags, you have this. Okay, but there, I told you there was another way, but I couldn't remember where it was. Here's where it is. Okay. So, you know, investigate that. This is for this one in particular is for adding options, adding Bibles. Let's say you set up your initial installation, just a few Bibles, and you want to add them. You want to click on this proceed button, and then you're going to have to get your CD if you ordered it on CD, or the download will automatically have that stuff on your machine. And that way you can add other Bible versions. It's kind of confusing because it presents you with a list of what you've already downloaded, and that makes you think that it's going to re-download what's already there, but it won't. Okay, so this is your other way of doing the updates, and I've used this before and it's worked pretty well. Okay, but as for this, I'm not sure. Analyzing the text, viewing the text, apply colors to selected text, choose. It's like, but there's no text. Oh, there we go. All right, see, that's not clear. That's not clear. See, tools, viewing the text. It says apply the colors. It doesn't say select what colors you want to apply. It just says apply them. So that's confusing. But what it really means is select the color, see? So here's your text color, which I don't happen to like. You get sharper contrast if you use dark blue rather than, see that dark blue right there? If you use this color right here rather than black, you get a sharper contrast. So I always like the blue better. And a blue background like this is not good. It's too light. And here's how you change that. You click the box here, one of these blank boxes. As you can see, I've already done this. You define custom colors, and then you drag that little star thing. You put your left click on your mouse and drag it. Hold your finger down on the left click, and then see in the right hand side where the color keeps changing. You get to the area where you see the colors approximately like what you want, and then you drag, left click and drag on this little triangle, and moving it up to get it lighter and lighter and lighter, and maybe about there. That's lighter than what's at what is an option. And then you click on add to custom colors, and then you use that. See, it's much better. All right, and then I guess that's the name of the color file. I have no idea what that means. But you can look it up and figure it out what it means. There's so many things to learn in BibleWorks. There's just so many things that I will learn sometime later myself. As you can see, that's a lot lighter now. So now you have to highlight the text first, and then you click on this A, and it says apply color to the browse window text. It only works there. All right, and then I've done that. Trouble is, I don't know how to get rid of that color. Okay, repeat last copy command, copy selected text, search for a phrase, apply color to the text, open color selection window, or clear head highlighting. I'm guessing it's clear head highlighting. Let's see if that works. No, that didn't work. I don't know how you get rid of it once you've colored it. Okay, apply color to selected text. All right, well, that just did it again. Open color selection window. Well, what if you want to get rid of it? I don't know. Oh, remove color from selected verse. This thing right here. That's kind of a complicated way to get rid of it. All right, and now close. So now it's gone. So now you know how to remove it too. No program is perfect. This program is very close to perfect. Okay, cloning BibleWorks. This button brings up a second copy of BibleWorks, a whole second program. Obviously, it dedicates the memory space, so if you don't have, like, at least a gig of RAM, this is not going to be a good idea. And it takes a long time. BibleWorks 8 takes a long time to load. It might not take as long in your system. I think it's a function of how many Bibles you've installed and how many customizations you've installed. All right, so see, this is a second full set of BibleWorks. That's kind of useful sometimes when you're looking at multiple passages and you want to have the full access and usage of the stuff in passage A versus passage B. All right, now how many times can you clone BibleWorks? I think it depends on your RAM. Okay, I'm not going to try and test that here because I'm afraid that it'll, make the machine go wonko. Because I'm already having problem recording with BibleWorks 8 as it is. So that's what this button does, cloning BibleWorks. All right, and as you can see, tooltips are not always working immediately. This is your favorites window, and I'm going to cover how to create favorites. These are the favorites I've created up here, and I'm going to be covering those in a future video, so I'm not going to explain that here. But this is like if you wanted to edit all of your favorites at once or look at all of them at once. But see, you can also get your favorites from down here. That's if you want to access them. Alright, like if I wanted to switch from basic, which is what I'm in now, to my foreign language collection, which is one Bible from each language I can read or use. I can't read Indonesian, but I can use it. Okay. Then see, this is my foreign language collection. I picked one Bible from each language. And they have many more languages than the ones I'm showing, okay? They have pretty much every language on the planet in the actual BibleWorks collection. So when you first install it, you'll see you have almost every language I've ever heard of, at least, is in there. Okay, maybe not all the dialects, but every main language. All right, so this is a version of what this will do, but this just selects. All right, so like if I want to go now to Italian, I'm getting all the Italian versions that BibleWorks has. And if I wanted to compare the Italian versions for which one is best. Okay, and so now I'm back to basic. Now we're on to our we finished the favorites. See, if you click on the arrow, you get to choose the favorites just like you do from here. And that can be kind of important because you might have done this with your results window because you're not using it. So then you can't access it from here, but you can access it from here. Or if you want to do that, you can do that. That's if you click on the actual icon rather than the arrow. This turns your version notes on and off. As you can see in the NAU, for example, the text changed. Watch. Look at the NAU. Look at this. All right. It changes. It's just changed with the notes on and off. Okay, and that only applies to your search version. So if I change the search version, which I can do very much on the fly without changing my favorites, by putting your mouse cursor on the version name, right click, and then make this the current search version, then if I toggle the notes, it'll show it for the KJV. Look at the KJV while I do this. I'm clicking on the version notes toggle. Oh, it's still doing it for NAU. Ah, there. See, it's also doing it for the KJV. Alright, it's doing it for both of them at the same time. KJV doesn't show its notes the same way. Okay, those are translator notes now. That's what makes that important. Okay, then you have the synopsis tool. I'm doing okay on my recording. This is a very important little baby. It's configured to your default search option in your favorites. Like right now I'm in basic and my default search option is the NAU. Okay, so the default, this is for the Synoptic Gospels. As you can see, it's displaying it in its own order. Okay, you also have a choice of button bars. Okay, but you have to do it per version window. Alright? And then up here you can scroll the events. They've targeted the events. Unfortunately you cannot, yeah, I guess you can. You can increase the window, see? So that you can look down at different passages. And if it's only covered in one of the, or two of the Bible versions, then that's all it's going to show. Here it's covered in 3 of them, all right? So it shows. See, so that's really kind of handy, but your mouse wheel does not work in this window. You have to, unfortunately, use the scroll. You have to drag the scroll bar here in order to, that's putting your index finger on your left mouse button, keeping that finger down, and then putting the cursor, the mouse, over the scroll bar, which is very hard to read because it's so long, and then moving, keeping your finger pressed on the left mouse button as you do it. Okay, so like here, the Lord's Prayer is in 3, and unfortunately, like I said, you have to scroll to find it where it's in all of them. Like the Light of the World verse is in all 4 Gospels. You see how that works? That's really clever. All right. You're showing the verse. You can also show the outline heading, but you have to do it per version. You can't do it pan version. And like, let's say you wanted to compare see, if you want to compare different translations also at the same time, then you have to show what are called the browse list boxes. And generally speaking, I don't like that show current verse thing. See what I'm getting rid of now? See, there are a lot of options. That's why this is so complicated. Okay, now that's basically like my browse window. See how I've matched it? Except for I've used these extra buttons to show more buttons. Because you can't see any buttons if I don't say show more buttons. They don't show the default 2. Okay? So this is the way you can get it to look as much like your browse window as possible, and you do have to go through that every time. I think it saves it. Let's save this. I think the next time you open up the synopsis tool, it saves the last settings. We'll see. We're going to open it up again. It doesn't. It doesn't save your settings. That's an unfortunate thing. Okay? It has its own default. You probably can reconfigure your initial, but I'm not sure how to do that. All right? So that's how it always defaults to the beginning of the books. But this is useful. I use this in the synoptics videos. I first configure my windows in advance, and then I do the video in BibleWorks 5. But BibleWorks 8 is substantially the same. Okay, so that's the synopsis tool button. That's what that does. Okay, the next one is to synchronize the windows. But since I've only got one window up here, then it's not really doing anything. Okay, that synchronizing the windows only works when you have more than one browse window. Okay, now let me show you. See, it's now showing up real small. So now I'm going to synchronize the windows. I'm clicking on synchronizing the windows. Now watch what happens when I change this. I change it to Psalm 88. And it didn't synchronize. But now it did. Okay, so that's the point. Is that when you click on synchronize windows, you have to do it after you've got 2 windows up. Alright, I don't know why you would want to synchronize those windows unless you're looking at another translation, maybe here. Okay, that might be an advantage. If you're looking at one translation here versus another translation here, that would be a use of it. Okay, now presumably this is a toggle, so you click on synchronize windows a second time in order to undo the synchronization. And now if I want to change to Psalm 89, it'll change to Psalm 89, right, and see, and it didn't synchronize here. So it's a toggle. Alright. But that only applies if you've got more than one browse window already open. This next item is to export Bible text to a file. You first have to select the text before you can export it. So then you first select the text, and then it's saying, here, you want to export it, but what version do you want to export? That's kind of a sad thing because it's not automatically understanding you want to export what you just highlighted. Alright? And as you'll notice, it's also got a default range, which is the whole Bible here. You can literally export the whole Bible translation somewhere else. That's their default. You'll have to specify it here if you want to export a different range. So it does not look at what you've selected. It does not look at the browse window you're in. You have to literally select the version. And here you hold down again, you press down on your left mouse button, and you must scroll, keeping your finger depressed on your left mouse button while your mouse is over the scroll bar and you're holding, that's what's holding down the scroll. You cannot use your mouse wheel for this. Okay, and then you can pick from all the BibleWorks versions of Bibles that you've installed. Okay, and then you can save that export as a template, but it's only going to store the references, the names of the verses. It's not going to store the verses. So that's kind of stupid. I don't know why anybody would want to do that. And you can export your notes and your cross-references also. That's referring down here, see, to your notes. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to have to say close. When it says export notes and cross-references, I'm having trouble with my machine again. I'm going to have to shut off. Let me see if I can get this much done. When it says export notes and cross-references, it means your notes window and everything in your notes window. And when it says cross-references, it means everything in your cross-references also. But my machine is hanging up now, which means that I've recorded for too long because it's going too slow. All of your cross-references could also be exported to a file. And that's where I'm going to stop it. Okay, where we had stopped was we were talking about exporting to a file and how you had to specify your Bible references here. And you can save this as a template, but I don't see the point. You're only saving the references rather than the text. Maybe because you could just call up the template and it will actually export the text. That's probable. Alright. So if you wanted to save this, you didn't have to continually recall the verses, the same verses you're going to export, then that might be useful. And then presumably if you've done that, saved it as a template, you're going to get it, it's going to have a little button here that allows you to select your past choices. I don't know, I don't use this. Then this one was export notes and cross-references. That's in case you wanted to do that. Alright? But I'm not going to have that checked. Just pretend that you can check it. Pretend it was checked. Because I have to show you what that means again. Your notes are right here. Any notes that you've got for the range that you've picked. And any cross-references that are listed. That's pretty extensive. That's going to be a pretty extensive document you're going to be exporting. Alright? So that's what export to file does. Alright? Now if I clicked OK, it would actually do that. So I'm not going to do that here. And it would do that only in the Portuguese because that's what I've got selected was the Portuguese. So you have to select only one version at a time, apparently. I don't think you can do... Let's see if you can... Yeah, you can only select one version at a time to do that. Alright, and you just select close if you don't want to do that, because obviously you don't, otherwise it'll probably take 5 minutes to export a whole Bible in that version. But that's a pretty powerful feature. It saves you a lot of typing. This, of course, is the copy window. We've seen that before. This is if you want a new editor. See, in other words, you've got your editor here, but if you wanted a floating editor window, and this is a very handy feature, okay, you could just create a floating window out of your current verse that you see showing in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, or you can click on New and it's going to give you a floating window. I'm a big fan of floating windows, but here's the problem with the floating windows. As you can see, your new floating window does not retain, see, look, down here I have configured the buttons, but a new window doesn't know the configuration of the buttons. So it looks like the configuration of the buttons is only good for the window that you've selected, which is a flaw in BibleWorks. I'm sure hopefully somebody would have told them, and they will have fixed it in version 9, because this is dumb. If you go to the trouble of changing all of your buttons here, they should become the default here. I'm sure there's a way to create that. So since you don't see that here, then you just click on this, looks like a dice of 6s, and at least you get all the buttons to show in your new window. Okay, so that's that selection, and that's what you can do. Floating windows are a good thing. They really are. Alright, so far I'm okay on time. Okay, the next button option is the keyboard. This is a BibleWorks keyboard. And I sort of showed you that earlier versions. This is the default for English. You can map them differently here. That's a complicated thing, and it's very annoying to do, but you can remap them. And then you've got all these other languages that you can use for keyboards. Okay, you usually use English. It depends on what your native tongue is. And then you got Hebrew here. Alright, and then you got Greek here. And then if you hold down the shift key, you see what the shifted values are. Well, it's not doing that. It should do that. Alright, I don't know why it's not doing that. When you hit the shift key, cancel. Alright, when you hit the shift key, you're supposed to see the shifted values, but it's not showing them. I don't know why. It's not working. I don't know why. It works fine in BibleWorks 5. That's all I can tell you. It's not working here. Alright? And then here are your keyboard layouts, whether you select which is your default keyboard. Alright? We've covered that before. Alright, so that's what that one did. And again, this BibleWorks keyboard is supposed to show the shifted values, and it's not showing them. And why it doesn't, I don't know. Okay? Just a flaw in the program. Okay. Parallel versions. This is kind of important. I haven't created any parallel versions. But see, what you could do is you could have that one be first, and you say okay to King James. Versions to display in parallel. Oh, you have to click on add. Alright, and then let's say you wanted to compare that to, I don't know, let's say Brenton, which isn't really a good idea. Let's pick NAU. I don't use this option because the multi-browser window does the same thing. So we'll add the NIRV, which I've never even used it. And we'll add the New Jerusalem. Okay, and so now we've got 3 parallel versions displayed. Alright, so that's an okay. So now you've set that up, and so now you get another floating window that's like the synoptic window, only it's for the Bible versions that you've selected, plus you've got your buttons here. Uh-oh, my computer's slowing down again. Only you've got your version options here. You've got buttons, and you can scroll through the text. See? Verse by verse. Go back to your previous verse. Next chapter. And see, it makes them uniform. This can be kind of handy if that's the way you like to read Bible. I don't read it this way, but a lot of people like this. Okay, this is book and book. See, it's scrolling. Alright. I don't particularly like that because I like to use my own version. I like to use just this because I can use my mouse wheel and see the versions this way. I'm using my mouse wheel to scroll instead of holding down the scroll bar with my left finger on my left mouse button, dragging it and holding it. The mouse wheel is much better. Okay, so we've covered that. We've covered parallel versions. Oh God. Okay, I'm going to stop again and we'll pick up in the next increment with the next button. Okay, we're back. Alright, we had stopped at this. I'm not even sure if you saw it. So I'm going to record again and I'll have to cut this. This is their parallel Hebrew and LXX version. It's buggy. It's buggy because it says that you can change your default Greek and Hebrew lexicon. And I prefer Thayer for Greek, which is how I have it set up elsewhere in BibleWorks. And I have Quote as my defaults. But instead, I'm getting Halot and Layman. These are two purchasable Bible lexicons, which I did not specify as my defaults. So I do not know why I'm getting what I did not want. Also, I'm getting this thing in the middle with lemmas that I also didn't want, and I don't have any way of getting rid of it. Okay? There are no options to allow me to get rid of it. Unless I can get rid of it this way. Let's see if I can get rid of it this way. Alignment search window. No, that didn't allow me to get rid of it. Alright, I don't want these. I don't want the dictionaries and I don't want this analysis. It's just a lot of extra junk that I don't need to remember. I got what I want. But unfortunately, I'm not being allowed to change these options. Now maybe in a later version of BibleWorks I can do that, but not here. Alright, so the parallel in Hebrew and LXX that you see here is not the way it worked in my other version of 8 that was on my other machine before it crashed due to a BibleWorks update. So I don't know what's wrong here and I can't change it. Alright, because even when you close it, let's see what happens if I close BibleWorks. Maybe I have to restart it. Is that the problem? See, that's what's wrong with software today, is it's so complicated. And they're trying to be nice, you know, give you lots of options. But there are just too many different conflicts between one program and another. And when you make it too fancy and you change the interface, this makes it hard on the user. So now I've, you know, restarted it. Let's see if I get what I want in the parallel Hebrew and LXX. No. So this is a flaw in BibleWorks. This is not the way it worked with the one with the update. So I'll have to try the update and see if it doesn't crash my machine, and I'll report back to you on this. I can't do this now. Alright. There's another little thing here that I just inserted after the last time my recording crashed, which is the flashcard module. That's here in Resources. Where is it? Tools, viewing the text, analyzing, viewing, importing, exporting, language tools. See this vocabulary flash module? That's only available for Greek. Okay, you can get flashcards in Hebrew from Amazon. Bible flashcards, I've got a bunch of them. I've never used them, but I got them. But they're actually embedded in here, and let me show you what they look like. Oh God, did I just turn it off? Well, I can't show you what they look like. The whole thing just froze. The whole screen just froze. Great. Okay, I can't show this to you. I don't know if you see the recording or not, but this thing here calls up a flashcard with an audio on the pronunciation of the Greek, and their pronunciation is somewhere between Booth and Erasmus. But I can't show it to you because there are keyboard conflicts as usual,
between my recording program and BibleWorks 8. The two don't get along, so I will not be doing videos using BibleWorks 8. It's just too much trouble. Okay, so if you were to click on that, you would get the same thing as this thing. But I can't show it to you because otherwise it's going to crash the program. Alright? So we've covered parallel versions, we've covered we got bugs with the flashcard module, at least in recording. We got bugs with the keyboard, you can't show the shifted keys. Okay, the keyboard layouts you saw. Parallel versions we constructed, but it doesn't save unless you create it as a favorite. That's a bug. Open Parallel Hebrew, we just saw the bug with that. You make changes, but they won't listen to you. And then you got this thing, which is an interlinear that requires you to use the morphology database. I'm not going to do that because the morphology databases are a pain in the neck. Alright, so you're going to have to experiment with what this does on your own. Then the setup window is the same thing as you've seen me do many times with these option flags. Alright, this is button bar setup. And this is where I was when it crashed the last time. You have options. I've already configured my buttons, alright, the way I like them. But let's say you wanted other ones. Like you want to have text compare options. I have no idea what that does and I don't even care. Because I can compare my text in my browse window. I don't need it. This is to diagram sentences. Diagramming sentences to me is a useless occupation. It is very popular in Hebrew and Greek seminary teaching. I think it's useless. It was useless to me in the 4th grade when I learned it for English. And I'm not going to go through that now, but maybe you want that. Okay, this has to do with the KWIC database and their collocation tables about frequencies of words and how words fit together. And maybe you like that, maybe you don't. I don't happen to think it's useful, and so I'm not using it. This is their graphic search engine. It's a very complicated thing. You can also access it by just hitting the function 9 key, which I cannot do while I record. That's a diagramming. That's like diagramming here, only this is a diagram search. I find it totally useless. In 10 years I've never used it, and feel free if you want to. I don't even want to spend time on it. BibleWorks map module. This is useful, but I can't show it to you. This is their map of the holy places and stuff like that. It's very useful, but it takes up too much RAM and it's going to crash the machine if I show it. This is for the lexicons. If you want to add the lexicons as a separate thing, then you can add this to your button bar. Okay, and you do that by adding it here. It automatically goes to the end. If you want to change where it's located, look right up here at the top while I do this. I'm going to click the move up button and it's going to move this. Alright? See, right now it's here at the bottom, but now I'm going to move it up. And as you can see, it's moving that little A up. Alright? So I don't know, where should it go? Maybe just before. Oh god, it hung up. I'm going to lose my recording. Damn. Okay, I'm going to have to stop recording. This thing is not working. It's causing a hang in my system. But anyway, right now it's right before the verse copy window. So it's right here. Alright, but I'm going to have to stop because the keyboard conflicts are too many. I can't even move my mouse now. Alright, so I'm going to stop. Okay, this is where we were. And I reset it. It's, as you saw, it was just before. It's just right up here, the lexicons. But if I don't want that at all, because I don't need it, it's just extraneous, I click remove and it went back to the left hand side. Okay, this is where you can open a floating resource summary window. Alright, and I think I like that, so I'm going to add it. And you'll notice that it added it to the same place where the last one was, which is kind of weird. I didn't ask for that, but it did.
All right, so I don't think I want the resource window there. I think I want it right next to BibleWorks cloning, because these two things are really similar. They open up new floating aspects of BibleWorks, so I think I want that there. All right, so then your next thing, and this is really important, but it's only for sophisticated users. You can literally make your own version of the Bible. Okay, so build user version, which is in the left here. You can have a hot button so that if you're creating a new version of the Bible, your own translation or whatever, you can add that as a hot button so you can access it, building a new version quickly. All right. If you want to edit external links, this has BibleWorks 8 has a function where you can create and maintain and save a bunch of external links that you might be using while studying. So you want a hot button if you want to edit those, so you can add that. You can do something called generating a verse report, which I've never done because usually the defaults are not the kind of defaults I like. But you can add that as a hot button. The word list manager you've already seen. Oh no, I didn't do the word list manager. So let's do that. Let's add that. Okay, now the word list manager is sitting in front of where the last thing was that I inserted, but I'm going to want to move that forward next to my word history manager, because word list and word history are going to want to be in the same place. So now I got the verse list manager, and I'm going to want that too, so I click add. Okay, now I put the verse list just before the word list, but I want it to be there instead. Oops. I put the word list in the wrong place. Let's move it down after word history. And then I want the verse list manager to be just after verse history. So you see, that's how that works. Then there's this thing called ERMI, and that, I forget what that is. I've never used it. So you can practice with that, or if you know what that is. That's a big thing with a lot of people that are in Bible scholarship, and I haven't ever learned it. So, if you want a Strong's toggle to be on and off as a hot button for your browse window, then you want to add that there. If you want to copy your verse list, and I think I do, I think I like that idea. If you want to copy your verse list, then you decide where you want that to go, and where I want it to go is right next to the copy, so I don't have to use that stupid copy thing anymore. So I'm moving it down, so it's right next to the copy dialog, just after it. There. Alright, so let's close and have a look at how this works. Copy verse list. Oh, the verse list box doesn't have any entries. Alright, so it's a blind thing. Well, then I don't want it. Alright, so then I go back to my button bar. And I want to remove that, so I remove it. Alright, then we got the BibleWorks timeline. The BibleWorks timeline is a built-in, I'll have to show you what it is. Let me add it so I can show you. Okay, let's put the timeline all the way at the bottom. Well, just before button bar. Okay, let me show you what that is. But I'm going to do it in the next increment because I'm afraid it's going to kill this machine. Okay, back again, and we're still going through how you can change buttons, but I had stopped at the timeline because I want to show you what that is. This is the typical scholarship idea of when things happen in the Bible. Frankly, most of it I find kind of useless. Well, not most of it. The Old Testament stuff in particular, I don't care for, because they don't really go by the Bible. They're not using the Bible. See, they're saying that creation occurred here. Okay? The Bible tells you it was 4106 BC. I don't know why people don't know that. Alright? And, so all their timelines prior, like what they used, they got it right for entry into the Promised Land at 1400. That's true. Alright? They got some of their other dates are reasonably okay. But you'll notice that Exodus in the wilderness, they got Moses. Well, he was actually born in 1520, so that's close enough. They have entry into Egypt when? They have flood to the Exodus. The flood occurred in 2450 BC, per the Bible, not per scholars. They have that listed here. No, I don't understand what they're doing here. The flood occurred 2450. Okay, this date's wrong. That might be Noah's birth. It won't be wrong if it's his birth. It just says Noah, so I don't know what about Noah it's saying. But the flood occurred in 2450 BC, and I don't see them showing that. All right. Shem was born a year after the flood. No, Shem was born 100 years before the flood. Oh, this is wrong. Shem was almost 100 years old when the flood occurred. So this is wrong. So, the thing is that they will allow you to edit the timeline. I can't show it to you here because it'll crash the machine. But you are allowed to edit this to your own liking and to your own idea of what's correct or not. So that's what's good about this timeline, is that you can edit it. And you can also see what other people think the times were. Obviously the entries get a lot more, this is when they think Joash ruled and Jeroboam. All right. Their dates for Saul are wrong. Dates for Saul and Samuel were off. I forget, it's like by 100 years. But you can pursue this at your leisure. You can expand the timeline. You can modify the properties. There's lots of things you can do here. And, look right here. You can save it. And also, obviously, if you made a mistake, you wouldn't want to save it. And if you save it, my suggestion is, see where it says World TL? Look for that file first before you edit the timeline. Save it in a separate place first so that you'll always have the default available, and then make your editing. And then if you make a mistake, then you can always copy back the original file. Okay, I'm still okay. Alright, so we were at all these things that these buttons mean. We'd gotten down to the timeline, which I had added. And then after that is Nave's topics. Nave is an old Bible scholar, and he organizes topics by nouns and stuff. A lot of people use it. I find it too basic for my usage. Choosing the search version, you can have a hot button for that, but as you saw, all you have to do is lightly click your left mouse button with your index finger, and then right click, make this the current search version, or so you can do that on any search version you've got displayed. So I don't see a reason to have a hot button for choosing the search version. There's 3 different ways to do it. Help window, for the same reason, you don't need that. You can just click on the word help. Set version display order, yeah, if you want that. Okay, but it's just as easy to use the menu. Set search range, that's probably a good idea, so let's add that. And we're going to have our search range move up. See the little hand moving at the top, nearly at the top of the screen? Where do I want that to go? I want it in front of version notes. I'm not sure where I want it to go. Put it before the synoptics, just after version notes. Okay, so now my search range is there. Okay. So then you have the search version. You can also add the set version display order. All right, or choose your display versions. And you've seen how I've done it now 3 times. How you add it to the right hand side by clicking the add button. Then you have a thing called Morphology Assistant, which I have absolutely no use for, so that's up to you. Then your Bible outline. You can have the Bible outline. Let's show that. You can have your Bible outline be a separate hot button. And I'm going to move that up to just after the timeline. Timeline and outline sound a lot alike, so that's easy to remember. See? Now the reason why it's not showing up real well here is because I've got my font set on too large for what BibleWorks likes. So you can't read them. I have my font set large so they show up well in the video. Alright, but see, if you had your font set smaller, this is the title of the outline, God's Covenant with David, God's Eternity and Human Frailty. It wouldn't show up goofball like it is in my video. Okay, because it's too large for BibleWorks. Okay, and then you can go from chapter to chapter. You can go here and look at, you can barely read this, Descendants of Shem. Alright, see now you can read it if you look at the entry above it because of the size of my fonts. So it doesn't show well, but it'll show well in yours. That's kind of useful. Alright, that way you're going from place to place using this separately rather than, you can do the same thing if you do this. But see, this is so easy to move, you can easily go to the wrong place. Alright, so that's how that works. Alright, what else can we edit? What else were you able to do? Alright, so we talked about the morphology and the command line assistant. That's to help you understand. See this thing up here? This is the command line up at the top. It's going to make that noise because it wants me to close the window. But see where it says enter search words or verse here? That's what your command line is. If you need assistance in that, then you want to have that as your hot button. In which case you would just click the add button, it would move it to the right, and then you move it up or down as you see fit. And if at any time you don't like that, or you want to just change everything back to the initial, then just click the reset button. So that closes it for the buttons. Sorry it took me so long. Sorry there have been so many fits and starts.
Okay, this is the BibleWorks map module. And when you first do it, you see this little helpful hint, which you can click on the box so you don't see it again. Okay, this is your, I don't know, background maps. And then here are your presets, I guess. But it's kind of pretty. As you can see, this is Israel. And you can select whether you want satellite, Landsat, land cover, Africa, Middle East. Okay. Places mentioned in the Song of Solomon. You can widen this, good. You see? So that if you're reading the book of Leviticus and you want to see the places mentioned in Leviticus, you check it. And here you can see Canaan. And if that's too hard to see because it's a relief map, you can elect, I'm using this for the first time, so satellite imagery, I don't know if that's going to be good. God, I don't know if it's going to hang up the machine. There, that's satellite imagery. Alright, if you don't want that, then turn it off. You got elevation, and that's showing you elevation. Turning that off, now you got nothing but the word Canaan. So let's try land cover. That makes it a little easier to read, except no cities are listed. Okay, because I said places mentioned in Leviticus is what I had checked. So now I uncheck that, and let's look for places mentioned in Exodus. There, see? So the most readable is going to be if you use, what did I check? Land cover. This one right here, land cover. That makes the place names easiest to see. Okay? And then, of course, I've got this really I don't know how to use this yet, okay? And there's no minimize or sizing. I guess you could do this to size it down and move it down here. And then you can widen the map, but apparently not enough. Alright, to be able to see what's over here on the left-hand side, there's no scroll bar, and it's causing my machine to hang up. But at least you know that if you elect the... See, this is not working. So we're going to click that off, and we're going to click that off, because this is causing too much trouble while I record it. As you can see, the video is not working real well. It takes a while to recover. But that's what happens if you click this thing that looks like a north, south, east, and west. This button right here, that's the map module. And unfortunately, it's not showing the tooltip, so it'll tell you that's what it is. There, now maybe it's there. See, BibleWorks map module. So that's a kind of cool thing. Unfortunately, I can't show it to you because, like I said, BibleWorks 8 and my screen recorder don't get along at all. So I will not be doing my regular videos, my exegetical videos using BibleWorks 8. It's just too much trouble. I always have to restart and restart, and it's just a nightmare. Okay, so that was on the map module. The other thing I wanted to show you is right here. It turns out that when I said my exegesis, oh God, it's freezing up again. When I wanted to show this, the exegesis, the reason why I couldn't get more Greek versions to display was because I hadn't selected, I was selecting the Old Testament, and in the Old Testament there's only the LXX. Alright, so for the New Testament, just so that you see this, you've seen me do this before. Okay, this is the Byzantine. It's showing in the wrong order. This is another bug in BibleWorks. I have set it up so that this is supposed to display first in my display order, but it won't do that. Okay, so that's a bug, and I don't know how to fix it yet. I've restarted the machine, I've changed it over and over, I've saved it, it doesn't matter, it won't listen to me. Okay, so the version order doesn't properly work when you're using multiple Greek texts. This was supposed to be first. That's what it's set up in my version order, but it won't display. So that's usually first. This is BibleWorks' own versions. See, tools. It's going to die on me. I'm going to have to stop it. I'll come back in the next increment.
Okay, I got a better version of the map but then lost the sound, so I'm going to just try to recap what I'm saying here. I'm trying to show you how to make what you see on screen. First, you want to check that box where it says background bitmaps. That's really important. And that's going to enable you to see different versions. Elevation is the first version that they show, but that's really just a granular sort of overview of the elevations that they don't really help much. I wasn't really pleased with the way that turned out. And I don't know what else I was saying during this when I lost the sound, but basically, you know, you don't want to check elevations. The second one is satellite imagery, and that's, you know, basically what you see like in a street map when you switch to satellite. That too is not very helpful unless you're used to it or you've been trained in reading that kind of imagery. I don't prefer that sort of thing, and those are the options, but they're no good as far as I'm concerned. Okay, the one that I'm using is going to show up next, and that is called land cover. And I've checked that, and it automatically checks those two boxes, Western and Eastern Med, which you zoom to see. And I'm using the zoom. I'm showing you now how to use the zoom. Okay, zooming left is to zoom out, to show more of the area. Zooming right is to zoom in, showing less of the area but in more detail. Okay, and you move it very, very slightly. Just like in Google Maps, you want to move it very slightly. Okay, and then, you know, you have to, if you click on that, you're going to get all those boxes checked, which you want. The next one is borders and waterway, which all those white squiggly lines are waterways. And it's covering the whole area, but that's because you can zoom out the map. I mean, you can just pick one area, but since we're only showing the Middle East, then you might as well just cover them all. And you get that by clicking on borders and water overlays. Okay. And then again, zooming it left in order to zoom out so you see more of the area, but the text then gets smaller. And then you'd be moving it right in order to see less of the area but in more detail. Okay. I'm not sure what I said next. I'm waiting to see what the cursor does, and then I'll tell you what it was I did. I think I'm talking about the amazement that I had at all that water. The whole place is just floating on water, and it's an earthquake zone, actually. But not too many earthquakes have happened in recent memory. But you can see the whole place is floating on water, so it's not really as dry as it looks. I think that's about all I said at this segment. Okay, so now I'm showing the zoom again, and we're zooming in to show the area better and to show the text being bigger, because the text will get bigger. See how much bigger it is there? Okay, and you can see more about the water, and especially Jerusalem, which, according to my pastor when he exegeted Revelation, every single verse in Revelation during the years that Edward P.F. 123 claimed to be there but wasn't, because I was there, he exegeted it verse by verse, and he says that in Zechariah 14 at the second advent, Jerusalem was split north-south, so there's going to be an east-west port going all the way out to the Mediterranean. Okay, so it's going to become a freshwater port, which is really amazing because the Mediterranean, of course, is a sea. And it's bounded by the Dead Sea, and it's going to bisect the Dead Sea also. So it's going to be running east-west. The new port is going to run east-west. So now I'm showing you how to zoom in and zoom out, how the effect it has on the text. Okay, and I think next I'm going to show you how to increase the size of the text. I don't remember. I'm just showing how the zoom function works, how very little you need to change it in order to get big changes on the screen. But at some point I show you how to do just zoom the text. Maybe not yet. I'm probably still talking about the waterways, how many of them there are. So as you can see, you know, it is really a land of milk and honey, because you got all these waterways. I mean, even in the U.S. we don't have that much water available. It's way deep. Okay, and they have a salinization problem because it's so deep. I must be talking about the earthquake in Jerusalem right now. Yeah, I'm talking about going east-west. See, that's the way the hand is moving. That's to illustrate what's going to happen at the second advent when it splits Jerusalem in two, and the canal is going to be running right in the middle of the city. That's predicted in Zechariah 14. And to some extent, it's talked about in Revelation 21. So now I'm going back to the zoom again, and I'm showing zooming out. And it takes a while for it to occur. Okay. And so now it's a question of seeing what the whole area is. And those are modern day city names, by the way, at the moment. And I was trying to show the whole split, seeing that it might go across all the way across Saudi Arabia, which maybe it will, I don't remember. So it would actually bisect the middle of the earth, which would be very interesting. Okay, see, now that's when you zoom it all the way to the left, and you can see the connection to the three continents. And what I wanted to show was, see how much water is concentrated in that area? Isn't that amazing? Look at all that water. Those are those white lines. That's the water. But you wouldn't know it to look at it on the surface. Okay, so now we're zooming it up again in order to get the text size to be better. And it slightly increases the text. Again, I'm focusing on the central location of Jerusalem. And increasing the size of the text again, in order to show the effect of that. Like I said, you have to be really careful. Okay? and then increasing the size of the text again, or actually just the zoom, what that does to the size of the text. You'll notice that some of the cities are overlapping because, you know, cities have names that changed. Okay, that's one of the ways that you know the Old Testament is not written 700 BC and later, because the place names changed over the years. Okay, I'm going to try to record this again. Hopefully I won't lose the recording. I don't know why the screen recorder cuts off. I want to show you some things. You saw this, but now I've taken away the place names. It bombed the last time. I couldn't get rid of them when I tried in order to save memory. Again, background bitmaps, you want that on. Okay, if you turn it off, you could get that. I don't know how come I got that. All I did was click on the name background bitmaps and nothing changed. But apparently that made it change. I don't know why. And then what I had shown was that I had land cover. Oh, I got rid of land cover. I mean, I didn't uncheck it, but it unchecked itself. So if you uncheck land cover, you get, you know, a pencil sketch type map. And all these, you know, periwinkle colored lines are water. And obviously the dark blue lines are water, and the red lines are political boundaries. So that's kind of cool. We'll leave it like that. Maybe that makes it easier to see. Okay, now here's what's so cool about this. What gave me the waterways was this little button here, borders and water overlays. Now you can't see anything. So that was the only thing that was working. So basically everything was off except for borders and the water overlays. So far I'm still recording. I am so paranoid about this. That's the air conditioning in the background. Okay, so that's all it's on is borders and water overlays. Now watch this. Let's say you're reading the book of Numbers and you want to get a sense of where the places of the books of Numbers are located. Bingo. Now what I didn't have a chance to show you in the last video because it bombed was, see here this plus A? That makes the names bigger, but it's also going to make them overlap. Alright? And you'll notice that you kind of need to do that. So when they start to overlap, what you want to do is you want to zoom to the right. So it'll be bigger, but you got to be careful how much bigger. Again, you know, less is more. Okay, and if you can't stand all that white, then what you do is just turn on land cover right here. Hopefully this won't bomb. See? So now that makes it, gives you a little more contrast. Alright? But you could be doing this per book. That's what's so cool. All I've done is check the places mentioned in Numbers at the time of Numbers, so that you can read along and sort of get a sense as you're reading where this stuff is taking place. And of course, you know, you can zoom out a little bit going to the left, but then your place names are not going to be so easy to read. You can only read the really big names. You can't read these little towns in here. Okay? So for that you would have to increase the text size or zoom it more to the right. But that's what's so cool about this. It's just per book. Okay? Most of your atlases, and I just got one in the mail, even Tim Dowley, which is my favorite atlas, they don't give you this kind of pinpoint control. Okay? This kind of customization. So this is a really good feature, and you access it right up here. Let me pull this down a little bit so you'll see the tooltip. See where it says this thing? Oh God, I hope my computer doesn't die now. Wait a minute. Let me minimize this window. It's not letting me minimize. Okay, yeah. See, this tooltip is the BibleWorks map module. That's what I clicked on to get this. Okay? So that is really like absolutely cool that you can do that. Okay, and then you can increase the text size or decrease it. But see, as you increase it, you're increasing all these small towns that weren't showing. So then you're going to have to do your zoom thing. And I'm beginning to lose control of the machine because it's not responding. So I'm going to quit now, and hopefully I can do it again in the next increment. Get into favorites, how to create them. And this is a peculiarly annoying task, primarily because you have so many different Bibles, and the display order has to be done individually per Bible. But once you configure your favorites, you're going to be real happy with it. So you could just go through the initial grunt of it. Now there are a number of ways that you can begin to do this. Okay, you have these as your main options, so you never have to remember the buttons. Okay, I don't use these very much. I'm a button person. Okay, we will be spending a lot of time on these options here in later videos. Okay, but right now, and on this, I want to spend time on this. But right now, I just want to show how to create a favorite. The fastest way to do it is that even in a new edition of BibleWorks, you click on this because it'll get you in the habit. And that produces a drop down. You see how you can edit, search, display favorites? That isn't just the display favorites, it also includes searches. So you click on that, and you'll get this box. You can also obviously see, you've seen this options window so many times. You can get it from Tools, Options. It's the same box. Alright, except now it's dropped down here to Bible versions. Okay? And when you first see it, you're not going to have anything in the top window. In other words, there's not going to be anything here. You're just going to have to click the Add button. And in the older versions of BibleWorks, if you clicked Add and you were actually already on a favorite, it would create the new one from the characteristics of the old one. But unfortunately, they removed that useful feature after version 5, and now no matter which one you're on, if you select Add, you're going to get there. Oh, wait a minute, maybe it did work. Okay, wait a minute, let me delete it. Okay, I'm on German now. If it's going to add a version that's based on German, it should have all the same things that are showing up here. Let's see if it does. No, it doesn't. Okay, what it's doing is if you already had a favorite, when you click Add, that means to add a new version, it's going to pick it from your first list. Alright, so then when you go to design your first favorite, you kind of want to make your first one be somewhere in the middle of all the versions you're going to create, which takes some planning. Alright, otherwise you're going to have to go through all the steps I'm going to show here. Our new one is based on this one that was already there. And they're calling it Display 01. You're going to be able to change that. After it's done this, you hit the Edit key. Alright? And the first thing you have to do is pick your search version. Alright? And of course the thing that's first displayed is English because it's based on the default. And their assumed default is KJV. Alright, which I don't use because the KJV is just blech. Okay, it's often the best translation, but not often enough. None of them are often enough. And I like the NAU first just so I can see the capitalization of the OT quotes in the New Testament. So I put it as my search version usually. But you can pick any English version that you've installed when you did your initial installation of BibleWorks. So for the sake of argument, we're going to leave KJV in place. Okay? You have different versions of KJV. You got it with the Apocrypha. You've got it with Strong's and Geneva notes. Then you've got the ASV, which is up here. American Standard Version, which is the KJV updated to 1901. And then they got other versions, I forget which. But we'll leave that in place for now. That's your search version. Okay, but that's what you search on. That's not what displays. You can have your display be whatever you want. You always want your display to at least be the same as your search version. Okay, you're going to bomb the machine if what you pick as your search version isn't already also picked as your display. So you want to make sure that you have it displayed. Alright. And then you can pick however many others you want. Like let's say you want to pick all the English. Unfortunately you cannot. They do not give you an option to select all. So you have to manually pick each one. Now this is the Apostolic Fathers English translation. So I guess it's a compilation from all the writings of the so-called Apostolic Fathers. Okay, this is another version of the KJV. This is Bible in Basic English, which on occasion actually gets the verse right. Usually it's a paraphrase and I don't like it. Complete Jewish Bible, that's something I've never seen yet. It's brand new. Here's Holman, which is a new edition in later versions of BibleWorks. I've not looked at it either. I think I glanced at it, but, you know. Darby, okay, but you have to individually check all of these. This is the Peshitta translation, that's only of the New Testament. I think it might be the Old also. God's Own Word to the Nations version, well, that must be a paraphrase. Anytime you get a highfalutin title like that, that means that something's screwball with the translation. Whenever they make it fancy or high sounding, then you know that it's probably a bad translation. The Hone version of the Anti-Apocrypha, which you need because there's two kinds of Apocrypha, Old Testament and New. And generally what's called the Apocrypha doesn't include the Anti-Apocrypha. That's like, those stupid fake letters. They're just hysterical. There's the James translation. There's Josephus. See, that's not really Bible, but you might want to look at it. See, because you can search in Josephus now. JPS Tanakh of 1917. Jerusalem Targum in English. Targum means translation. Alright, so now you got the Jerusalem. That's not the same as the New Jerusalem Bible. It's a different translation. Here's the King James Version with the Apocrypha. Here it is with, okay, so you can pick them all. But you have to pick them individually. Alright? So let's say you wanted to do those in the Net Bible and blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. Alright, but that's just English. Then you got French. You have all those French versions to choose from. Let's pick the Nouvelle Edition Genève, which I'm not real fond of. And the German. And let's pick the Revised ELB, which I also am not fond of. And for the Greek, you've got Apostolic Fathers Greek, you've got their morphology. This is where you get the morphologies, which I don't like. Okay, so you can pick morphologies, too. Alright. And then you got the Hebrew. Now, the problem here is that whatever you're picking as a display version, you're going to have to remember. Because the next step is to show the order. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop now, or I think I'm going to unclick. See, you've got a whole bunch of Hebrew, including Aramaic, that you can pick from too. And then you got more languages than, it depends on what languages you installed. Alright, there's 4 or 5 different versions of Latin, because the Apostolic Fathers also wrote in Latin. You got Portuguese, which I don't have selected, but I can read. And then, Spanish. And then you've got other languages, Russian, Catalan, whatever. Okay, I'm going to pretend I don't want any of those because I'm going to start over. So now I'm going to edit it over again, and I've just cleared out everything I checked. So I'm back to only that for English. Alright, and for the sake of argument, I've got English, NAU, and NIV because it's picking from my basic list. Alright, for the sake of simplicity, I'm only going to add one from the French. Let's pick Louis II, which is a good French version. And then the revised Luther Bible, which is here. Okay, which I happen to like. And we'll pick what? This is a repetition of the GNT. BGT is the best one because it already picks the LXX. We'll just leave the other Greek ones off because I gotta show you how to order them, and that's going to be a pain. You've got lots of, Peshitta and all that you can do. Okay. Then you've got, well, forget that. We'll just forget what we got. We got basically what we have, because I have to remember it for the order. We got the KJV, the NAU, NIV, the Louis II. See, I've already ordered my Bible books. This isn't going to really be all that helpful. And Luther Bibel. So French and Luther Bibel for German. And I didn't add anything to the Greek. Okay. So now we're going to call that, I'm just going to give it a name because I'm going to get rid of this afterwards. I don't want it. Test. Just call it, just give it the favorite name of test. Alright. Now your problem is going to be ordering how you want them to display. Okay. So now we're done. So we click OK. And now you got to go to your search, what search order you want. Okay, so you got search. And that doesn't let you set the search order. So we go back to tools, options. Okay, and then version order right there. Okay, now this is the list you get, and this is the problem with it. All of the Bibles that you have installed are going to be listed here, whether or not they're in your display versions. Okay? If you say show active only, that simplifies your search. Okay? But you'll notice that when it says show active only, that's only pertaining to whatever favorite you've already done. Because that's based on my basic, which is what's in my browse window. So that's not something you're going to want to use. So you have to show all versions. Okay, so here's the problem. Yours won't look like this. Their default display is basically going in alphabetical order by the acronym. So WTT would normally be at the bottom, BHT would normally be at the top, toward the top. Okay? So if you wanted to change the order, and it's going to change them for all of your favorites, not just one of them, then you have to go through every single installed Bible and say, okay, no matter what favorite I choose, do I want that first? If the answer is no, then you have to manually move it down one at a time. Okay, and as you can see, it takes a while to move it because it's also moving it on the screen. Alright, or you want to move it up. Alright, so, fortunately they do group them by English, the language first, and then by acronym second. And if you wanted to say put the King James ahead of the New American Standard, then you'd move it up. But it moves it up in all of your favorites, not just the one. Okay, so you have to have a master plan about how you want your versions listed. Now, most people are probably going to say, well, the heck with it. I'm going to list my versions per language in alpha order by acronym. In which case, your search problem is probably pretty easy because they're already organized that way. But here's your problem. If you're going to use a multi-language favorite, where it's going to be English, you're going to want your Hebrew, you're probably going to want your Hebrew and your Greek up toward the top so you can see those first. Alright? And then you're going to want your main language that you use in your thinking next. But if you're using a multi-version, the trouble is like you've got like Latin is way down here. You see, well, I've changed my order, but in their default, it's in alpha order by language. So see, German would precede Greek. So if you had a multiple favorite that included German and Greek, then your Greek is going to be coming after your German. And maybe you want that, but generally speaking, you're not. because you're going to want to compare that. You're going to want your native language to be third in order. You're going to want the original to be first and second. And you're going to want your native language to be third, so you can compare it, just eyeball it all in the same thing. Because, like, look, see, I've got the transliteration here first. I've got the Hebrew next, and if it's New Testament, this whole line and this whole line isn't going to show. Then I've got the Greek next, and then I've got the first English translation next. You see? Because then I can see the Hebrew and the Greek and the English all in one go. And I can just look at it. I can just eyeball the English and know where it is in the Greek here. Alright? So now let's take our new favorite, which we call test, and I clicked on it, so now my test version is first. So after the English, I got French, Louis II, and the redone. Oh, I picked LUO, didn't I? That's the Luther Rebel from 1912. Re-edited in 1995. So see, these are coming next. Now, if I wanted them to be before the English, because I'm picking them, then that's going to alter my word order in every other favorite. Okay? So now, Tools, Options, Version Order. If I change the French, let's say I want the French really to go on the top, the Louis II is right here. I'd be moving it up. And as I'm moving it up, you're going to see it move up ahead of, see, the SG now is moving just above the Greek and now just below the Greek and move down. But that's going to change for all of your favorites now. All of your favorites that are going to contain French, the French is going to appear before the English. Now if you like that, well then fine. And you can also click the Move to Top button, in which case it's going to move it to the top. Oh boy. The video froze again. I really should stop making videos on BibleWorks 8. It's still recording, but it's not doing anything. It froze. Alright. So now it moves to top. Okay? So you see, that's what happens, and that's the problem. So I don't want that, so I'm going to click cancel. So now it was back to where it was. Okay, so that's the basic idea with moving versions, is that you have to do it per version, and it affects all of your other favorites in the same order. So you cannot change the order specific to that favorite. You can only change it pan favorite. Okay, so that's basically it with the favorites. That's going to take a long time to set up. And just so that you got an idea, I did basic. And let me get rid of the analysis window. I did basic, which shows 3 English versions that I happen to like, but with the Hebrew and Greek on top. That I did in version order. Then I got one for exegesis, which is showing that I have more choices than this. It's not showing the way it's supposed to. That's not what I elected. It's just showing for exegesis, it's showing only 1 Greek version and 3 Latin versions, which I really didn't want, so I'm going to have to correct that. Okay, I'm having trouble recording. Alright, I'm going to have to stop this, I think. English is supposed to show all of my English versions, but since the computer is going slow on me again due to conflicts, alright, it's showing more English versions now, but it's showing the Latin in the wrong place because I have Latin appearing after English. Okay? So see, that's the problem with the version order. Alright? I have no idea what JTE is. What's JTE? Targum Jerusalem. Okay. Well, that's not indexed properly. It's showing a whole bunch of verses instead of just one. Okay. Then French is all the French versions, as you can see. And my mouse is really getting bad, so I'm going to just cut this down. You get the idea. Okay, here's another little trick, and it's really an important one. You can't search in the non-Bible books. They claim that you can, but you can't. I've just tested it. What I did is I created a new favorites of the, well, I have to show it to you, I guess, because there's just no way else to do this. I created a new favorites with just the Apocrypha, Josephus, and Philo in the Mishnah. Okay, so what you have to do each time is change the search version to even see it. See, I've got, here's the Apostolic Fathers English translation. I've also got the Greek, so I can compare them. Okay, here's two different versions of the Apocrypha, Josephus, King James with the Apocrypha, Brenton with the Apocrypha, because that's in Greek, so I can compare it. The NAU, just so that I have a base. Pseudepigrapha of the Old Testament by two other guys, their translation. Here's Philo, and here's the Mishnah. Now, all of those are readable both in BibleWorks and as separate files. Okay, but I don't know why it ended up on Tobit. I didn't ask for that. Alright. In order to read them, you have to click on or get your Choose Search Version. So that means that this button, this is your Choose Search Version button. You should select it and put it in your button bar, because that makes it faster. Now here's the trick. I originally changed the search version to Apostolic Fathers. See how it automatically went there when I clicked it? I had originally gone through all these steps of choosing it, so you'll notice they're right at the top. Okay? So the last search version you chose is remembered. So if you want a conglomerate set of favorites with non-Bible books, you cannot search on words in these Bible books. I've tested it. But what you can do is you can set it up and then change your search version each time. Okay, and it will remember, so that instead of you having to scroll down and find what the acronym was for the search version, it's storing the last four at least that you searched. So now let's say I want to read the ugly Apostolic Fathers. Okay, here we go. I pick that, I click OK. I'm now in that. I click my double feet, and now I've got all of Bilius 1 Clement, which has, you know, this is the letter I'm in. That's 1 Clement. Alright. And then here's the first chapter, and he goes on for 65 chapters worth of verbal diarrhea. This is one of the ugliest letters in all of Christendom. And only the unspiritually discerning can, are fooled by it. Alright? He's just gross.
Oh, my dear brethren, to the sudden and successive calamitous events which have happened to ourselves.
Now bear in mind, this is Lightfoot's translation. Okay, but honey, the Greek isn't any better. Okay?
It's very to the church of God and the ones who la 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 la.
It's just as bad in the Greek. I mean, Lightfoot's a good translator. Alright? And the thing is, what's so nice about this is that here's the Greek words. So you don't need, you don't need a separate lexicon. You're just seeing them in the analysis window. All right?
Sudden and successive calamitous events. See, here we go. The sudden, I need yours. Oh, yeah. He's using really fancy words to make them all impressed. Okay? This is talking about, see, he's writing in 96 AD. This is the persecution of Domitian. All right? He's writing the very year that John is exiled to Patmos, and there's not one mention of John in the entire letter. Just like John is snubbing him in the very same year John wrote Revelation, I'll bet you $1,000 that's why when Clement comes out, because he's ticked off that Rome is so badly mentioned and burlesqued in Revelation 17. So he's writing his own version to counter John. That's why John isn't mentioned in the letter. But hey, read the ugly 1 Clement yourself, okay? Or any of these other ugly, disgusting so-called church fathers that only the idiots admire. There's no reason to admire these people. They wrecked Christianity in the 2nd century, which is exactly what Revelation warned about, which is exactly what Paul warned about for the very time period these guys lived in, syllable by year, in Ephesians 1:3-14. I'm making still videos on it, getting into Constantine's period. I'll be posting up the next video on that today. Alright? But here, read these yourself. Read them yourself. And see, you can pick all the verses. In chapter 1, there's only 3 verses. Yeah, because he's so wordy elsewhere. You got 65 chapters to go through. Take Pepto-Bismol when you read it. But that's Clement, see? And then you can choose any of the he's only choosing the valid letters of Ignatius. There's only 7 valid letters of Ignatius. Well, it looks like he's using some of the invalid letters too. Diogenetus and Hermas. He doesn't have, this isn't everything. Okay? Go to earlychristianwritings.com to read it all. Because this is just the apostolic fathers. But up here you can get all of Schaff is in here, including the Nicene fathers, like disgusting Eusebius. I swear we should these are the most disgusting. I'm ashamed to be a Christian and be in the same family with these people. And anybody who admires them cannot read Bible, period. You have to be a complete spiritual idiot to admire these people. They're so full of self-righteousness, it's not funny. And they wouldn't know the Bible if it bit them, but I've done enough videos on that. I'm getting off topic and becoming arrogant myself. Okay, so the point is that you choose your search version, and then you see it's preserved. So now see, here's Josephus in English, and then of course the translation, but it's giving you, it's giving you the Greek words so you can read it in Greek yourself. But it's, using more than just one verse, obviously. That's ending like, where's it ending? Oh God, there's a whole lot more stuff in here. Okay, well you'll have to read this on your own. But see, here's Josephus. You got Antiquities, Wars, Life, and Contra Apion here. Okay, and then you got all the chapters of Antiquities here that you can read in Greek or English. And then some of it's in Latin. So in my Josephus series, I've got it coded up to show the Latin too when it goes to Latin. Okay, and then here's the Mishnah. I'm hitting my time limit. Okay, you can pick on these other ones. The Apostolic Fathers we saw, Philo we saw, Josephus we saw, or Philo you can see. But just choose your search version and do it 4 times in your collection so that it'll come up easily the next time. Okay, my computer's dying. That's what I get for getting upset. Signing off. Okay, I want to show you another favorite that I'm doing, but I'm not sure I can get it to work. There, it's working now. This has to do with the Aramaic. Alright? Aramaic is not written in the same characters as Hebrew, and the words are slightly different. But because the characters are so much like Arabic, it throws me off. I can read Arabic, but with great annoyance. So I have this built-in, I'm going to have to get over it obviously, I have this built-in antagonism toward Arabic script and toward Aramaic script because it's just so ugly. So what I've done here is, and what they did with the Targums, this is a Targum, here let me list it up here. See, what's nice about this is that they have indexed it to the Cal lexicon, which is an Aramaic lexicon. But it's not as good as BibleWorks lexicon, so you have to work at it longer to understand what it is. I mean, this is a but preposition. It's pretty much the same in Aramaic as it is in Hebrew, but there are no vowel points. Okay, there are vowel points here in the text, but there are no vowel points in the lexicon. So you have to kind of get used to that. Alright. And the thing is that the word that's being used and the order in which it's presented is not as good as the regular BibleWorks lexicon. In other words, first you have to go through the but preposition, but fortunately their entry is short. And then you end up having to search on what this is. This is supposed to be in wisdom. Alright, see right here? Alright. So it's not as easy to read and understand the Cal lexicon. Alright, now here's the thing. Remember I said I hate these morphology versions? You see, you got to know what all this junk means in order to understand what Bud's doing. This is all shorthand, so you got to learn the shorthand. And they're doing it per word, which is fine, and you can see that that's not really, okay, that's not really east. It's not really telling you what the adverb is. Okay? And the reason why they're saying it's wisdom is because God is the beginning and God is wisdom. They're uniting the two. And you'll notice that in Palestinian it means east. Well, that's where the sun rises. That's a kind of beginning. That's all semantic range of this word. Okay? And Bereshit means to create. Okay, so in the Hebrew it's up here. Bereshit, in the beginning, God created. Alright, bara is the same in the Aramaic, pretty much. Okay, see that? It's just vowel pointed differently. Alright, because they're using Hebrew letters rather than Aramaic letters. Okay, and this is the word for God, it should be. Yeah, this is the word for God. And you can, if you want, you can learn the Aramaic. That's pretty much why I'm doing it. You can learn the Aramaic as you study the Hebrew. If you know the Hebrew or the Greek, you can start learning the Aramaic. That's actually, I use Bible to learn any language I don't know, because I can set up multiple versions and set up one of the versions as the language I want to learn, and then I can just track it. All right. So that's with Aramaic. Now, then there's also the Peshitta, which is also in Aramaic, but it's only for the New Testament, so we have to go to the New Testament to see it. And one of the things you find out right away is that the Aramaic is translating. It's not the original. Because when you have Greek words, okay, that it's not showing. Why isn't it showing the... Oh, this one doesn't have it. Wait a minute. Let me go back to Aramaic. Alright. See, this is what Aramaic really looks like. It looks very much like Arabic. It's really annoying. And so what I did is, this is also Aramaic, but with Hebrew letters, so it's easier for me to read. Alright, and then this is the translation. This is a literal translation from the Aramaic. Alright, and while this is genuine, word like in Hebrew, and you would say it that way if you were saying it in Hebrew, as you get into other passages, you find out that really what all this is a translation of this. Okay, here it's not so easy to tell because the words are generic and all that. So if you're just looking at the begats, you can't tell what's the native language. But when you get into a passage like Matthew 24, okay, there are a lot of idioms. You have to pick a passage where there's a lot of idioms. Not here, not in this verse, but in other verses, like, let's say 9. Okay? When you start to compare this with this, you realize that they're translating the Greek. Okay? So pick a passage that's got a lot of idiom, Greek idiom in it, and you'll notice that this is translation Aramaic. It's not using Hebrew idiom for the same thing. It's trying to do a word-for-word translation of the Greek. Okay? Now maybe Matthew 24 isn't the best example, but there are examples. But in any event, as you can see, PHA is a version of the Aramaic that's written with Hebrew letters. And then here's a literal translation. See here, look in the bottom left hand, Peshito NT in Hebrew letters with accents and vowels. That's what I would use to compare it with. And then the ETH is the Etheridge translation of the NT Peshitta. Alright, and it's in public domain, which is good. Alright, so that you can make your comparison. Then down here, I've also included other Peshittas. Alright, the OSC didn't have anything for this verse. That's a dead giveaway. And then the OSS has this, which is Sinaiticus, whereas this is Curetonian. Okay? This is Sinaiticus, and they would have had available the Greek. So it's no wonder that this one has a verse, but this doesn't. Okay? So they didn't necessarily have access. So there's no verse. Okay? And then here's another version with Hebrew letters, PEH. Alright? Versus PES. Okay? Which is the actual Aramaic letters. So you can compare and thus learn how to read the script, because here it is with Hebrew letters, and here it is with the original Aramaic letters. Alright? And then this is a modern Hebrew New Testament. You can see how different the Hebrew is. And this is Delitzsch. Delitzsch believed that the Gospels were originally in Hebrew. He spent a lot of time, explaining that. And I'm sorry, but he was a nice guy and he did a lot of good hard work. But on this topic, because he just wanted to believe it. That's all. When you want to believe something, no amount of truth is ever going to dislodge you. Okay, so God has to slap you upside the head. But at least you can see, this is how you can set it up to even learn, Aramaic. And again, let's see if I can show that. My favorites window. Here's what the Aramaic version looks like. Okay, in English, I've got the Complete Jewish Bible because I figure they're going to be using Aramaic. There's the ETH Peshitta. And then there's the Jerusalem Targum, because I wanted to see that. Targum just means translation. Okay, and I've got King James with Apocrypha, the Lewis Peshitta. Okay, so you just look for the word Peshitta, and then you can click all those boxes. Alright, and then in the Hebrew, because the Peshittas are bundled with it, you're being pretty much picking everything. Alright, notice how I'm picking the morphologies also, because that's the only way you can get to see, you have to you have to pick the morphologies to actually see the words, although I don't know why the morphologies aren't displaying. Let's try that again. Favorites, edit and search. Oh, maybe because I selected Peshitta only in English. I forgot to select I thought I selected them. No, I didn't select them for that. Okay, but what about the Aramaic? Okay, I did select them for that. They're all selected. Okay, so maybe I'm just using the wrong version here. Okay, let's have a look. We get past the Greek first. It's not displaying the morphology versions. Okay, so why isn't it displaying the morphology versions? I don't know. I'll have to, maybe I had to reboot to get it. But at least you can see this is a basic idea, so that you can start comparing the Peshittas too. This is new to BibleWorks 8. I think it was in BibleWorks 7, I'm not sure, but it's definitely in 8, and it will of course be in 9. 9 is not much different. 9 just adds the actual manuscripts that you can start to see. Instead of our transliterations of them, okay, they will have the actual photocopies of the actual manuscripts, and you can search on them. That's a major thing in BibleWorks 9 that makes it worth buying. Okay, so signing off for this segment. Okay, in this increment we're going to talk about a different kind of favorite called parallel versions, and you've seen me do this before, but I didn't really do it the way you're supposed to. Let's just make one, but we're going to be kind of fancy with it, okay? We're going to make one that goes kind of like this. We're going to add, alright, and that's going to be your default based on your current or last one that you made, your last favorite. In other words, you can take a favorite that you made up here, and instead of turning it into a sort of display like this, you can turn it into columns. Like I said, some people really like columns. I can't stand them because I have to keep scrolling down. So now we've got a parallel that we just clicked add. You didn't do anything. You just clicked add. And now instead of it being search and display, they're all in parallel. Well, you'll notice that there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's too many in parallel. So we're going to edit that. Okay. Now notice also that this time we're creating a parallel that isn't with Bibles of the same language, but rather different. Okay, so now I think what we're going to do, none of these are really what I want. We're going to take the BHT because that's really helpful. Make that one of the parallels, although maybe we're going to have to get rid of it because you really shouldn't have more than 4. Yeah, let's get rid of it. Let's clear that. Whoop, it cleared the whole thing. Not good. Well, not that bad either when you consider. Okay, English. Alright, let's look at our English Bibles. They're in alpha order. I wish that setting up your other favorites was this easy. This is actually a lot easier. But we have to pick who's going to be our English. Well, actually, I first want to pick the Hebrew. And your default Hebrew that you're going to want to pick is the Leningrad. So you add that there. And the next one you're going to want to pick is going to be Greek. Okay, and you're going to want to add the BGT is the most looked at. It's a combination of the UBS 4 and the NA 27, which is really the same, almost identical New Testament.
And then you got the LXX for the Old Testament. So we're going to pick that as our next version. And then we got to go to, let's go pick one that's English. And probably just because it's got so much commonality, we'll pick the King James Version. And for the sake of most people that are used to it, I'm used to it too, but it's very off-putting. The language is just too old for me. But I use it all the time for tracking translations. Tracking the translations, so that's a good use here. We can pick the King James Version with the Apocrypha. We can pick it with the Strong's and Geneva notes. We can just pick the straight old, stick in the throat King James. We can always change it. So let's add that. Okay? And then let's pick some other language. I don't want to pick the Peshitta, although that's a good idea. Let's pick something in French. Louis Segond is usually the best French Bible. At least it's the only one. I have one test that I use, which is James 4:5 for Bible translations. And I also tested against Luke 1:15 and Galatians 1:15, and Louis Segond passed those tests. So we're going to put that there. So did the Regina Valera, 1960. But no English Bible passed it. So here we go. We got 4 parallel versions. So we're going to say, okay. But I got to give it a name. So we're going to say, you want to give your things a descriptive name, not 1, 2, 3, or 4. So we're going to say WTT, B, this is about as descriptive as it gets, even though it's long, KJV, LSG. So you know exactly what it is. Alright, so that's parallel favorite. That was pretty easy to make. It's not as, it's the other one that's hard to make. So if you find making these kinds of favorites daunting, well then make a parallel version. Okay, so now we're done, and we got ourselves a little parallel version. Now, here's your parallel versions icon in the top window. Looks like, four square window. And of course that comes up again. And I don't know, oh, that's to make one. Okay, well, how about if I want to just display it? We come down here. How come we can't display it? Hello. Synchronize windows. Yeah, okay, that's not intuitive either, but it's a program. Programs are never intuitive. They make them in too much of a hurry and they're trying to do too many things. Okay, that you pick this if you want to create one, and you pick this for the ones you already have. So there we go. See, now that's pretty neat. That's like the Synoptics tool. The Synoptics tool is neat. So see, I don't particularly like it because it's columns. But you have to admit it is kind of neat. And they synchronize. See, it's the same thing that we saw before, where you can do next verse, and they all move up. Past verse, next chapter, okay, and book. And, that's why you see how important these tooltips are. You're not going to remember what all these buttons are. I don't remember them until yet, and I've been doing this for 10 years. There's your Strongs if you want to turn them on. There, if you want to change the versions that you're comparing in parallel and their limits, well, there you go. Here's the browse mode. See? But it only works for the first window. Okay, which is kind of dumb. You're now not in browse mode for this window. Oh, you have to be in this window. So you have to click somewhere in the window, and then you should be able to do that. Yeah, see, you have to click in the window. So you have to do them individually. Okay? That's if you wanted to do that, which is kind of defeats the purpose because you're already comparing. But see, if let's say you had 4 English translations, or 4 language, or 2 languages, German and French, or English and French, 2 English, 2 French.
then this toggling of the brows would be important. But you have to do it individually per window. Okay, so you have to click in the window and then hit the feet. Click in the window and then hit the feet. Please tell me I'm still recording. And then look, your analysis window goes also by the one you're in. Okay. And it's a lot simpler to use. This is more like BibleWorks 5 was. Okay. So see here I've got all my lexicons for the Greek. But see, that's what I don't like about it, is I have to scroll so much. Of course it's on 2. Let's just put it on another word. Okay, that's not too often used. Lyceon. You have to, if you move your mouse carefully, you don't have to hit the update key. No, wait. You have to be careful where your mouse is. See? You can click on that if you wanted to. But see, I got all my lexicons still here, but I just have to scroll forever to see them. But at the same time, given the way things are, you can do this individually. So this is somewhat of an advantage, because you can like put on Kadosh. All right, it should be Kadosh, Kadesh. Okay, it's not indexing it right. It's got it in the wrong order. Alright, well see, you'll have to either hold down the shift key if you want to move to the window. But it's not. Pick another one. I don't want a cardinal number. Let's do you. Okay. Hold down your shift key and then move your mouse. And then you're getting all the words that are related to it, and this is there. 12 should be. You're getting your default. See, 12 is my default, so that's what I'm getting. I'm not getting all the lexicons. Okay, that's all only in the resource window. Can you see them all for Hebrew? Okay, but you got all this scrolling to do, and maybe you don't care about that. But see, I get tired of scrolling, and I get tired of using this thing. This is really annoying. Of course, I've set my scroll bar to be really small. But as you can see, there's a certain advantage, because see here, because it's the KJV, you're getting Strong's. Okay? And you're not going to get your default Hebrew lexicon, because you're in the KJV, and it's only going to show Strong's. That's all you're going to get. And your Geneva BibleWorks. And LSG is indexed for Hebrew. That's another reason to want it. But it's for Strong's. See, LSG is indexed for Strong's. This is also the same as Strong's. Okay, so that gives you some ideas about how you might want to use it. And for some people, that's going to be preferable to the much greater hassle of setting it up this way. I prefer it this way because I like it. I like things being wide. I like seeing whole sentences that don't take up much space. So I like the width. But if you would prefer the simplicity of doing it this way, then you really should use the parallel favorites. And now you've seen how to do it. Signing off. Okay, this is the flashcard module. I wasn't able to show you because it conflicted with the screen. But I'm able to record it now because I called up BibleWorks first and the screen recorder second. Remember when I said that the vocabulary, this is the flashcard, what it would look like if you saw it. These are your options that go with it. You'll notice that here you've got two choices. You can either hear it as Erasmian pronunciation, which is standard among scholars who are like before the 1950s, if they were trained in the 1950s and prior, they will still use Erasmian pronunciation, and you hear me use it too. But the Erasmian pronunciation isn't quite right according to the way the Bible itself transliterates the Hebrew, you can tell that the pronunciation is different. But that's one of the schools, the traditional school. Then there's the modern, which is the new school. The new school is also wrong. Okay, it's very much favored by Booth. Booth is actually a mix of Erasmian and modern. It's favored a lot by people on YouTube. It's a nice sound, but it's modern Greek. It's not the way the Greek was pronounced in the Bible. Most of the teachers that are on YouTube are going to use modern Greek pronunciation, and it really isn't right. Okay? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this without the thing crashing, but I'm going to try and give you an example. Here's a word. Okay, so we're going to use modern here. And here's the word "ime." Alright, now "ime" is the Erasmian pronunciation of it, and the Erasmian pronunciation is wrong. It should be "ame." Alright, the EI sound is an A in classical Greek, in the Bible Greek. Okay, but we all got used to saying "ime," and I still say it all the time. It's not right. Okay, but we've keyed this to modern Greek now. Let's see how that sounds. Okay, so now I want to play the sound, and here's the little icon. It looks like a volume. See, that's wrong. It's not "imi," it's "ime." "Imi," "ime," "amy." "Amy" is how it should be pronounced. But now they pronounce "imi," and that's modern Greek. That's wrong. Okay, so now let's go back to our options. And we'll go back over here, and we'll switch to Erasmian pronunciation. It's still a handy thing to have, because otherwise how are you going to understand everybody else on the internet? Okay? See? A is correct, but it's not "amy," it's "amy." It's always the penultimate syllable that gets stressed. Okay, but see, because this accent mark is here, you know, on the I, it's a rising sound in your voice. It's like second tone in Mandarin. It is not a stress, but everybody pronounces it as if it were a stress. So, you know, if you care about learning the Bible's own way of pronouncing, then just know that both of these pronunciations are wrong. It's "a-me," "amy," not "a-me." But people are going to pronounce it either "a-me" or "e-me." Because in modern Greek, all the sounds of the letters get converted to an E sound, which you know is wrong. If that was the intended pronunciation, then we'd have only I in the language. All right. See? That's Erasmian. Alright? Which is closer, except the accent's wrong. Alright? So you can switch between these two. Alright? You can also record your own, but you first have to permit it. Alright? And then you've got to make sure that your recording is set up properly in your control panel to allow recording. I'm recording from my webcam, so I could record it, but I don't know what that's going to do since I'm also recording my voice for the program. And then this is like if you wanted to print it out, the cards. You don't want to print out the cards. Okay? You don't want that. And then this is the timer setting, I guess, for how long it's going to spend pronouncing the word. And then you can control the font sizes. Okay, this way. It says Hebrew, so that implies that we've got a Hebrew module in here, but I didn't see it. So I'm leaving this on Erasmian because it's closer than modern. Alright, now, import, export. I'm looking to see if it says anything about Hebrew, but it doesn't. See, if you wanted to record it, you'd have to do that. Okay, but frankly, you'd be smarter just to read the cards and record them into a separate recorder, and then play it in your car or something. Alright? And you can mark entries as learned or not learned. Oh boy. Okay, so I guess, well, see, Futado. Okay, so it looks like you click on this to get a different vocabulary. See, this is mounts. So you got more than one vocabulary you can accent. So let's do Futado basic, because that's Hebrew. Yeah, That's how you get the Hebrew. You can't see that. Ooh, this is exciting. You can't see that from here. See, well, it just says the flashcard module. It says in their advertisements that you can get Hebrew or Greek, but I only saw the Greek. I didn't know how to access the Hebrew. Okay, but this is Futato. Futato's bundled in BibleWorks. So look, see, look, they're programmers. They can't get everything right. Okay, so it's not clear that you have both Hebrew and Greek here. There's nothing saying in file to choose which language. All right. There's nothing telling you that you can choose a language, but it's right here that you choose the language. And of course, they're giving you the names of the files in a way that you can't know if it's Greek or Hebrew. I mean, you have to think about it. Okay? This is the Davis vocabulary. I have no idea what language that is. Okay, well, that's Greek. Okay, so just, you're going to have to write this down because it's the only way to know, or play with it. Davis is Greek. Futato I know because I have the hardback of Futato, and I also have his CD. That's Hebrew. Okay? It's called beginning, but the entry says it's advanced vocabulary. Okay, chapters 1 through 40, that goes based on his book. Okay, because I also have it on the CD. I haven't ever used it, I just have it. Okay, because I learned all this stuff while I was growing up, so I usually don't need this stuff, but it's sometimes fun to compare. So that's beginning Hebrew. That's Futato. You see Futato listed there? Futato's bundled in BibleWorks. That's his basic primer on Hebrew. Okay. And then the one that says basic, which is supposed to be basic, it's actually saying the same thing here in this entry. Okay. So you can't tell that you've picked something else. Okay, so that's advanced, that's basic, that's Hebrew. Okay, GNT implies that it's the Greek New Testament. That's something that's a buzzword in scholarly circles. And it's Greek New Testament regular verb drill. Okay, and again, you got your tools, options. You can specify Erasmian or modern. And neither one are really Bible Hebrew, okay? But Erasmian at least is closer to what most people speak. All right, the modern just completely sucks because it turns all the vowels into E sounds. And the Greeks are busy trying to tell us that the way they pronounce Greek today is the same as it was pronounced 2,000 years ago, and that's a load of baloney. I want to use a different V word, but you know which one I'm thinking of. So these are the Greek verbs. This is Greek vocabulary. This should be Hebrew verbs. So let's see, because it begins with an H. Yeah, Hebrew Old Testament strong. Well, this is Strong's. Okay. Verb drill. Okay. And then this would be Hebrew vocabulary, hopefully. All right. Hebrew Old Testament vocabulary. All right. And then this is Mounts. Mounts is famous for his Greek. Okay. He wrote a book about Bible basics. And there's a CD that also goes with that. I have the hardback. I don't know if I have the CD, but I have the hardback of the book. So this is going to be probably keyed to the book. All right. See, and then they're giving you these letters. Now notice, unfortunately, they have it keyed to frequency. This is a stupid way to learn a language. They say, well, it's better because then you're learning the most important words first. No, your mind doesn't work that way. So can you search on, yeah, you can search on it in word order. Learn it in alphabetical order. Okay, even if the frequency is too small, you can just skip over it to the words you want to know. I maintain you can learn any language on this planet in 30 days, enough to be conversant. In other words, to take a trip to a foreign country that speaks that language and speak in that language to people and actually talk about something more than où est la bibliothèque? Where's the library? Take down your fastest way to learn any language, Greek, Bible, or anything else, is to sit down, take about 2 days to do this. Sit down with a dictionary in English and sorts of phrases that you use in English with your different tenses, every tense you can think of, and write down stuff that you would normally say. Then go to a dictionary or a grammar, and you got grammar, Greek and Hebrew grammars in this book, and find out how to say it in the target language. And use about maybe make at least 2 pages worth on school ruled paper. That'll be about 120 words per page. So I give you about 200 word vocabulary. Write down the words in English you use, and the verbs, and the nouns, and the adjectives, and then look them up. And then the same thing for your sentences. You've got past tense, present tense, future tense, imperfect tense, subjunctive tense. Well, those are actually moods and tenses. Okay, so how do you say that in English? And then go look up how you say it in Greek or Hebrew. In 30 days, you can learn the language. I learned French, I want to say, in 6 weeks. What I did was I did what I'm just telling you now, and then I had French shortwave radio, and I just turned on French shortwave radio for another 2-3 weeks. And I always had it in the background so my mouth would get used to the sounds, and then I was able to speak French. And I've never forgotten it either. I mean, it takes me an hour before my mouth actually gets moving, but other than that, that's how I learned French. Somebody told me I have a really strong Parisian accent, but I don't recall listening to any French things in Paris. But somebody in Canada complained that I have a strong Parisian accent. He didn't like Parisian accents. I would have never known. Okay, so do that with this. All right, end commercial message, and now my thing is starting to crash on me, so I'm going to end this increment. This was on the vocabulary module. Okay, with some trepidation, we're going to try and do the flashcard module again and see if it crashes. Hopefully not. All right, it's recording. To get to the flashcards, there are other ways, but this is the easiest one to remember. Language tools, see it says tools, vocabulary flashcard module. Okay? Now what we saw in the last increment was that there's no way to tell from the way the menu is written that you have both Hebrew and Greek here. Okay? So when it comes up as Greek, as far as you're concerned, that's the only thing that there is. But see, this button here is what you click. And when you click it, you have a list of indecipherable names. Alright? That if you are familiar with the language already, and sort of don't need the vocabulary, you know what these things are. Davis is Greek. Putato is Hebrew. GNT is a common word and for one of the versions of the New Testament that's most popular. So that's obviously Greek. G for Greek. Okay, so you got Greek verbs, Greek vocabulary, Hebrew, OT, NT, OT, verbs, Hebrew, OT, vocabulary, and then Mounce's other book with vocabulary in it. Okay, so those are the kinds of things you have. Now, not only do you have that, but let's pick the Hebrew. Let's pick Futato, because I didn't show you how the Hebrew sounded. Okay. Somewhere in here, I remember I found options. Options. Okay. That's audio Greek options. Okay, so there's no option with Hebrew pronunciation. So let's see how it pronounces the words. I don't want it to just do the la. So let's come down here. See, unfortunately, it's in frequency order, but you can click on the word tab, and you can get it to show in alpha order, which is far better. Okay, let's get that one. All right, let me turn up the volume and sound.
Adama.
See, dirt. Dirt man, earth man. Adam means earth man. God is nothing if not funny. Okay, and here's another one. See, here's the sound button.
Ahem.
That means I love.
Okay, we're still batting 1,000 here.
What's on?
Okay, well, he's using a trilled R that's Sephardic. I'm not real fond of that. It's more of a French R in Israeli Hebrew, and I'd bet that's more true in Old Hebrew. Okay, but you get the idea, because I don't know if this thing's going to crash. I'm not used to doing this right. But so you have Hebrew and Greek, and you access which you want right here. And just remember, Davis is Greek, Futato is Hebrew, GNT means Greek New Testament, HOT means Hebrew Old Testament, and Mounts is a Greek teacher, so it's Greek. Okay? So that's the end of this increment before it bombs on me. And we're going to go through some more resources in the next increment. Okay, we're back. Now, we have been introduced to resources before at the Resource tab, which I have eliminated. What I did was I hit here, Clear All, this button here. If I wanted to show them all, I'd hit Select All. But I have a suspicion that that was part of what was hanging me up in my video, so I cleared them. The listing that you will have in your Resources tab is going to go by what you have installed. Okay? I think it should go by what you have installed. The same thing is going to be for the grammars. I deselected everything to try and see if that was causing a keystroke hang up. Okay, so this was the first time we saw resources, was here. And you can select them or clear them. And I suggest that if you're having problems with the speed of BibleWorks, that you deselect them. Okay, because we saw how busy, when you select them, alright, and you're back at the lexicons, and you select them, then when you get the summary, which you get by going somewhere, unless I have my update. Yeah, see, this to me is totally useless. I mean, it's like too much text, it's too big. Of course, it's big because I make my text big. But, I mean, I do better just by using the analysis window and putting my, mouse on a word. And I get the morphology and everything else I could ever possibly want. So this resource tab for me is not useful. Alright, so I clear it all. Just so you get, repetition is always a good thing. And then these are references, and I've cleared all of them too. And then I've cleared the options. Okay, but this isn't the only place where your resources are shown. And clearing them here doesn't do anything except save you what I would consider wear and tear. Okay? You have your resources tab right here. And it's better organized so you know what it is you have. And we're going to go through that in a minute, but I want to finish with the tabs down here. Analysis, that's basically your lexicons, and we've gone through that in enough detail, and it's pretty much the same as in my BibleWorks videos. Alright, on version 5. Okay, they just call it analysis now instead of auto-info. Okay, I don't know why they call it that, but they do. Okay. So resources I've blanked out. So then we've seen the notes. We've seen the editor. Cross-refs we've gone through, and you've got more than just Treasury of Scripture knowledge. You've got all these other different kinds. Okay? Of cross-references. This is like a concordance. A super concordance. It does not operate as well as it did in BibleWorks 5, so I will not be using it except to see what the other references are. But I'll never be making videos using BibleWorks 8. It's just too complicated. It's causing too much trouble. And without this particular function being the way it is in BibleWorks 5, I can't make videos using this version. I just can't. Then you have something called stats. And this basically says that you have to do a search, and then it'll give you stats. So if I do a search for that phrase, hopefully there won't be many, searching all same language versions, and I'm just hoping that the machine isn't going to crash in the interim,
The thing that's bad about this is that it's searching all the versions that are installed on your machine, irrespective of whether they're in the display. Even though I specified in the options not to do that, it's doing that. All right. So you see, each Bible has one hit in it. Okay. It's totally useless, that extra window. I don't care about which version has the information. I just want to know where it appears. All right. So now, of course, what I've done is I've taken up a tab. We're going to be covering tabs in a later episode. And so now I have to go here in order to clear the tab before it. I can't be on the tab that needs the clearing. I have to be on a different tab. And then I have to clear the command line. Because when you have all these tabs, they store. And that's all fine and dandy, but it can eat up your RAM. Okay? So that's what you can do with the search. Now when I did that search, these were the statistics. Is this useless or what? 1 out of 1,533. So that's not telling me any useful information. Occasionally this kind of information is useful when you're tracking keywords. Really important keywords, because then you can see how they're used. But the stats themselves by themselves don't tell you anything useful. You have to see how they're used to know anything useful. Then you have this useless thing that is like, if I were to click on this word drinking, I would get 21 verses with the word drinking in it in English. Don't ever click on the word the. As you can see, there's 64,000 times the word the is used in English translations. Alright? These are all words that are in the verse that you could search on these words individually. Why you'd want to do it that way, I have no idea. Because you can just go here and just highlight the word and then double click on it. Okay? So to me, this is a wasted tab. Just like stats is generally a wasted tab. Then you have one called context, which isn't much better. Because what context is there? And the, of, my, I, to? Huh? Who needs this? Okay? And the trouble is that you have to scroll. You don't dare touch any of the words because it'll automatically do a search. And they're not even in any sensible order. Well, they're ordered by frequency. See, and is at the top. Alright? And ye is at the bottom. Whoopee! What kind of useful information is that? Again, you could just highlight what you want to search and click on it and be done. You don't need this context window. There's no context really being explained here. So this is useless. This is useless. This is only occasionally useful when you're looking up an important keyword. This is your version info. Like, we're on the KJV, so it's telling you about the copyrights, and that's important stuff because that tells you how and in what way you can use the information in public. Okay? The alternative, this is sort of useful if you've got a multi-version window here, but your search version is in one language and you just want to sort of read it below. You can do that without having to click on the feet up here. To me, I'm used to clicking on the feet, so this isn't a terrifically valuable thing, but it's got some value. Okay. Then this is to synchronize with the Browse tab. So whatever you're reading down here, you want the Browse tab to agree, and that's kind of useful. So like, let's say I'm reading down here and I'm at Sarah. I click on the Synchronize, and now it was supposed to synchronize in the top window, and it didn't do that. Ding! That's another bug that maybe they worked out in a later version. Okay, but not my version. Okay, so that's what it's supposed to do, but it didn't do that. Okay, so that's the extent of your resources here. Now we're going to cover in the next increment what all this is, because this is all kind of really important, and it goes back to your flashcards. This is where your flashcards were. Okay, but we'll cover that in the next increment. Back again. Alright, we're going to start here, which is somewhat simpler. No, should I start here or here? Let's start here, because it's using words that you probably recognize more easily. These are tools for analyzing the text. Frankly, I never use these things. I use the word list manager and the verse list manager as I've shown you in previous videos. Related verses tool, phrase matching tool, and this is a sophisticated database with KWIC. Alright, I have never needed to get to use tools like this. When I see something, see the text, I know what I want to search on, I just search on it. I don't, if you want to use that, that's fine. Let me know how you like it, because sometimes in scholarship, especially in Bible, we make things more complicated than they have to be. I mean, 5-year-old kids learned Hebrew and Greek, so it's not hard. It's because we didn't learn it as kids that we find it hard now. So this is like more complicated than it needs to be, especially if you're using 1 John 1:9. God will show you what the related verses are. And he'll call to your mind. It's John 14:26. He does it to me right in the middle of videos. It's really disconcerting sometimes. He'll let you know what phrases are related. It's not like you shouldn't use these tools, but they're very complicated to use. There's a steep learning curve with each one of these three things. And, more power to you if you want to use them. But asking God to tell you where to look is faster. Viewing the text. Parallel versions window, we saw that already. Okay? The synopsis window we saw already. Parallel versions window, that's if you want to create another one, which we had already done. That's the same thing. That's the same thing as this thing right here. And we've created a parallel version. Okay, if you want to create more, well, then you can create another one, which is what we just saw. Alright, so viewing the text in parallel synopsis, the synoptic tool is right here. Okay, and it's going to start at Matthew 1:1 because I'm not already in the New Testament Gospels. If you were at a Gospel passage and you clicked on that, I might as well go there and show you. Because that's what makes this thing so cool. Let's say that I was in Mark, and let's say that I was in Mark, 5. Alright, and now I click the synoptic tool. It's going to be keyed to Mark 5. See? So the passages that relate to Mark are on either side. Okay, and when I'm doing the synoptics videos, which I haven't been posting them lately, I'm going to be posting episode 19 sometime this weekend. This is what I use in order to do those videos, because it's just easier. Plus, you've got this wonderful little, let me see if I can do it. Oh, please don't die on me yet. Okay, this is that same outline, and as you can see, unfortunately you can't scroll on it with your mouse wheel. You have to use this stupid scroll bar. But as you can see, they've plotted out the events in the Gospels so that you can more easily navigate between the events. All the stupid things that people say about how the Gospels disagree, and it's because they don't read it, alright? Or when they say that Matthew is not the first Gospel, that Mark is the first Gospel. Like, any scholar who says that Mark is Q or believes in a Q Gospel, that guy should just be handed his retirement money and shuffled off into a pasture. His brain is no longer working. Okay, it's very simple to prove that Mark is the third Gospel. I've already done it 18 times in the synoptics videos, not to mention the Mark series. Mark's wrapping his Gospel around Matthew and wrapping it around Luke. It's a rhetorical style. It's like when you have chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. Chapter 3 brings forward the threads in chapters 1 and 2. The whole Bible is written that way. Exodus wraps around Genesis, Deuteronomy wraps around Exodus, Numbers, blah, 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 blah. They all wrap around because they're building a book called the Bible, and they wrap to the previous material so you know how to interpret the new material. That's exactly the way the New Testament's written too. Did anybody figure that out yet? No.
But you can when you look at this stuff. Okay? Alright, I'm still recording. Alright, so that's the synoptics tool. Alright. That's viewing the text. Then you can do what are called text comparison settings. And again, to make it more complicated than it needs to be, you can color one Bible version with a certain color of text and a certain background. State the version there, and you're going to have to use these little abbreviations here. Okay? So you put the abbreviation there, and you pick your colors, and you click Enable, and you do another one, and then it's going to do a coloring for you. Now, accent vowel sensitive is relevant to Greek and Hebrew. Ignore movable new is relevant to Greek. Cross-compare all versions. Well, that's why you're doing it. So obviously you don't want that checked. Word occurrence method or LCS method. I have no idea what's the difference between the two because I would never do it this way. Okay? I just wouldn't. I don't know why anybody would try. You got the original and at least one translation. Yeah, you might look at 2 or 3 other translations. But what you care about is the original. The other translations are there to act like study buddies in case you're screwing up in your own head about what a word means. Alright? But, hey, you want to color? Color away. Alright? So viewing the text, you got text comparison settings. Apply colors to selected text. We saw that. Apply colors to search results. Choose Targum variant colors. This, unfortunately, is important. If you do not choose these colors, even if you never use them, something goes wrong. We had a discussion about that in the BibleWorks forum. So, if you're ever going to learn Aramaic, then set up your Targum variant colors right away. Okay, and that's what I did here. I have no idea which is 1, which is 2, which is 3, which is 4, which is 5, but I set them up. Okay, and they actually do show up. I have no idea why that's important, but they do show. See? I'm not sure it's going to show in the Peshitta. The Peshitta, my morphology versions won't show. But it sure shows in the Old Testament. Let's do Isaiah. I feel like I'm courting death here. Because so far I've been doing this for gotta be 15-20 minutes. Okay, oh, I didn't search on anything, so that's why it's not showing. Well, first of all, I picked a bad verse. Apparently Isaiah isn't much tested. Let's pick Ezekiel. By the way, there you go. See the color, the different colors? Because that's saying, hi, this is different from another version. Alright? See? It's showing the colors. Oh, that's going to be real fun to read. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. Okay. So the rest of them, they don't have much in the way of colors. But it does show. It doesn't make an impact. What impact, I'm not sure, but it does matter. So let's go back to Mark. And am I still okay? Oh golly, it's still recording. I wonder what happened. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Okay, and analyzing the text we talked about. Viewing the text we talked about. Importing and exporting information, we talked about that in the option flags. And what we didn't talk about is that you can create, well, we talked about it a little bit, you can create your own Bible. And what it says version database compiler, that's part of how you make your own Bible. I've not learned how to do it. If I want to make my own Bible, I'll just paste the text and do it the old-fashioned way. But the important thing here is that you can actually index
to the Greek and Hebrew using this. In other words, you can build your own version in here, and you can index it, and it'll, track the morphology and everything just as if it was the NASB. In other words, you can build it so that the analysis window will track. Let's pretend that this was actually your translation instead of the NASB, so that you can have the mouse show up on each word keyed to Strong's, I guess, or keyed to something. And that database version compiler is part of it somehow. Okay. Module index also. And I'm not sure how, and they're really sophisticated people using this, and I'm sure that they need it because, this is a waste of time to have created and gone to all the trouble to create it if people weren't using it. Then you got interface and setting, the BibleWorks keyboard, which you've already seen, you could access already. But unfortunately, in the BibleWorks 5, you could just hold down the shift key and see the shifted. Oh, it's working. Okay, then for sure we know it's a bug. This is important. Okay, look what happened. This button, let's close it first. When I do it here, where is it? Oh, I got rid of it because I was so frustrated. Flashcard. Here we go. When I do it here, and I hit the shift key, it's working. I'll be damned. I don't know why it's working, but it's working. This is what it's supposed to do. So, like, look. Hebrew. There's the Hebrew. You hold down the shift key, and it's working. Okay? Same thing for Greek. Now, what's really important about this is that you don't have to know Hebrew and Greek to search on Hebrew and Greek. For example, you can put your cursor in the command line and just hit the key. Actually, what you first have to do is you have to hit a period. Put a period in there. And then you can just type the letters that you want. It's not doing it right. Why isn't it doing it right? They're supposed to show up as Greek letters. I don't know why that's not working. The shift key is suddenly working. Oh, no, the shift is not there. Yeah. Okay, but now it's not typing in Greek. Why is that? Okay, that's another different bug. So I got my shift key working, but I can't type the Greek letters. That's great. It's not typing the right letter. Alright, well, I'll have to figure that out in a future episode. I'm getting so nervous this thing's going to turn off. I'm going to cut off right now, and I'll come back in the next increment. I'm so unnerved by the fact that it's working that I forgot the fundamental thing I've always known. Alright, as you can see, when you hold down your shift key, you see capitals. You see what the letters are, but that's not all. First thing you got to do, in order to search in Greek, even if you don't know Greek, alright, is you first got to make a Greek version that you on display, your search version like that. Okay? That was a right click. That's what brought up the little dialog box. And then it's make the search version. Then you type in preferably a period. Okay, you can type in an apostrophe, but that's for a string. This is for one word at a time in either or search, which is gives you much better results. Now watch. Let's say I wanted to type in the word theos, meaning God. Okay, I'm clicking. Let me show you. Do it again. I'm clicking on the spelling of that. Now that's nominative case. You notice how it automatically did the terminal S instead of the S that's showing here? Alright, except I spelled it wrong. That should be
An Omicron, where is it? Right there. There we go. Theos. Now, I'm not going to search on that because there's like a bazillion times that it appears. But you see, that's how you can do a search by typing Greek, or the same thing, of course, would be true for Hebrew, in your command line. All right? Now, you don't have to do it that way. You can ignore the keyboard altogether. You've already made this, you right-click, and you made this your search version. All right? Because you've already done that, of course, you have to know that you're typing the right letters in the keyboard. You can just type, you know, the right words. Okay? I just typed it from the keyboard, my keyboard, not from theirs. And you see me do that in BibleWorks videos a lot. All right? Because I'm used to it. All right? But you're not used to it. So this is how you can get used to it. And after you've done it, you know, 50 or 60 times. So you click on this little puppy here is the keyboard. It's still recording. And for some reason the shift key is now working. Oh no, tell me it's working. Okay, it's working. You depress the shift key so you can see what the capital letters are, and there are extra diacritical marks here that you may need to know. And then of course you can switch and do it for Hebrew. And then when you're done, you can go back to English. But the thing is that you don't, once you get used to this, you won't have to use it. All you do is you're going to right click and make the search version. And then you'll remember what the letters are to type. Okay? In fact, I prefer the BibleWorks keyboard to any other keyboard. But anyway, at least that was something important to show. Okay. Now, so we've handled language tools. We've handled import, export, build module, language tools, flashcard. This is that thing, it's like diagramming sentences in school where you want to diagram the Greek or Hebrew sentence. If you want to do that, more power to you. I am not going to introduce it because I don't see any particular value in it. Okay, in the first place, it slows you down. You're spending more time on analyzing where something is in the sentence than you are on learning what it means. And that tends to be a really big problem with people, is they get so bollocksed up with the parts of speech and stuff, they're missing the forest for the trees. Okay, there are times when you're going to want to do that, because there are a lot of nested clauses in Hebrew and Greek verses in the Bible. A lot of nesting. You know, if you watch my Ephesians 1:3-14 videos in the 11 GGS series, Paul nests every single clause to meter. But the diagramming didn't help me know that. Okay? So, you know, if that helps you, God bless. That's all I can say. I'm all for simplicity when you can have it. And if that makes your life simpler or easier to understand, then go to it. But if you're doing it because it makes you feel smart, honey, you won't learn anything. You do anything because it makes you feel smart or some smart person does it, you'll never learn anything. Do it based on its intrinsic value. Forget who does it. If a drunk did it and it had intrinsic value, then you should do it. And who cares if a drunk does it too? All right? Interface setting, the keyboard we just handled. Keyboard layouts we already talked about. Edit Greek alias list. That's too complicated. If you really need to do this, let me know and I'll try to figure out how it works and tell you. Okay, and then this is back to our options, which is how we started this series. Okay, so that's enough for the tools section of the resources that you have. And we'll come back in the next increment to cover what this tab says. Okay, let's see how long I can do this before the system crashes again. We're on resources. The first one is Tischendorf. This is what they do in textual criticism, where they collate a bunch of manuscripts together and they show what the spelling differences or word differences are among the copies. This guy, Tischendorf, lived in the middle 1800s. And all these green numbers here are names of Bible manuscripts, originals. Okay, we got thousands of them, so many that they got these little key names. And if you were to click on the names, you'd find out where it was, where it's located, what museum or whatever has it, what's in it. And these are all their code names. Plus, Tischendorf wrote in the common Latin, which everybody spoke in the middle 1800s, and he wrote in German. So this so-called textual apparatus, which is a collection of, hi, here's the text I'm using, and here are all these other texts that I know of, and here's how they differ from the one I'm using. That's what that is. But it's in Latin. But it's exciting because it's one of the best, people regard this as one of the best collations of our Bible manuscripts in existence. It's got problems. They're all, everybody's imperfect. But see, he takes each verse, and here's his basically his test text, and then underneath, written with Latin, notes, and a whole lot of shorthand, are all these other manuscripts that have certain kinds of differences in the spelling of David, for example. See, this is how picayune and anal they get. That's why you can trust your Bible, because you've got people been doing this kind of thing for hundreds and hundreds of years. Tischendorf being a primary example of it, because he's the guy who found Codex Sinaiticus. I'd click on these, but it's all in German. Okay, so if you can read German, you're going to have a field day with this. So that's the textual apparatus from him, and that also includes von Soden. Look at my textual criticism playlist for a full survey of what's on the web on textual criticism. Okay. Next on the agenda, Aramaic. This is something that's bundled with BibleWorks. This guy Norton translated the Peshitta, and he maintains that was the original. Yeah, well, like I said, if you read it, you'll find out that it's a translation of the Greek, because it follows the same literal order that it does when it's translating the Hebrew. But hey, then this is a grammar by Stevenson that I had to buy. I forget what I paid for it, but I said what that was in an earlier video. This is a grammar of Palestinian Jewish Aramaic. Okay, that you can buy. And then this stuff is all bundled with BibleWorks. This guy's Old Testament pseudepigrapha translation and commentary. This is Schaff on the early church fathers. We sort of saw that already when I did my favorites. This is a guy named James who wrote a book about the New Testament Apocrypha, whereas this is Old Testament Apocrypha. Pseudepigrapha is another word for it. And this is Rodkinson's English translation of the Babylonian Talmud, which in BibleWorks is in this form and also indexed as the Mishnah portion. It's not all of it, but it's most of it. Okay, then we got Hebrew grammars. Bundled in BibleWorks is with title beginning Hebrew. That looks like the same book as the one I have. And here's our friendly Gesenius Hebrew grammar. Hopefully I can do this without the machine bombing. If you ever encounter a King James only person, and they're all too dumb to live, and they try to tell you that Psalm 12, 6 and 7 is referring to the Word of God being pure, saying that the word them in the King James Bible of 12:7 is referring to words, point them over here to page 158 of Gesenius. It's one of the most famous Hebrew lexicons in the world. This one should be the 1910 edition. My hardback is 1910. It's far easier to read, but that's okay. See this little section here? Pause your video and look at it. Of course, you might not be able to read the characters. These little square boxes are saying that whatever the consonant is,
it's got a sagol at the bottom, the little 3 triangle dots. Okay, so this is like their equivalent of an X. It can be any consonant. Okay, but this whole thing is telling you where the non-energetic occurs, and it only occurs in the first person plural and the third person singular. In other persons, the non-energetic does not occur, which means there is no such thing as a them. So titrenu, meaning to guard them, doesn't refer to words because there is no third person plural with a new ending at all. It does not exist. See, that's what's highlighted now. It does not exist. So titrenu either means guard us or guard him. And when we translate it in English as guard them, it still means people. This is a personal pronoun. See the whole section of 58, the pronomial suffixes of the verb. Pronomial, meaning people. People. Me, thee, see, me, thee, him, her, us, you. Okay? And then there's no them. There's no them. Not, doesn't exist. See? In other persons, the non-energetic does not occur. Now, that's positive proof that just like the King James translators said, the titrenu is talking about people, and it really means him or us. Because those are the only 2 persons in which it occurs. Third person singular right here, and first person plural right here. Because some King James only people are so dumb and so incompetent at reading, they think this very section proves that Psalm 12:7 means them as words. That's how incompetent you become when you believe false doctrine. You think that what refutes you proves you right. I had to do 5 videos instead of 4 other YouTubers against the King James only person who cited this as proof that Psalm 12:7 was in fact referring to words them in the plural. Now you got the text right in front of you. In other persons, the non-energetic does not occur. See, first person plural, third person singular. So titrenu, which means guard us or guard him, in Psalm 12:7 cannot refer to anybody but people, because it's a pronomial suffix, not just any old suffix, a pronomial suffix, meaning people. It doesn't ever refer to things. And it can't refer to people in the third person plural because it only exists in the first person plural and the third person singular. So the next time somebody tries to tell you King James only is Psalm 12:7, that them means words, point them to page 158 in Gesenius. And you can get it online with that same page number for free. Okay, and if you want, I've got links to video that I did on this very topic, and I'll give it to you, and that way you can find it for free. Okay, that's going to end this part of the segment because I'm so excited I actually didn't bomb. I'm afraid I will, and we'll come back in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. I hope you can hear me over the air conditioning and the dishwasher. Okay, we didn't stop at Hebrew grammars. We had just seen a little snippet of Gesenius, but actually, Gesenius covers a lot of ground, really important ground, about the characters, the alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet, and how it developed over the years. And I'm going to get to Hebrew paradigms in a minute, but I want to show you this. This is also bundled with BibleWorks, and it's got some stuff in it that isn't exactly right, that I just found out, so I got to figure out where I found this.
think it's in orthography. Yeah. Let's see. This is done by some guys who worked at the Vatican, or worked with the Vatican. It's done in Rome. And it's old. I don't know how old. 2006. It's not old. Alright. But they make some mistakes, which Gesenius corrects. This comment here. The alphabet emerged in the 3rd century BC. That's not true. This alphabet here, which is called the square script, it actually emerged in the Middle Ages. And if you look at Gesenius, and you cannot find it in this version of Gesenius, because the Gesenius has a fold out in his hardback, right here in Gesenius. I don't think, oh yeah, okay, yeah, they do have, oh good. Because you can't find this on the web. I tried to find it in order to help somebody understand that the nature of the Hebrew alphabets, but they did in this copy. This is a fold-out. I have the hardback of Gesenius, and this is a fold-out page that actually looks much better in this copy than it did in the original. Okay, you can tell that they're using an old copy too, that they photocopied it because of the sepia color. Okay, I put also a JPG. I did a scan of this, and I put a JPG file of the scan from my hardback of Gesenius in my Bible Hebrew alphabet video. So the video description has a link which has a picture of this page, so you can just download it. You see, this is a table of the alphabets. This goes back to 840 BC. This is the 9th to 5th century BC. This is 700 BC. This is the Maccabees, 2nd century BC, Hasmonean, the revolt. Here are the Samaritans, okay, Old Aramaic. See the difference? This is all chicken scratch script. There's nothing square character about it, okay? The characters that are used in our Hebrew Bibles started to be used here, 916 AD, 1470 AD, 1347 AD. And that's German Jews with these little tag-ins, these little extra marks to make it look decorative, okay, that they put on it. But you see, these are the square characters that are in our Bibles, okay, principally most like these two, all right, and then you can use your scroll bar down here to see the rest of them. These are the most familiar to us, but they're developments of the Middle Ages, all right. Unfortunately, Maroka, and I don't know why he didn't correct this, he should have known better, because Gesenius had been out already since 1900, because it went through many editions. Unfortunately, our boy here, Maroka, is saying that this was a development from the 3rd century BC. That's not true. Okay? So you have to read this guy, Maroka, with a grain of salt. Okay, he's saying that the square script is used. Oh no, he's replaced the script using. Okay, right. Those chicken scratches are used in the Siloam inscription. Alright? So the Siloam inscription is a lot older. This did not come about in the 3rd century BC, as you just saw from the chart, and could look at again on, in your copy of Gesenius and BibleWorks. Okay, so when I read somebody saying something right off the bat that I know is wrong and can prove is wrong, from archaeology even, then I know, okay, well, whatever this guy says, I've got to check it with some second source, because what he's going to say is not necessarily going to be true. If he misses something so basic as the origin of the alphabet, see, there's certain things, when people say certain things to you, it betrays an ignorance or an arrogance so vast that you know that you have to just cut whatever they say is not going to be reliable. Okay, it might be reliable in parts, you don't throw the whole person out, but they've got a major problem in their understanding if they don't understand certain basics. Well, for example, the Catholics can't count to 3, then every single one of their doctrines is suspect. You have to check everything against the Bible, because if they can't count to 3, honey, something's so wrong with their thinking that whatever else they claim on the Bible has got to be suspect, and you better check it against the Bible immediately. All right, the same thing is true for this guy's grammar. I'm sure that there's a lot of stuff in there that is of value, but when he can't get the alphabet right, then you gotta be real careful what you read and accept from him. All right, so that's Moroka. All right, Joan and Moroka. And then, dedication and copyright. And, scholars are human beings. They make mistakes. And that's fine. Just make sure that you check against more than one source. It's always going through morphology and syntax, and then his version of the paradigms are right here. And they're a lot harder to read, of course. So now we're going to go to the other thing, which is the paradigm. So you've got more than one Hebrew grammar. Pick Gesenius, and if somebody differs with Gesenius, then chances are Gesenius is right. But check it anyway, because Gesenius isn't perfect either. Okay, now we've just gotten into paradigms. This is that junk that you have to, if you're learning a foreign language in school. In formal school, they make you learn a bunch of tables that you learn to recite, and you never actually get anything out of the meaning of them. Okay? You have to go through this, but I suggest that you go through it in connection with the Bible verse you're studying, rather than just learn a lot of blind tables. But that's a personal preference. That's up to you. This is the typical katal table. Katal means to kill. All right? So you first see it in the Cal Perfect, which is a completed tense. Okay, then you see it in the nifal, which is passive. Okay, passive, or it happens to you. Okay, PL is intensive, meaning that all the action is much more intense, souped up. Puel is the passive version of the PL. Okay, then you got the hifil, which is causative. And then you got the hofal, which is causative passive. Then you got the hifpael, which is reflexive. And then you got the cal imperfect, which is, you basically got in Hebrew two tenses. You got perfect and imperfect. The perfect means action completed, or state completed, or a state that is complete. It's not like our English tenses, which is, progressive and past and all that. It's kind of hard to explain this. When you're looking at something, it's called aspect. When you're looking at something, are you looking at something that's still ongoing, or are you looking at something that's not yet finished, or are you looking at something that's just beginning, or are you looking at something that's completed but it had a beginning, or completed but it didn't have a beginning? So Hebrew just has perfect and imperfect. Okay? So here's the cal imperfect, meaning a state that either didn't have a beginning or it's still going on. Now watch this. See, there's a little voice thing right here on the right. You click on it. Watch what happens.
Yiktol, tiktol, tiktol, tiktali, ektol, yiktalu, tiktolna, tiktalu, tiktolna, niktol.
Okay, that's somebody who just pronounced the paradigm for the cal imperfect of kata. All right, so you can click on these little megaphones and hear it pronounced and then practice it. He's got a heavy accent, but at least it'll give you the sense of the word. Okay, see, here's the PL.
Yukatil, tukatil, tukatil, tukatali, pakatil, yukatalu, tukatilna, tukatalu, tukatilna, nukatil.
See? So then you can learn your conjugations that way. Well, you can learn, we call them conjugations. Learn your conjugations that way. See, so they got it all for the imperfect and the perfect. So you got basic, and then of course you got the imperative. Where's they have the adjussive, and there's the infinite absolute. Again, you can pronounce it, the adjussive. And the participles. So you can practice this. Yeah, here's adjussive. I like the adjussive. Okay. Coertative is similar to the adjussive. Okay, adjussive and coertative are like to urge you to do something.
something that creates a sense of urging. Oh, I ought to do this, or oh, I ought to not do this. Okay? So anyway, that is Hebrew paradigm. So that goes with, see, that was your vocabulary flashcard module. But this, the paradigms, fit with it, because then that's for the verbs, the conjugation of the verbs. That's kind of cool. I really like that, especially with the audio that goes with it. Okay, I'm afraid this thing's going to crash, so I'm going to cut this off and we'll resume at Walkie and O'Connor next. Okay. Okay, now we're on Walkie and O'Connor Hebrew syntax. I forget if I had to buy this or if it was bundled with BibleWorks. Okay, as you'll notice, we're going through more than one. See, you got in the Hebrew grammars, you got Futado, which I haven't shown you. You got Eusenius, and you got Maroka, and now there's Walkie and O'Connor. Okay. Each one of these guys covers the same material, but they talk about it in different ways. Cassinius is actually considered to be the classic on the subject. This guy, and this guy are all latecomers. Okay, so if you're only going to pick one, pick Cassinius. But the other guys, they're later scholars, and Cassinius wasn't perfect, and there are certain things Cassinius didn't cover. So, when you look at these other guys, you're going to want to say, okay, well, what do they have to bring to the table? That's why I got them. I haven't looked at them in great detail yet. But one of the things that's always useful to look at is the preface to see why they think their book is important to write. So you might want to look at that. I like to look at their own philosophy about the study itself. Okay? And again, because I'm trying to evaluate whether I want to spend time reading their book. And then I also look at how they structure their teaching. Okay? Like this talking about gender. Okay? And it looks like this guy is shooting for making things succinct and simple. So I'm going to want to read him. Okay? What I don't like about this and many, many other these grammars is that they pad their wording with what they consider to be respectable scholarly vocabulary, which actually obfuscates what they're trying to say. Obfuscate, see? Who knows? Do you know what obfuscate means? I learned it when I was a kid. I learned a lot of words when I was a kid. It means to cover up. So obfuscate is a fancy word for cover up. But if you didn't know what obfuscate meant, you'd have to turn off the video and go look up obfuscate, because I didn't say cover up when I could have just said cover up. You get my point? So, they use a lot of obfuscating terminology in this book. Futado not so much. Futado's a little clearer. Okay? When you see that kind of vocabulary, your head is going to spin. Because it's not like you can't know what the word means. It's that it slows you down in learning. Because they're using respectable, scholarly vocabulary. Now, it's one thing if you're in the middle of a conversation and the word just hits you. Alright? But it's another thing when you're writing a book that's supposed to be for an audience that doesn't know the subject as well as you do. Then you should try to write with the words that they will know, not the words that you know. So that's why it's important to read this kind of stuff, even though they use vocabulary that is obfuscating, so that you can learn the vocabulary yourself. So it's more important to read these kinds of books
to learn the vocabulary that they use rather than to learn Hebrew. Okay? Now we come to wine green. Okay. Wine green is giving you a practical guide to classical Hebrew. He calls it classical. Okay? He is really doing that. Okay? See, he says you can't teach the whole thing. He's going to just select things that are practical. All right? To teach you the stuff so that you can get a sense of it. He's like the opposite of Walk-in O'Connor. All right? And I had to buy wine green. It's worth buying. Okay? Because he likes to keep it simple. See, look. He's keeping it simple. The problem is, and he kind of has to do this, he's giving you the Hebrew names for things. A methig. Well, what's a methig? Okay? What's a sagal? Well, see? First of all, it tells you what methig means, or what the word means there. And it indicates that the reader must pause. So you are, you're getting a lot of extra vocabulary with him too. But these are the terms that they actually use in scholarship, first of all. Second of all, this helps you communicate with people who speak Hebrew. Alright? But he's giving you the names. See, look at how simple that is. Reader must pause. Alright? Methig is a short vertical stroke placed at the left of a vowel. Its effect is to make the reader pause after it. I don't do this right, okay? I just ignore these things. But you see? See how simple it is to read this guide? So that's why I would recommend buying wine green. Because he goes through it in some kind of a logical order, and he's giving you the Hebrew titles for things. But you have to know those titles anyway. And see, you get all these little exercises. This is a really cool book. So I would get him, and I would get a hardback of Gesenius as well. So that's it for the Hebrew. Oh, I didn't show you Furtado. I should show you Furtado. There's Furtado. That looks like my cover of my hardback. Okay. Here's his introduction. And he's talked somewhat more simply, kind of like Wine Green does. Alphabet. Okay, and see, he's thinking of the reader. He's giving you an outline that's thinking of the reader. Alright? So this is a good guy to get to. Okay, but you got him already bundled with BibleWorks. You have to buy it. There's sentences with verbs. See how he's organized it? So this is good for reading. Now the problem with these files is the same as the problem with a book. Searching in them is a pistol. Okay, the way to get... my computer's dying. I'm going to come back in the next increment and tell you some helpful hints. Okay, we're back. And now, we're back on the Hebrew grammar still. And I wanted to show you... Like, let's take Furtado, because he's so simple and good. And that's bundled in BibleWorks. It's a really helpful thing. Okay. Let's just pick section 9 on prepositions and the wow conjunction. They call it vav today, but that's not how it was pronounced in ancient Hebrew. Again, remember I've said before that there is a fashion now to use modern Hebrew pronunciation as if that was the old Hebrew pronunciation. It is not, and you are going to mess up on many things in interpretation of the Bible if you use the wrong pronunciation. The Bible tells you how to pronounce itself. And it tells you that in many ways, but one of them is that the LXX transliterates the Hebrew, so you know both how the Greek was pronounced and how the Hebrew was pronounced by reference to the LXX. Alright, it's wow, it's a w sound, not a vav sound. That's modern Hebrew. That didn't exist until like the Middle Ages or later. Okay? So, and even today, if you look at the Slavic languages, they are between a W sound and a V sound. Okay, in your Slavic languages, your V is really a W with a V ending. Alright, v, w, 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 wulje,
subseries. Okay, then especially like in Polish and German, not always German, but definitely Polish and some of the other Slavic languages. Okay, that change to the V sound is a later addition. So when it says Vav, you have to understand that Futato's just caving in to the current fad to call it a Vav. Alright? It's really disgusting because that's not how it was pronounced. If you want to know the Bible and the Bible's languages, you should learn the Bible's own pronunciation, which it tells you. But if you got to read these guys, and you got to understand that they are scholars and they feel like they got to cave into other scholars, and it's a fashion right now among scholars to use a modern idea. Okay? So, here you are at this section. Now let's say you didn't you were reading something in this section, say like English prepositions. All right, well, let's say he walked on the land. He walked on. We'll just use walked on because that's kind of common. Let's say you didn't remember you read it in this section. So you load up your thing. Let's wait a minute. You load up your thing, and let's say you're right here at the alphabet. Oh God, is the machine gonna crash again? It's not working. I can't get it to work. Okay, I'm going to have to shut down again because there's a key conflict and I can't override it. I can't undo mouse hooks in BibleWorks in order to fix this. So I'll have to come back.
Okay, hopefully I can get this to work this time. I wanted to show you Futato because he's really pretty good. And there are a couple other things that I just found that I need to show you. This is the book that I have in hardback. It also has a CD that comes with it in the hardback. But as you saw, well, no, you're going to see because I have to do it here. We're going to do the Hebrew paradigms. I think we're going to do them again because I think the sound wasn't all that good before. So this is Futato. He aims at being really simple. See, very clear writing. That's a sign of a good book. If the writing is clear and you understand it, granted that you have to still learn vocabulary, but if the person makes the point clear, then the person understands what he's talking about. That's the same thing you should use when you look for a lawyer or a computer guy. If all they give you is jargon and they can't make it clear in simple language, then chances are they don't know the material well enough. That's true for a lot of scholarship too. If the scholar's presentation of the material is not clear, the scholar himself doesn't understand it that well. He hasn't progressed, he hasn't graduated beyond using the vocabulary to the actual mastery of the topic. Alright? So that's something I look for in books. And Futato, even though he's caving in, like here with the Vav conjugation. He's caving into modern scholarship, but he writes clearly enough, so you just sort of have to understand that that's his personal, maybe he had to do it in order to write his book and get it to sell. Alright, but he understands things. Alright? So then, these are the sections. Now what I wanted to show you was search. And the problem with search. So we're going to search on the word PL. Alright, and we list topics. Now in order to search on it, you can't just click. Logic would tell you can click. That was the problem I had. But the CHM file, there's nothing logical about it. You have to click display. There's no way you would know that. Okay, in other words, you have to first put your cursor here, and then you have to click display in order to get to that section. And you'll notice, because I have to use dark highlighting with BibleWorks because of the problem with the TSK database where they coded the font to turn white. So now I have to use this dark font that doesn't apply anywhere else. The PL is highlighted. Okay, the word PL is what I'm searching on. And I have to hit display, first go to the section. But see, you have to scroll through it. Alright, you don't know where you're going to find your next occurrence of PL. Okay? Yeah, you see a bunch of those. What if there was only one? You could scroll too fast and not see it. So here's a better solution. You hit the right mouse click, that was the blue you just saw. Click on View Source, and that brings up Notepad. Because each one of these, it's going to be in jargon, you won't know what page you're on or anything. But at least you can find what you're searching on each time. You use Notepad's find function, and you look for the word. Okay? Now, Notepad, like Word, will do a leapfrog. So there's your first occurrence of PAL. It's in code, so you don't need that. Then you look at it again, and you look at it again. You keep hitting Find Next. That's a crummy way to have to search the text. Okay? But CHM files are crummy files. What a smart person would have done is they would have put this file not into a CHM format, but into PDF or HTML. And if they want to protect it, they could have created a container to protect it. But instead they use a CHM file, which is really lousy for searching. Now BibleWorks knows that. They were stuck with this. It's not their fault. Okay? So given this kind of bad searching, you've got only the alternative I showed you with the right click and View Source per page. Alright? In which case, unlike the CHM file, which shows you the page number in the hardback, you're not going to know what page number you're on if you're doing View Source. Okay? You just won't know. Okay, the other thing that you can do is to create what's called a decompiler. It will decompile all of your HTM files, your CHM file like this, the whole thing, which is a compilation of a bunch of HTM files. It'll retrieve them back into HTM files. Alright, and there are a lot of decompilers on the market you can buy. I did eText Wizard, which isn't one of the best. It's got bugs. A lot of them have bugs, so you have to be careful what you buy. But that's your other alternative. Then you take your decompiler and you literally append every one of these files to create a single Word document. Alright, because Word can convert all of this into one file with HTML, and then you can convert it into Word and read it into Word and preserve the page numbers. That's your only other alternative. So basically, these modules that you can buy are undone, their effectiveness is undone by the fact that you can't properly search in them. Okay, you might as well buy the hardback. So that's something that is out of favor with having the CHM file. And now my computer is beginning to crash again, so I'm going to cut this off. Okay, hopefully this won't bomb again. I need to show you more about the resources. We're going to Hebrew grammars. I want to show you more about the paradigms next. Oh, God, I hope this works. Okay, I want to play the sound again because I didn't play it so well. This is the Hebrew paradigm.
Katal, katala, katalta, katalt, katalti, katalu, katalten, katalten, katalnu.
Okay, so that was the Cal. I just wanted to replay it. Again, I'm not a fan of learning the language this way. I'm a fan of looking it up in the Bible, and then when you see it in the Bible, you go to your reference material to find out what it means. Okay? And here you have the paradigms that you can even hear it said. And his pronunciation's okay. It's a little too Sephardic for me, but that's my preference. Okay, now the other thing was in the Greek paradigms, when I played it before, it's too loud. Or maybe I haven't played it yet. I've done so many videos I don't remember where this is in the sequence. But I want to play it for you here.
Hora.
It's doing the right.
hora, horon, horai, horon, horais, horas.
Okay, I shouldn't have spoken while it was speaking. This is this first column here is what he's reading. Okay, he's reading Erasmian pronunciation, which is closer to the Greek, the real Greek that was spoken in Jesus' day. All right, it is not modern pronunciation. There is a fad for the modern pronunciation, which is totally wrong. If you want to know what the Bible Greek sounds like, you need to go to Bible Greek. Now, Erasmian pronunciation is not quite the same as what the Bible says its pronunciation is, which you can tell by the transliteration in the LXX in the Hebrew. All right, but it's closer than modern. Look at the modern.
Ora, oras, ora, oron, ore, oron, ores, oras.
Okay, that's not anything like the way it was. There's a book that you can get. I think it's really cheap. Mine was $19. Oxford Grammar of Classical Greek by a guy named James Morwood. He goes through this issue about pronunciation and how it was more in the classical Greek sense. There was a great deal of debate about that book in B Greek, which goes through this debate every single day about the pronunciation. The guy that's championing another third pronunciation, which is somewhere between modern and Erasmian, is a guy named Randall Booth. The problem with his explanation, which a lot of scholars respect, is that he's taking it from a 300-year span of history based on the Dead Sea Scrolls and based on illiterate people, the people who spoke Greek without a whole lot of education. That is not the Greek of the Bible. That might have been the Greek of the street, and their misspelling and their mispronunciation might have been that of the street. But that's not the people who wrote the Bible, were not of that category. There is standard English and then there's hillbilly English. So he's basically saying that hillbilly Greek is what we all should be speaking when we're reading the Bible. I totally disagree, and so does the Bible's own method of transliterating the Hebrew. It doesn't agree with Booth, it doesn't agree with Erasmus, and it doesn't agree with modern. It's actually a mix of all three. So, what do you want to learn? Go with Morwood's classical Greek because it's the closest from what I can see in the transliterations. So just get that book at Amazon. All right, again, here's the Erasmian pronunciation, which is closer to Morwood's.
Hora, horas, hora, horon, horai, horon, horais, horas.
That's closer. That's the speech and that's the pattern that scholars have been following for 500 years. All right, that's closer to Attic Greek. All right, so follow that if you're going to follow something standard. But Erasmian Greek is not quite the way it's supposed to be. All right, it gets a couple of syllables wrong. The modern Greek gets a couple of syllables right that the Erasmian gets wrong.
Ora, oras, ora, oron, ore, oron, ores, oras.
Okay, it's not pronouncing the H sound, the rough breathing. That's because modern Greek is lazy. All right? So that's something that you want to consider when you decide how you're going to learn your pronunciation. Okay, so that, and I'm going to end this increment and come back because of the sirens that are outside. There's always sirens near me. If I didn't cover it, and this is really important and exciting. Right here. Remember, if I've done the video already, or you've seen it already, I think I explained, I might not have yet done this. Yeah, I haven't yet done this. In other videos, I go through the Greek grammars in order, but I forgot to cover Wallace. Okay, this Wallace book is the one that I have in hardback. Now I'm having problems with my mouse. It is really Oh, man. Just a second. There's a mouse. Let's try it again here. Yeah, it's still recording. Okay. I have this in hardback. It looks exactly like you see on screen. I thought this was a different book. You can get this on Kindle, and you can get it in hardback. The hardback's okay. In many ways, maybe it's better since you're stuck with a CHM file. It's very well indexed. Okay? This book is very well indexed. I take it with me to the airport. There are two books that I really like when I have to travel. This one and Thorleif Bowman's Hebrew Thought Compared with Greek, which is considered a classic on the subject of the differences in Hebrew and Greek thought. These are my favorite books to take to the airport. Okay? And it's very well indexed, so the hardback is really worth buying. But you can get it here. Now, what's nice about it, see, this tells you what its features are. Okay? The fact that they have all scripture references, have hypertext links in BibleWorks, makes it valuable to have this in BibleWorks. Okay? Not all of the modules that they carry are so indexed to BibleWorks. But Dan Wallace's book is a classic. Okay? He started, he used to teach it, and then he never thought about writing a book. If you read in his own book, he'll tell you the story. That it grew out of his students saying, hey, you ought to write a book about this, and it's gone through several editions. Okay? He writes very clearly. He writes so clearly that you find yourself disagreeing with him violently on certain topics. Okay? That's a sure sign that you're understanding the book and that he's writing clearly when you can argue with him. Okay? I really like this book, and I violently disagree with him on certain things. And for example, he likes to poo-poo the attic and just say that that the New Testament is all Koine. That's a big lie. Okay? He doesn't consider it a lie. That's his opinion. Okay? And he has lots of footnotes, even though that's his opinion, to the older material that stress the Atticisms. Okay? So even though that's his opinion, all right, he defers to the fact that the older scholarship recognized it. What I'm trying to tell you is this guy is going in both directions, and he's not shy about telling you what he thinks. It's a really good book. It's really worth buying. I didn't know I had it already bundled in BibleWorks, as well as the hardback. Now, one of the things that he does, oh God, okay, it's starting to bomb on me. I'll pick this up in the next increment. I can't afford to lose it. Okay, now we're coming back to Dan Wallace's book. See, the title is misleading. They should just title it Greek Grammar Beyond the Basics, which is what it is. Okay. The table of contents was where we were. I cannot, without killing the video recording, I cannot show you. If you were to click on these underlined numbers, you go to the page. That's really great if you're on a netbook, for example, because this is where I have this stored. Because that's easier to handle than having to carry the book. So I'm really kind of thrilled that this is on my machine. I didn't know. Okay. Maybe I had to buy it. I don't remember buying it. It wasn't in my unlock code, so it must be bundled. This is a really good book. Okay. And understand that everybody's got his own interpretation of things. So if you understand it well enough to argue with it, then you know you're reading a good book. Okay? That's what I do. I argue with this guy all the time in my head. The other thing is that the verses that he cites are linked in BibleWorks. So you will go to the verse in BibleWorks. So you can see it live in BibleWorks. And that's another really happy thing. Okay?
So that was Greek grammar beyond the basics. And I don't know if I want to dare go to the next thing. Okay, we've covered the Hebrew grammars now. We went to Futato, Gesenius, the paradigms. We did a short version of Maroka, Joaquin O'Connor, and Winegreen. Of these, Futato and Winegreen tend to be better. They're clearer. Okay, you read these guys too, but you're really reading them just to understand how people like that talk. You're going to learn more about the scholarly talking points and the vocabulary scholars use than you will about Hebrew. You'll learn more about actual Hebrew from this guy and this guy and this guy. Okay? Especially this guy. He's hard to read too, but it's worth it. Gesenius is worth it. He tends to be really nice and succinct. Greek grammars, Davis is okay. Not terrific. Blass is okay. Burton is okay. Conybeare, okay. He focuses on Septuagint Greek, which is okay. That's kind of, Septuagint Greek grammar is different. That's going to be kind of important because there are differences versus the New Testament use of Greek. And that's how you can tell the age difference, which of course no King James only person ever knows. They couldn't read a word of Greek if you paid them. Okay, anybody who's King James only, just know right away they can't read Greek or Hebrew. Once you can read Greek and Hebrew, you don't want to be King James only anymore. You know where the errors are. Croy's Primer of Biblical Greek is really pretty simplistic, just like he says it is. It's okay. It's cheap enough, and you can get it on Kindle. This is Wallace Bible Basics. I suggest you probably start with somebody up here, like Davis, before you dig into Wallace. Okay? Wallace is good if you're already familiar with some of the basics in Greek. Okay? I mean, you could start knowing nothing. He does go through enough that you could start knowing nothing, but, you know. And I'm going to cover MacDonald in a later video. Robertson, you've already seen the taste of the Greek paradigms, and I cover Zerwick in a later video. Okay? But I wanted to say this thing about Wallace now because the other videos I did on Greek grammar, I forgot to cover him. Okay, so now we're going to go on with the Greek grammars and these other people. Okay, now we're going to go through the other Greek grammars. First one on the list is our friend Davis, and just hope it doesn't crash. Alright. You cannot hide the main BibleWorks window when you call up these things. If you try to hide it, it'll just hide everything. Alright. This is, let's look at the preface. This is Dr. Robertson's preface. He's one of the guys who believes in Atticism. He's of the old school. Okay, so he's basically, you know, testing to the validity of Davis. Okay. Here's your basic structure of Davis. As you can see, it's very straightforward. And I keep thinking I covered this before, but now I can't find the video that I did explaining it. See how he's helping you understand imperfect indicative. So if you don't understand it in your own language, when you learn it in the Greek, you're going to better understand your own language too. So that's a real advantage, you know, because I mean, now you've got the most important reason for studying grammar, the Bible. Okay? And as you can see, here is showing comparatives and declensions. Okay, you'll learn what a declension is. But I submit to you, only start learning this stuff when you're in a passage, so that you'll remember it better. If you use 1 John 1:9, you'll remember much better. You get the Holy Spirit's brains. That's why I live on it. That's why I seem so smart. It takes me, I learn to think 1,000 times faster than a human being can learn, simply because I use 1 John 1:9. And if that's true for me, and I'm not better than you, we all know that, then why won't it be true for you? Okay, so use 1 John 1:9 when you study, or just use it all together throughout the day. Okay? And you'll be surprised at how much smarter people are going to think you are. Okay. So as you can see, this is a pretty simple structure to the book. Okay, this is a guy who actually knows what he's talking about because he keeps it simple and he hits on the high stuff. Okay, see, that's clear speech. All right, doesn't mean he's perfect. Does mean the book is worth reading. Okay, so that's Davis. And I don't remember if that's bundled with BibleWorks or you have to buy it. Okay, so then we come back to the next one. I haven't bombed yet. Oh, this is so exciting. This is Blast. This costs $119. Okay, somebody at BibleWorks actually recommended it to me, and I bought it because he recommended it. All right. It's gone through editions, and as you can see, there are typos, but that's to be expected. Okay, it's gone through 4 editions, so it's been used by people. Okay. All right, so he likes to go through etymology, so that's in favor. He's telling you where the diphthong came from. Okay. And that's important. You know, maybe he follows the modern school of pronunciation. I don't know. I haven't read through this yet. But he is going through the history, and that's important. Major vowel changes. So that recommends a book right there. He's talking about how the vowels change. So that makes me like this book right away, even if I end up disagreeing with him. It doesn't matter if we agree with each other. That's the last thing that matters. I don't even agree with myself from, 2 years ago. I don't care if a person agrees with me or not. What I care about is, do they know what they're talking about? You can know what you're talking about and still be wrong. We're human. But if you generally know what you're talking about, fine. Then I still want to hear what you got to say. The trouble is that a whole lot of people don't do their homework. They don't know what they're talking about, and they pretend as if they do. And my video is starting to go bad again. This is really disgusting that I can only record for 5 minutes before I have to shut down. Okay, let's see if I can get this to work this time. Okay, we want resources, Greek grammars. I'd already done a little bit on Davis. Now we're getting to Blas. I said some things about Blas already that made me like it. The fact that you have some clear emphasis on etymology. Somebody's going to spend time on etymology is somebody who realizes the important context of a language. And he's speaking clearly enough. He's limiting his vocabulary. Okay? So he's trying to actually speak in a language you can understand. So I like that. Alright, so vote yes on Blas. 119. It's worth it. Okay. So then we come to Burton, moods and tenses. And again, you look to see it's an 1888 thing. That already recommends it because in 1888 they had a much clearer sense of how the Greek works. Modern scholarship today has kind of gone in the tank because it's Bible Greek is a political football. Okay. He's using the word tense because, of course, the modern term for it now is aspect. But this is the old scholarship where they still called it tenses. So probably you want to read this book, Burton's Moods and Tenses. Okay? And you learn the difference between a subordinate clause and a relative clause, the roles of the infinitive, how it can act like a noun or verb, and the participle. And this is really important because when a passage is dramatic, the writer will drop regular verbs and use noun forms. The infinitive and the participle both function as noun forms. This is particularly true in drama Greek. Paul does this a lot, and so do the other NT writers. So you want to pay a lot of attention to this. Okay, and this work is old enough that you will get the old scholarship on it, which you want. Okay, so now we come to Coney Bear, and this is Septuagint Greek. This is OT Greek. This is important for being able to understand the difference in the age of the language. OT Greek had, distinctive grammar differences, especially the way they use the article, okay, the way they use pronouns, and case endings. Prepositions were much less frequently used in OT Greek. They use case endings instead, which is closer to what classical Greek did, okay? So that's something you're going to want to study, and there are going to be significant differences, okay? So then you can read this, and it's pretty clearly written, okay? He's not using a lot of jargon. That's important. So Conybear is a good thing to have, and I think that's bundled with BibleWorks. Okay, next Greek lexicon, Greek grammar is Croy. Now I got Croy on Kindle also. Croy is very much lesson oriented, okay? And so it gives you a sense of the lessons, and you just, this is another book you can take with you to the airport, because it's just basically lessons, okay? Remarks on pronunciation. Again, he's keying himself to some very clear writing style, so that's in its favor. Okay, whatever position he takes on the pronunciation, he's using a clear writing style. So this is worth getting. And like I said, I have it on Kindle. But in Kindle, you can't read the Greek letters. So here you can. And it's probably indexed to the Bible verses. Okay, so then next, we already saw Wallace. Okay, I'm going to save MacDonald for later. Okay. Then we got Robertson, and this guy is classical, much more oriented to classical. He's also 19th century. Okay, and he gets into the state of scholarship. Okay, but he's got a very clear writing style also. All right. And like Metzger, he traces the path of the changes in the study and teaching of New Testament grammar. So that's kind of worth knowing. But if you're a new student to it, you're not going to want to know this right away. Okay? But Robertson's considered to be a classic. All right? And then we saw the Greek paradigms already. And then we've got Zerwick. Okay, with Zerwick, again, I can't do it without causing the machine to crash, the recorder to crash, but you can click on these to go to the pages, which saves you time and hassle. You can also click here, but if I clicked on the pages, I would hang up the machine because the recording just doesn't like that. See, and you get the pop-ups of the verses, so that's a nice feature versus hardback. Okay. I'm still recording. It didn't die yet. I'm using a different codec to record, trying to see if that's what's causing the crashes. Okay, we're going to now need to get into MacDonald. MacDonald is a very sophisticated thing, so I'm going to cover that in the next increment.
These are miscellaneous things that are bundled in BibleWorks. I almost never use them. Okay. This is a supposed devotional thing called the Daily Light. When you first installed BibleWorks, you were stuck with seeing that stupid thing. Okay? Daily Light. Oh, here's your inspirational verse for the day. Honey, if that's what you need for inspiration, then you don't know Bible yet. I don't know why anybody would even want that. And we learned how to shut that off in BibleWorks options. I think it was in startup options. Okay? Or no, when you first install it, you get the ability to shut it down, so it won't come up all the time. But I don't see it anywhere here in startup options or shutdown options. I shut it down some other way. I forget how. All right. It's just a useless, time-consuming thing. But if you shut it down and you now want to look at it because you need inspiration, then you can look at that. See, July 6, 2012, loving kindness is before my eyes. Please. And then here's your option. See, loaded program start. That must have been how I unclicked it. Okay, see it's unclicked? That means it's not going to start with the program. Use Baxter text if KJV. I mean, honey, you don't need this. You either got God or you don't. Use 1 John 1:9 and you won't need these little simpering emotional things. If you're living on emotion to learn the Bible, then you really got big problems. Use 1 John 1:9 and God will get you out of that. I mean, I was like that too when I was young in Christ. Alright? Now I'm turning into an old militant person. Christ was pretty militant in John 6, but I don't think I'm good yet like that. I need to be a better kind of militant person. Okay, this feature is really useful. It's called Bible Outline. My computer is slowing down again. Because I've set my font so large, I've shown you this before, because I've set my font so large, you can't see. I have to change the search version to NAU. I'm afraid my computer's going to crash on me because I'm doing this. This is because I can't disable the mouse hooks. I'm afraid this program's going to crash. Alright, so if I want to search on it, I want to show this verse. I keep looking in my notification area to see if the program's going to crash. Alright, it took me to the verse when I clicked on it. See, that's Numbers 21:21, which you can't see because my font sizes are so big. So when you click on the verse in the Bible outline, you go there. This thing here in this little box is the same thing as this thing here. Oh God, am I going to crash? See, it's the same thing as this thing here. But you'll notice when I moved my mouse, it automatically moves too fast. So now I can lose my place. So that's why using that other Bible outline, this one is kind of better. Except as you'll notice, the program is slowing down significantly. And so I'm going to shut off this increment before I crash. But that's the Bible outline.
Okay, we're going to try that again. Resources, miscellaneous, Bible outline. Okay, it's too big because my fonts are too big. I have to have them too big in order to do the video so that you can see the fonts on screen. And as you can see, this is a lot easier to use than this in the sense that, while this is much more comprehensive, your mouse moves too easily and you can lose your place. Okay, so if you're worried about that, then you use this thing. Okay, and in order to use it, of course, you have to be on a search version in English. Otherwise, it won't work, as we just saw in the last increment. Okay. So now I want to go back to miscellaneous. And the next thing is the timeline, which we've already seen before in buttons. And that was when I showed you right over here, the circle with the backwards clock. The shorthand is where the longhand should be, and the longhand is where the shorthand should be. So that looks like it's saying 10 minutes to 2. Only the hands are reversed. So that's also the button for the timeline. And that's kind of useful for later history. It's not very useful for creation up until the Exodus. It's also inaccurate with respect to Samuel and Saul. And in certain other places it's inaccurate because people, if they just use the Bible's own timeline, they would get the accurate dates, but they're not using the Bible's own timeline. They're using Dear Dr. So-and-so, like Bishop Usher, to say that creation occurred 4,100 years ago. It's 4106. Bishop Usher made a small math error. And it wasn't even creation, it was Adam's fall, which Genesis 3:22 tells you. So see, the point is that the timeline is useful, but you can edit it, but it's also got mistakes, and therefore you can edit them out. That's the good news. All right. I mean, really, BibleWorks is the most comprehensive and easiest to use software on the internet, as far as I can tell. I'm investigating another one called the Word software, which has a lot of features in common with BibleWorks. But really, I don't see how anybody's going to be able to marshal the structure the way these guys have. The guy who wrote this program's a genius, no doubt about it. But of course, nobody's perfect, so there are glitches, as you've heard me complain. Very few complaints, however. All right, so now we're back to resources, and we're down in miscellaneous. And this is a SOP, Daily Light, Bible Outline we've just seen, BibleWorks Timeline we've just seen, Westminster Confession. Honey, hey, you're a Calvinist. You think the Westminster Confession is just as equal to the Word as the Word itself? Well, that's your problem. All right, you can even search on it if you're really that hooked. There are your little buttons that you can select to search on the Westminster Standards. I submit to you that if you're hooked on the Westminster Confession, you do not know how to read Bible. Because the Westminster Confession, especially with regard to the definition of Trinity, is extremely badly worded. It was worded by spiritual idiots. They didn't know what Trinity meant. They're right that God is triune, but they sure as heck didn't know how to describe it. The Westminster Confession is stupid. I throw it out. But if you don't want to, that's fine. Now we come into Greek transcription. All right? This is a very sophisticated tool for how do you analyze Bible syntax. In this case, he's restricted it to the New Testament because the guy has actually indexed every single verse in the New Testament for syntax. Now, if you did not learn your own native language, if you did not learn syntactical structures in your own native language when you were in grammar school, before you graduated from high school or college or secondary school or whatever you call it, if you didn't learn that, then you're gonna be able to learn it here. What he's done, and I can't highlight it because this is a photocopy of the book. What he did was he took syntactical phrases in each book, each verse. Here it's Matthew 1:1. Then you have again that's Matthew 1:9. So he goes through, verse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 through 9. And this is all, in his idea of it, it's a paragraph. All right, and he uses colors to show you how the same idea is repeated. See, there's another word for this called chiasmus, where the writer is circling back to a point he made prior. And what McDonald is doing is he's color coding the beginnings and endings of sections and paragraphs so that you can follow more. See, this is all in green. This is green here and green here. Okay, and he's keeping the colors because see here it's David again in red in Matthew 1:18. So that relates back to Matthew 1:1. So this can be kind of helpful. All right, for diagnosing when the Bible writer is going back to a point he made prior in circles. The Bible is written in concentric circles. Genesis is the first circle in the very middle, and then all the outer rings are hubbing around Genesis. This is one way you know God wrote this book, because it's 1,500 years, it's still got this kind of coherence with 66 books and 44 different authors. It had to be God's mind behind it all to have this much coherence. But you won't know the coherence if you don't study it. And this is one way to study it. Now, God does the same thing with Bible Hebrew meter, using even Greek words that I've been showing you in the 11 GGS videos on Paul's Ephesians 1:3-14. This is essentially what I'm doing. It's the same kind of thing, only with respect to the meter. Now, do you need to be this complicated when you do it? Well, no. But if you want to understand what the writer's writing and the structure of his book, yeah, you got to do this. All right? My pastor did it this way. He taught it to us this way, although he didn't make us go through all these, he didn't make us go through the verses like this. This is what he did. He separated out the syntax. And he didn't necessarily write it out like this. But when he analyzed it and read the book, this is what he noticed. And he told us about that. Break it by syntax. Use the syntax. So McDonald's Greek transcription might be helpful for you if you're willing to do that legwork. I submit to you, you do not know the Bible until you know the outline of the books. And in order to know the outline of the books, you have to know the outline of the chapters. In order to know the outline of the chapters, you have to know the paragraphs within the chapters, and that's what this guy does. Okay? So I submit to you this is a useful thing, and I think it's bundled with BibleWorks. Okay, now, fitting that, what goes with that, okay, the transcription here, okay, is this thing up here which I didn't cover, okay, which is the Enchiridion. He wrote this also, okay. This is basically telling you how to understand the color coding, all right. And I can't show this to you. I don't think. Yes, I can. All right, good. All right. So, like for example, under verbs, you got verb forms, and he's showing you how to parse them. Okay, this is an alternative to diagramming a sentence. Parsing the verbs so that you get a sense of how they work. All right. This is a faster way to learn a language, all right, than the paradigms. It's easier to memorize the paradigms, but you still don't know anything when you memorize something. You memorized your multiplication tables in 3rd grade or 2nd grade, okay, but does that mean you know how the numbers actually work? Not really. That's like driving a car. You know how to drive the car, but you don't know how the car's engine operates. Okay, with the Bible, you got to learn how the engine operates. So this Enchiridion is a neat way of just quickly at a glance seeing the different kinds of nuances, like here for the verbs. All right, see kinds of action, that's real cool. And there's the aorist tense, and you get to see this one in particular, translational options. See, all right, so that's for the present. It's either present progressive, he is loosing himself, or he looses himself. Loose means to release. Luo means to release. So it really, instead of saying looses, it would be better if he said releases, or unleashes, or unties, because that's what luo really means. But looses is, you know, it's hard to say, but you know what it means. Okay, so this is a pretty decent book to get. And it's already bundled in BibleWorks. That's the Greek Enchiridion. Okay? And I'm not crashing. Alright? So this miscellaneous book here on transcription is related to this Greek grammar of the, where is it? The Enchiridion right here. So those two books are related. Unfortunately, they're in different sections of the, BibleWorks menu. But he's got the same author, so just remember it that way. Alright, so that's available here. Okay, then you have Archer and Quirigno. Looks like it's Italian. Quirigno. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. I haven't spoken Italian since I was 20. These are Old Testament quotations in the New Testament. This is not a complete list. I want to make sure that you know that. Alright? Practically every single verse in the New Testament alludes to or quotes something in the LXX or the Masoretic, what we call the Masoretic text. Alright? You will know which is which when you look it up. Alright? But if you want to just look at them individually, the passages in the Old Testament, and find out where they're quoted in the New, this might help you. Okay? So this is kind of interesting to use. The thing that's even more interesting to use is that if you go to the New Testament, that's one of the other main features of BibleWorks that makes it worth more than gold, is, and especially in BibleWorks 5, but it's still retained to some extent and even enhanced. See this down here? These are the verses that relate. Alright? This is not quoting any Old Testament verse, but it is quoting passages in the Old Testament that verify what Matthew is saying.
All right, and the writers, of course, knew this. But it gets even more. Let me see if I can do Matthew. Let's do the book. Let's do the browse mode, because that's what's neat about NAU. Is that when it comes across, see, this is a quote. I'm using this in my synoptics. What's nice about the NAU version is that when it finds a quotation of the Old Testament, it puts the whole thing in caps, so it's really easy to find. All right. At the same time, if you're looking down at the bottom window, all right, you can no longer, in BibleWorks 8, you can no longer right-click and get the actual verse in a new browse window. They won't let you do that anymore. But at least you can see what verses are being quoted. These things are not always right, but they're so often right they're very useful. And it's not only the TSK database you got all these other databases. Like you could use the cross-references from the TNIV version if you wanted, or from Naves. Okay? I'm not real fond of Naves, but there you go. Okay? I like TSK a lot, and I use it a lot. But now I can't get it. Here we go. This is the one I use the most. But there's other ones that are good too. You can't get enough concordances. Alright? This operates just like a concordance. It's showing you associated verses. Alright? These are quotes that you see marked very clearly in the NAU version, which is why I use it so often in my videos, to show the Old Testament quote, so that you can see that that's what it is, and that it's not brain out telling you it's an Old Testament quote. Somebody else recognizes it too. And then, of course, what I can do in my BibleWorks 5 is I can click on the verse, and then I can open up a pop-up window, and in BibleWorks 5 I get an option to open up a new browse window. Okay, so I can take you straight to the verse and show you the quote, and show you how in the Greek of the New Testament it's literal, it's verbatim, or it's taking only certain swatches of the Old Testament, and usually in the LXX. Okay, so that's what this little book here, Resources, T quotes in the NT, that's what that book covers, and it's bundled with BibleWorks. Then you have something called a biographical Bible. I've never read this before, so I have no idea what it's going to look like. That's also bundled with BibleWorks, and my screen is dying. So I think I'll show that to you in the next increment. We're going to stop now.
We're looking at the Stephen Biographical Bible that was hanging up when I just finished the last increment. I have it in the bottom window with the yellow highlight. And I have to keep it there because I can't show both of these on screen at once. The Stephen Biographical Bible, as you can see, is on the entry for Abinadab, because it's a biography of the people. As you can see, the entry is extremely sparse. It just says David's older brother. It gives you verses, and it gives you the names that are associated with him. In the top window, which I cannot click on because this bottom window will disappear if I do, in the top window is something else in BibleWorks under your heading of Bible dictionaries in the resources. If you clicked on resources, you come down to an entry in the resources dialog box that says Bible dictionaries. And this is one of the Bible dictionaries that you have. It's ISBE Encyclopedia, which of course you can download for free on the web or buy. And its entry on Abinadab is obviously there's a lot more in it. That doesn't mean it's better. Sometimes the ISBE entries are really kind of simpering, and sometimes they're really good. But it is a standard. Okay, it's International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, and everybody uses it. So it's up to you whether you want to use the Stephen Biographical Bible or ISBE. And when I go to click on ISBE, this thing wasn't supposed to do that. This is going to disappear. It shouldn't, but it does. I can't explain why it disappears. When I click on this one, that disappears. So I can have two of them online if I click that one first. Okay, but when I click this one, I want to show you have two other Bible dictionaries that cover the same material. You've got Fawcett, which is another old-fashioned standard from the 19th century. A lot of good scholarship got done in the 19th century. We're still living on it. Okay, that's Fawcett, and that's Easton. Okay, so as you can see, the Easton and the Fawcett entries are shorter, but they both say more than Stephen does. So you can think of Stephen as like, hi, I just want the quickest reference possible as it relates to the Bible. So look, you put your finger or your cursor on the verse and you get a pop-up of the verse. Okay? So you know what he's talking about. That's kind of handy. Alright? But if you want stuff, so you'd have to click on this to go to David. And I don't know if it's going to take me to the entry without bombing. And of course, here's David, the David entry. And they're all indexed to other people. Okay, so this is like the Stephen Biographical Bible differs from the upper ones that you saw, Fawcett and ISBE and in Easton, in that it's more indexed. It's not giving you he's not giving you his own explanation. It's indexed to all these verses, and you can just look up the verses. And of course, David is one of the most mentioned people in the Bible. That's why this is so extensive. But that's kind of handy. All right? So it's a different approach to telling you the biography. This one is relying more on the Bible verses that relate to the person. Okay? Now, of course, what you could just do, and I'll hang up the machine if I do it. It's already starting to hang up. I'll show you the alternative in the next increment. Because the machine is starting to go bad again because I really can't disable the mouse hooks, even though they tell me I can. So I'll come back in the next increment. A simpler way to look up that same thing in BibleWorks without having to use the dictionaries. Alright? But in order to do that, so that I don't crash the machine while I'm recording, I'm first going to set some search limits. Alright, we're going to search on David. Alright, so I'm going to clear all, and I'm going to only select certain books that relate to David. We'll just talk about 1 Samuel, because it's already going to have like 100 references to David in it. Alright, so then we're going to go to 1 Samuel. Alright, 1 Samuel. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to search on the word David right here. So I'm going to type a period. That means you search on each occurrence of the words with or without them being together. I'm going to search on David. And as you can see in the lower left-hand corner, there are 223 verses in the book of 1 Samuel, because that's all I'm searching on. One form, meaning it's David, not David's, not Davidic. Okay? And there are 273 hits, and it took 0.67 seconds to get that. Isn't that cool? So now I can just read the Bible to see what it says about David. Alright? Now, if you want a study buddy or help, and everybody does, I use it too, then you want to use the Bible dictionaries. Alright? And then you want to type in here. No, you type in here. Not use the search engine in this version of BibleWorks. Search here on David, and you're getting Fawcett's entry on David. Now you can size the box, and happily in BibleWorks you can use your mouse wheel. It's not sizing. Hello, size for me, please. It's only operating this slow because I'm recording. Okay, you can use your mouse wheel to scroll. In earlier versions of BibleWorks, you couldn't do that. You were stuck with the stupid scroll bar. But you were still stuck with the stupid scroll bar here. You cannot use your mouse. See? I'm already on the left-hand side, but it won't recognize it. So you have to use the stupid scroll bar, which always moves too fast. You can't use your mouse wheel. Okay, I've coded my mouse wheel to go one line at a time. And it doesn't work at all here. Alright? So now, in order to get back to where I was, I've got to type David again. But now that I'm in David, I don't know, it's retaining my second search term. Don't know why. So now I'm looking at David, and I can scroll with my mouse wheel instead of having to use a scroll bar. That's a real cool feature. So now I'm reading about David here in Fawcett's, and I can easily switch to Easton's, okay? Or I can switch to ISBE Encyclopedia, which tends to have the longest entries, okay? And the thing that's good about ISBE Encyclopedia is it includes all the people who are trying to, like Wellhausen. Wellhausen was always trying to say that the Old Testament was no good, that it was written later, and he came up with all these goofy ideas about a J and an E and a D and a P written by 4 different authors and composed in Ezra's time. Poor Wellhausen, I feel sorry for him. He's in heaven now, and he probably regrets all the work he did. I feel sorry for these people. When they get it wrong and they die, they have to live with knowing they did it wrong forever. All right, so the nicest thing you can do for them is to say, like the church fathers, they're probably all in heaven. They know how they screwed up what they wrote, assuming that what we got is what they wrote. And they're busy hoping that God will tell somebody, hi, what these church fathers wrote is no good. That takes away their shame. That's why I'm doing it, okay? Wellhausen was another guy who came up with goofball stuff. What's nice about ISB Encyclopedias, it includes the people who want to say that the Bible's no good, or the Bible's conflicting, or the Bible's contradicting itself. So you know what those arguments are. You have to know. Okay, so that's why these dictionaries are valuable. But if you want something that just sticks with Bible quotes, and it's just sort of, what do you want to call it? Just like an outline, then you want this Stephan Biographical Bible thing. Okay? So you can click on a name, and it'll take you to a name. And again, in your version, it won't be so slow to load. It's slow in mine because I'm recording. All right? And so you get all these Bible verses. And you just put your finger on them, and there you go. You can see what they are. All right? Of course, like I said, you can just search on the name, and then you can see the actual verses that left and scroll through them as you wish. See, the search window and the search function in BibleWorks and the ability to put your cursor on a word and see all kinds of things about it right away. Instant gratification, baby. That's what makes BibleWorks worth buying. That's why I buy it, and that's why I hawk it. Okay? See? That's what I like about this program. Okay, so that's enough for this section on resources, miscellaneous. Okay, oh, we haven't covered Matthew Henry commentary. Okay, I'll do that next in the next increment. Okay, this Matthew Henry commentary we're going to go to next. The Matthew Henry commentary can be appended if you wish in your options. I forget where it is, but I covered it. In setup options, I think it's in startup. No, it's not in startup. It might be in search. It's somewhere, main window maybe, or browse window. Yeah, see here, browse window, you can show Matthew Henry Bible notes for the KJV. If you have that checked, then when you're on the KJV, let me change the window so you can see it. And I'll go to my basic. Alright. When you're on the KJV, you're going to also get the Matthew Henry Bible notes. Alright? If there are any. There don't happen to be any on this verse. Oops, there we go. There we go. See, Matthew Henry Bible notes. So that's one way you can set it up. We'll go through that again so you can see what that was, because I too am forgetting it. Browse window options. Very last one in browse window options. See, browse window configuration options. That was in my last
browse window, setup video. Show Matthew Henry Bible Notes for KJV. If that's checked, then when you're on the KJV, you'll get the Matthew Henry Bible Notes, but you have to have your cursor somewhere on the verse, okay, to see it. And then you get Matthew Henry's Bible commentary. You can also download Matthew Henry for free on the internet, but see, the thing that's nice about it being in BibleWorks is it's indexed to the verse. And then you can read what Matthew Henry had to say about it. A lot of people like Matthew Henry. I've not really read him much, okay? I don't have much use for commentaries. It's only when I don't understand a verse, all right, that I go to the commentaries. Because everybody and his brother's got something to say. It's like, you shouldn't even be watching my videos unless there's something I'm saying that you don't know about and you want to know. And you've found out from God that you're supposed to even watch my videos. I don't know if you're supposed to watch my videos. See, we're supposed to listen to each other sometimes, but not always. So I don't look at the commentaries unless I'm confused about something or I don't understand something. Okay, and it's good due diligence too. You know, hi, here's how you understand the verse, but is your understanding the same as somebody else's, and if not, why? Doesn't mean you're wrong, and it doesn't mean they're right, but there'll be nuances. So this commentary is worth having, okay? So much for Matthew Henry commentary, and I'm starting to slow down again, so I'll cover the next thing in the next one. Size it before recording, so now you can see it in the recording. I've changed the archaeological dig list to the Neolithic 4, which is 5,000 to 4,500 BC. That's what they're saying it is, okay? Understand that, you know, they don't get it that carbon-14 is leached by water. So when there's a flood, anything that was pre-flood is going to have a whole lot less carbon-14 in it than before. So they're going to think it's older than it really is because the carbon-14 got leached into the water. All right? So all these idiots who are trying to tell you, I'm not a young Earth person. I don't know how old the Earth is. But what they're telling you based on carbon-14 data is completely wrong. Because carbon-14 leaches in the water. So anything pre-2450 BC is going to look like it's a lot older than it really is. Okay, but that's what they call it. So this is what they call what you see on the screen. Neolithic 4, which they think dates back to 5,000 and 4,500 BC. Adam didn't fall until 4106 BC. So all of their civilization starts then. You know, 100 years after that. All right, so what they're calling 4,500 or 5,000 is wrong. But hey, that's what they call it. These are the locations where they're doing the digs. That's what's so cool about this map, is you can see the locations where they're doing the digs. Now, if I took you down farther to later digs, like if I took you to the time of the Exodus, which was 1440 BC, and I clicked on that, there would be too many cities in here. It would just crowd the screen with text. All right, so I'm not going to do that. You'll have to do that on your own. But the point is you can. You can click on any one of these. These are digs by their period names. Okay? You can click on it and see how many digs are going on. All right? In the archaeological era. And again, you can do more than that, but I can't do it. It's going to crash the machine. But you can have the patriarchs display. Abraham's journey display, and it'll be in red, big red lines. The Exodus, which is their guess on the route, and there are two schools of thought on that. One school's right, the other school's wrong. You'll find out which one you examine it. Exodus sites, the vision of Canaan, the conquest of Canaan, the journeys of Jacob. Okay, so you can get all these little red line maps that they'll give to you. If you're going to use a red line map, suggest that you block out all of this. Okay, just unclick all these and only click this one, borders and water overlays. What you'll get is a white screen that looks like a pencil sketch, and all those squiggly white lines are going to turn to periwinkle, and then the red lines for the journeys and everything like that will show up better. All right, so for most of the time you're going to want just this box checked, and all the boxes before it you're going to want unchecked, especially if you want to read and clearly see the sites for these other overlays. The ministry of Jesus, the journey of Paul and Philip, you know, the empires, all that. They're much clearer to read on a white background. Okay? So that's going to leave it for the BibleWorks map, and in the next increment I'm going to show you yet another map that you can get through BibleWorks. Okay, this was how you get it. This is the maps thing in resources. BibleWorks map module you just saw. The Net Bible maps is what I just showed you also. Now, I don't know if it's going to crash. I'm going to try one more time to do it live on screen, how the Net Bible maps works. You should be able to click on this area and it will enlarge. That's not happening. But that might be only because I'm recording it. Okay? It looks like maybe you have to go to Net Bible in order to play with it. Alright, so this is just like an advertising. Right click to zoom. Alright, so I can zoom it this way. That's not very helpful because now the text is going out of focus. So this isn't particularly helpful. So what you really need to do is just go to www.netbible.com and then you can play with it. Alright? Because obviously you can't play with it much here in BibleWorks. So it's just like an advertisement. So you go to www.netbible.com and then you can play with their map. Alright, then we come to cross-references. These are the different kinds of cross-references. We saw that already here in the cross-reference thing, where you had a choice. But your choices are more limited if you access it through resources, because they don't index them all of them in the same place. You got Nave, Treasury Scripture Knowledge, which I like. The non-CHM version in particular I like. Okay, then this is Nave's non-CHM, this is Nave's CHM version. The non-CHM versions are better. You want those. Okay, CHM is that stupid file that I told you couldn't search on. Okay, which is like used for these books. Alright, like SHAF. Oh, SHAF is too big, it's going to really screw up the machine if I turn it on. This is a CHM file. It's called a help file. And you can't search on anything. I mean, you can, but it's a clumsy way to do it, so what you always want to do is view source. And then you can search in Notepad. See, just use the edit, find. That's the easiest way to do a search in these so-called CHM files, which all look like this. Okay? Your help file, just like your typical Windows help file. That's not helpful. Okay? So fortunately, with Foresight, these guys gave you a non-CHM version for Naves, which I almost never use, but Treasury Scriptural Knowledge I use a lot. You can also download these for free on the internet. Okay, the various sites that offer them. Then, this is new to BibleWorks 8, or 7 maybe. New Thompson Chain Reference Bible, a lot of people are real fond of that. I haven't used it yet, so I don't know really much about it. Then this is Torah New Topical Textbook. I've not looked at that, but it's a CHM file. So again, you're going to have the same problem searching it. CHM files are terrible files to use. Okay, what they ought to do is make them Word documents or big HTML files. But see, the trouble is that you have to use a decompiler, and each one of these is an HTML file itself. You can't get one HTML file with the whole book in it. Or a PDF. They should do it in PDF or a Word document or one great big HTML file, and then it would be easy to search. But it's not. But at least you can read it. Better than nothing. Alright? So, cross-references, these are your options. Alright? And you decide which one you like best. I hardly use them, but Treasury Scriptural Knowledge is really great, especially in BibleWorks 5. It makes it really easy to demonstrate whatever I'm saying, live in the video. Then you got the lexicons, which we've already seen before. And this is your download, and this includes the ones that you bought. They automatically fold them in. So then you can pick your lexicon here, well, this is using Fawcett's dictionary. Okay. You can pick a lexicon from this list, like let's say Thayer for Greek, because I really like Thayer. You can get Thayer for free on the internet. And then I want to just figure out what word to search on. I can type it in here, okay, or I can use a drop down. Well, I can't really use the drop down because somehow the drop down is still keyed to Fawcett's dictionary rather than the lexicon, which is now showing. So what I can do is I can click on the entry, and you have to use the scroll bar. You cannot use your mouse wheel, and as you can see, the scroll bar is problematic because it scrolls too fast or slow. Or you could type it in, and this automatically reverts to your Greek keyboard. Oh God, did I lose it? Please tell me I didn't lose it. Okay, I'm going to have to sign off, and I'll pick up at the next increment. Okay, here I just did a search on Epi, but I had to do it while the screen recording was off, so I couldn't show you how I did it. So let me just, recap what it was I did. I changed the keyboard to Greek. I typed the, therefore, EPI, which in the Greek keyboard specifies Epi, which is a common preposition. Because let's pretend I want to search all the lexicons on how Epi is used. Okay, that's not something you'd want to do in the real world. Okay. Then I hit the Find Next right here. Alright, and that's how I got it. So now when I say Find Next, you'll notice that the lexicon is now moving to the next occurrence of Epi. See Epi with the accusative here? And of course you have to keep moving this window around because it keeps on being in the way of the text you're reading. See, that's for ago. That's the entry for ago. And Epi with the accusative used with ago, alright, and what it means. And there again is chaima, Epi with chaima, Epi with chairo. I mean, you're going to be researching this for a long time. That's a reason why to use it, okay, is that you're able to edit, search, and then find next, alright. And type in the word you want, and it'll remember, as you just saw. If you close the window, it'll remember what you last did. It'll remember where you last were. If you want to change lexicons, like let's say we go to Liddell Scott, okay, you're going to have to click on this thing that says reload, and then you have to click on this, otherwise it's going to think that you're still in the old lexicon. And you could type it right here too. But if you type it right here, all you're going to get is the lexical entry. You're not going to get every occurrence. So that's why you want to use this. Then you can search all of your lexicons at once on that term or how it's used. That's really kind of cool. It's a cool feature. Okay. Otherwise, the lexicon entry is just the same as if you just put your cursor on a Bible verse. And here you go, you got the lexicon here, you hit the shift key, hold the shift key down, move your mouse down in order to read. And you got to be careful to not, those pop-ups are really annoying. But you can turn them off in your startup options. Alright, and then you're seeing all your lexicons here for the Greek. You can't do that for the Hebrew. So to see all your Hebrew lexicons, you're going to need to go here and then pick which are your Hebrew lexicons. See, I've got holidays default in BibleWorks. Halot I had to buy. BDB is a default. And Twot, my favorite, is a default in BibleWorks. Okay? Halot doesn't really do much. It's great for when you want to get the etymology of proper names. Okay? And it's great for showing references to, non-biblical Hebrew writing. Because that's about all you've got. So that closes it for, I'll come to these other things. I never use these. I'll come to these other things in the next increment. This is a New Testament diagram database, which I never use, so I don't know how it works really, and I don't really want to know, because I don't see the point in diagramming sentences. It makes the process more complex, and you end up getting addicted to it. people who start diagramming sentences, they stay that way. And they're so locked into diagramming the sentence that they're missing the forest for the trees. That's been my experience, but maybe that's not you. New Testament Diagram Database. See, you load the Bible text and then it gives you all these diagram symbols. See, this is for diagram addicts. There's so many of them out there that they actually made that, so that you can load up a Bible text like, I don't know, Matthew 1:1, okay? And then you click on one of these things, I guess. It's not working. Let's do Matthew 1. Okay, Matthew 1. Where is it? It's not showing up. There's a verb and a subject in the sentence. I'm not seeing anything happen. How to diagram. There you go. If you want to become a diagram addict, then there's some kind of help on how to diagram, which isn't showing up here. I don't know why. It's hanging up. Yeah, well. See, people get real hung up on this. Oh, I know how to diagram. It makes you feel real smart and you don't actually learn anything. See, how to diagram is supposed to call up some kind of help, but it's not calling it up. So I'll let you figure out how to use that on your own, because I don't want this machine to crash again due to a program I don't even use. No, don't save my changes because I didn't make any. Okay, resources. Then there's that parallel Hebrew LXX thing, which again is useless because it's got all this junk in the middle, and it won't even give you your default. My default Hebrew, it's even locking up. Now I can't even specify what it is. Okay, default. Default Greek, see, it's not layman. It's Thayer. Alright, but I'm not getting Thayer out of it. It's not switching to Thayer. It's still using layman, which I don't want. And when I close the window, it doesn't remember that. So as far as I'm concerned, this thing is useless, because you can't change it the way they say you can. Then you got your resource summary window. We've already seen that, and in order to save time, I turned off the summary, but I could have selected them all, in which case there would be a summary. It's not remembering now. See, now it's remembering. Alright. And something went wrong with my window here. Suddenly wipe that out. See, here's the summary window. It's like, what do I want this for? Okay, it's just too much text, it's too big, it's too everything. I don't need this. Alright, so then I can click it off. That way I don't have to see that stupid thing. And I don't want to see it in my parallel Hebrew LXX. Now what you can do is you can create your own. Remember we did this thing? Parallel versions? Okay, let's add one. Let's see, I'm gonna pick it based on, okay, that's English. We're going to pick Hebrew. We're going to pick the WTT, which is down here. We're going to add that. Okay, I want to pick the BHT for transliteration, which is not easy to do because it's not showing up here. So I guess that's stuck in Hebrew also. There, transliterate, add. Alright. And then if I want the Greek, then I just go down here to the GNT, BGT rather, this one, because that'll show the LXX, and I add that. But I want the Hebrew first, so I click up. Okay, now I've just created my own parallel. And let's say I want to pick an English version. Okay, let's say we're gonna do, let's see, Let's do the King James only, although I can't stand that. Well, I don't dislike it, but it's like, right? So now I say okay, and now I'm going to get my own parallel version. Okay? It's not showing up in the same order I told it to, which is kind of sad, because I told the BHT to be first, but the KJV is showing up last, which I told it to be last. So let's see if we can't change that parallel. So I go back to parallel versions. Oh, it didn't save it. That's probably because I didn't save it. So let's do new parallel versions window and do it all over again. Okay? This time, since I know that it's not doing it in the right order that I told it to do, we're going to do U first, okay, and then we're going to do the WTT second, okay. We're going to do it in the order I want it to show up in, since the program isn't going to obey me when I tell it to move it up and down. So then we do this one next, okay, and then I want the KJV last. All right, so the KJV is there, and we add it last. All right, so now everything's in the right order. Let's see if I get it to, and I say okay, but it didn't save it. Why didn't it save it? It's supposed to save it. All right, it didn't. All right, so that's an on the fly, and it's in the right order because I clicked on it in the right order, but now it's not saved. When I click this, there's no option to save it. When I click this and then I go here, it didn't save it. So I have to edit my favorites. I have to create it as a favorite. So that's the, word for the wise. If you go here and you want to create a parallel, or you go here and you want to create a parallel, yeah, you can do it on the fly, but that's not going to save it. So you first have to edit favorites and make it down here. So you have to do an add down here. All right, and then I have to edit it. All right, so then I got U moving down below the NAU, this moving up, okay, below that, that moving up there. Of course, I got too many versions now. I don't want the King James, so we'll just get rid of it, delete it, okay. And so now I got all those, which is more than I really want. And we'll say okay, and I called it by the wrong name, so I got to edit it. And we'll call it BHT, WT, WTT, BGT, NIV, NAU, BUO. So now I've created the parallel version. And I click OK. And now it's available. So you see, that's the difference. You can create a parallel version on the fly, but it won't save there. You have to do it through the favorites. So never use this, basically, unless you don't care about it not saving. So now we'll see what this looks like. Okay. So there's my BHT, which why would I want to do that? That's just a pronunciation key. Okay, there's WTT, here's the Greek, here's the NIV, there's the NAU, there's the VUO. But at least I can change it. Alright, that's much better. So if you want instead of this thing, that's not really helping you do anything. Alright, because it won't let you use your own default lexicons. See, it won't save it. I told it what my default is. It won't remember. It doesn't remember. Okay? Search, copy, options. But there's no option to say what you just did. Alright? So that's kind of a useless thing. So instead, you take your parallel, you edit your favorites, and let's edit this one to get rid of what is too much stuff. Let's get rid of the NAU. No, let's get rid of the NIV, because the NAU is more literal. Let's get rid of the transliterated. Okay, and I could even get rid of the Vulgate if I wanted, but I don't want to. So we click OK. Now we click OK again. Now I go up here, and I select it. I should have changed the name, huh? So now I've got 4. So this is my parallel. Dean, okay? Much simpler than using their thing. The thing is, with their thing, you got a couple of extra scholarly materials that you don't have. In when you can create on the fly like this. See, look. Oops, wrong. See? Okay, see this thing? Options? Not options. Where is it? Help. Here's the Tov Polak. Emmanuel Tov is a famous Hebrew scholar. Documentation, help on abbreviation, and help on the interface. This is kind of important. Emmanuel Tov is a heavy hitter scholar in Israel. Alright. And he talks about the problems of the parallels between the LXX and the Hebrew. Obviously, he prefers the Hebrew. But this is really kind of cool because it tells you some things about the translation philosophy that was used in the LXX, and that's going to matter. Alright? But it might not matter to you now. If you're still on Bible 101 concepts, then you don't need to learn this. Alright? But when you get into debates, when people try to tell you the Bible's no good or the text is corrupted and all that junk that the King James only people say when they don't know what they're talking about, if you know this stuff, you know how to refute them. So you have to decide before God if you need to know this stuff. I need to know it for other reasons, but you might need to know it and you might not need to know it, depends. Okay, but this gets into the ins and outs of the difference between the Greek and Hebrew, so this thing here is important. The rest of it, as far as I'm concerned, is totally useless. I don't need this to see them side by side. I got my browse window already set up to see them side by side right here. See, I can just look at the words. Here's my analysis tab. I just look at the words, and I can see how it's translated right next to each other already. So I don't even need a parallel version. I got this. I set it up as a favorite. That's all I need. Okay? And that's all you see me use in the videos. Okay, so much for this increment on Parallel Hebrew LXX and the resource summary video. Now I got to research what these other stupid things are, so I'll come back in another increment. External Resources Manager. This is actually what you're looking at, is something on the internet, which is a cataloging of other resources that aren't in BibleWorks but can be accessed through BibleWorks. You can add and subtract links. In other words, this is like a little, its own favorites. You know how you have your favorites in your browser? This is like having favorite Bible resources on the internet within BibleWorks instead of using a browser. Okay? So as you can see, you know, like up here, this is Schaff, this is Babbitt. That's kind of interesting. Moulton. This is Goodwin. Okay, and see, you can move this so you can see the whole title. Alright, this is Alexander's Sources of New Testament Greek. Trench, Simcox, you know, this guy calling himself Sophocles, or is it of Sophocles? I'm not sure which. Okay, so these are other scholars with their own dictionaries and stuff that let you, you know, look them up. Okay, and then here's one on Hebrew by Feyerabend, Davidson, Harper. This one, the Harper one, you can get that in Google Books for free. There's Gesenius Grammar again, and that's the version that's in Google Books. I have that indexed in my video description against Edward PF123, who cited section 58 of Gesenius as proving that Psalm 12:7 meant the word them were words, and that very section of Gesenius proves Edward wrong, so we can't even read English. This is your bibliography. There's Girdlestone. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Alright? Greek and Latin. What's also cool about this, and I don't know how to do it, but there is a way, yeah, see, you click on Add. You can add a folder and add a new URL to your list. So this is like a handy little list of links that you can be in BibleWorks and look up. Okay? So that's kind of cool. So that's what ERMI means, External Resources Manager, i.e. these things. Okay, dictionaries and encyclopedias. I'll let you look at this at your leisure. So you can edit this and add your own favorite links. That's what's cool about it. Okay, and you don't have to be in a browser itself. So that was this thing, ERMI, External Resource. When I clicked on that, I got what you saw. Okay, now I got to learn what master module and all these other things are. I'll come back in another increment, because I am so afraid of this thing bombing. The BibleWorks master index of the modules that you can get. Bear in mind that when you download the program, whatever is current at the time that you got the program. That version of the program is going to be listed here. This is not an exhaustive list of all the modules that are available. A module means an add-in, something you can add into the BibleWorks program and make it work. There are lots and lots of add-ins. There are lots of BibleWorks addicts like me who are busy compiling new add-ins that you can get for free or you have to pay for it. Now see, when you see this word requires unlock, that means usually you have to pay for it. Usually it's a very small price, okay? This is worth supporting. And then they'll import it, usually, unfortunately, as one of these CHM files. They don't have an alternative to doing that right now. They don't like the fact that it's a CHM file either, but they don't know what else to do. I submit that everybody should do it as PDF or as a Kindle book. And then it'll be available on Kindle for sale. And it can be available, because Kindle, well, PDF would be even better. The trouble with PDF is that you can't lock it. So Kindle, maybe Kindle, or some kind of PDF that you can lock or can't duplicate would be good if they could use it, because then you could search more easily. So when you see requires unlock, that means that you have to buy it. Alright? Now I didn't get all these. And these are not all the add-ins that are available. If you want to know the add-ins that are available, go to BibleWorks.com and then click on Downloads, and then you'll see something that says Modules. It might be worded differently in their documentation, depending on how the web page is structured at the time you go there. But you can find out what all the modules are, the latest modules, and what versions of BibleWorks are required to use them. Okay, but when you see requires unlock, that means you got to pay for it, so you got to find out what it costs. And again, at that same site at BibleWorks.com, you'll find out. Okay, so I guess I bought Frutato because it says here it requires an unlock, so it isn't bundled with yours. I already have it on hardback. Why did I buy it? Well, but it's worth it. Frutato's a good writer. It's worth paying twice. Gesenius, as you can see, is bundled. See, there's no unlock required. And you scroll down the list to see what's available. But again, this is not going to be exhaustive. This is just what was available at the time your version of BibleWorks was made. Okay? And then, if you want to get details, you click on, well, you can actually access all of the modules separately here. See? So if I wanted to just read all the modules here, I could. Except it's not working, probably because the recording's not working. Okay, I'm going to have to sign off. But you could read them all here if you wanted to. Okay, now we're on our next increment, which is on Edit External Links. Remember, we saw in ERMI that you can maintain a bunch of external links which don't require you to use a browser. You can access them and read them from BibleWorks directly, which is kind of a nice feature, especially if you've got limited RAM, or you just don't like juggling between two different programs. Okay, another way that you can edit your external links are here, and Logos and BibleWorks have worked together in order. Logos is allowing BibleWorks users to look up certain things in their own database. Okay, like that's Logos for KJV. You can browse the Logos KJV. Okay, you can browse Metzger, but quite frankly, you can download Metzger or buy them. And you've got some access to Metzger here, but I downloaded Metzger and Kindle. So you can get Metzger and Kindle, and therefore read them both on the screen at the same time. And Kindle has a good search engine. Okay, that works a lot like BibleWorks. The Kindle search engine is a lot like BibleWorks because in Kindle, if you do a search, they have a left window like this one, and they will display all the search results in your left window here. So that's kind of cool. Alright, I really like that feature. That's better than what Adobe offers. Adobe offers more feature. Alright, I'm starting to have trouble with the recorder. So you can manage your external links here if you want, but you better know what you're doing. Okay, you almost need some kind of programmer. You could maybe make a new one. I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to use this. I would rather use Ermi. But you can literally create your own. So if you're sort of a computer geek, I would suggest you use this because it's smaller and easier to use. And you can create your own menu entries and all that, which is kind of cool. Okay, in other words, what's going to happen when you use that, oh, please don't bomb, please don't bomb, please don't bomb. What happens if you use that is that it's going to change your contextual menu here. Alright, your contextual menu will add in these things that you added in the external links. Okay? And then you have on top of that external resources. Okay, I'm starting to bomb here, so I'm going to shut this down again. Resources. And now we're looking at yet another set of external resources, the BibleWorks website, which is BibleWorks.com. Now this one, boy, this is what got me started on the meter. This is the Great Isaiah Scroll. I want to say it was 7 years ago. It was in 2004, 2003, maybe earlier. That I found out, I first saw the Isaiah Scroll. That's Moeller. And Moeller's scroll in Isaiah 53 seemed to indicate, because there's a big gap in the scroll in Isaiah 53, that there were words missing. The scribe thought that there were words missing in Isaiah 53:10, and he inserted the word for light, which is actually in the LXX, not in the Hebrew. And so that started me on this search. That's how I discovered the meter. I thought, well, you know, Isaiah's obviously being poetic. Maybe he's using a certain meter. If I know the meter, I can tell if the meter's out of line and how many syllables are missing. That's what got me onto this. All right? So this whole thing that I've been doing about Bible Hebrew meters is originated from reading the Isaiah scroll. All right? So if you want to look at the scroll online, you can. So click on that if you want to. I'm not going to do it because I don't know what that's going to do to my recording. All right? Then you can search the Cal Comprehensive Aramaic Lexicon online, but you also have it if you bought the Peshitta modules. All right, you already have this in here in BibleWorks. But if you don't want to pay for it or you not sure you want to get it, you can first look at it online by clicking on that link. So that does it for the resources. So now I'm finally done with the resources videos. Our next section is going to be on the tabs. That's these things here, okay, on the tabs. And I'm going to show you how they work, but I'm having problems making them work, so we'll see what happens in the next.
Now we're going to look at something else about command line examples that I just found, because it might prove useful. You find that, where did I see it? Search. Command line examples right here. There are certain simpler ways to do things that I've never used before. I was just, testing to see if I should make videos on anything else, and I found this, command line examples. Now, if you find a section of help that you like, there's your contents, there's your index, there's your search, that just contains your last search item. But let's say you're in contents and right now I'm here. Alright? I want to select that as a favorite. That's like bookmarking. So I would select that here, except I've already done that. So let's go to shortcuts. And I'm going to select that as a favorite. See, and then it's down in the bottom, and then you click the word add. So now I've got two favorites, the examples, okay, which you click on display to get there. You can't just click on it, you have to click the display button. That's why I can't stand help files. They were designed by a drunk. Alright, so now we're at command line shortcuts, and here we're at command line examples. Now there are a couple of things I want to show. You're going to have to look closely at the screen, because I can't make this text bigger. There's certain command line thing. The command line is right here. All right, that's the command line. See, I right-clicked to show you where I am. That's the command line. There are things you can type in that line that are quicker than using the menus. All right, for example, you've seen this before, just Genesis 1:1, being able to display the text. If you wanted to search on a given text, you could just type the text you wanted there instead of using these boxes. I like the boxes better. Okay, but you could just type it in the command line instead, and your browse window will go immediately to that verse. All right, and sometimes that's easier. I've done that too. All right, so that's your first simple example of what you could do in order to just change where you are in the browse window. Instead of using this, you can just use the command line and type the verse you're looking for. And you've seen me do that in videos. All right, you could also just type, except that they're not telling you all the story here. Like, let's say you wanted to find all the verses with the word Jesus in it. All right, you can't just type Jesus here. Watch what happens. You have to put a period first. Okay, you can't just type Jesus because it's going to think that's a book name. See? Can't find the book reference. So the help is that's a typographical error in the help. When you're searching on text, I haven't done search yet, but when you're searching on text, generally speaking, you type a period first. You can barely see that. And then if you wanted to search on Jesus, doesn't matter if it's upper or lowercase, then you type that. I'm not going to, and then you would hit return or click on it. Hit return probably. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to end up getting too many references. All right. I just want to make sure that this doesn't bomb because I have so many problems with the mouse hooks when I'm recording. All right. So we don't want that, and I can't get rid. How do I get rid of that stupid box? I don't know how to get rid of that stupid box. I don't know what this box is doing here now. Good. I hit the escape key to get rid of it. Alright, but there's some more useful things. These are all examples of searches. Oh, the dot is there. You can't see it. The dot is there. You have to say dot first to search on Jesus. They do have it. It's not a typo in the help. It's just very small text. Alright, this is just showing you the different keys that you can press. But generally speaking, frankly, you just want the dot. Alright. Now, I show you other things, but really, you almost never need to use them. Okay. So I'm going to skip that. But this is something that's useful. See, you have to look real close at the screen. I'm sorry, they won't let me increase the size of the text. I wonder if I can use the zoom thing. I got a zoom feature in this recording. It's not working. Okay, the zoom feature is not working while I'm recording. So we'll just have to forget that. Alright. See where it says the word display? I can't highlight it. So many, well, I can highlight it, but it isn't helpful. When you say display, that means display versions. So instead of changing, oh God, this is going bad. Oh, it's bombing on me. I'm going to have to quit. Remember when we went through all that business about display and search options? There's a simpler way to do it, but you can't save them. You can just type display or clear. Let me show you. If I say display all, this might hang up the machine, but it will display every single Bible version I've got installed. I'm hoping it's not going to bomb on me. It's going into busy because I've got like 6 Bible versions installed, so that probably wasn't a smart idea. Alright, so now I toggle off the analysis window, and you can see this is why I don't like morphology versions. You get all this junk, but sometimes you need it. I need it with the Peshitta. Not the Peshitta, but the Peshitta and the Targumim, because, you know, I have trouble reading the characters. Alright? So every single Bible version I have installed is now showing here for the verse in question. Alright? Now you can get rid of that. Oh God, it's starting to go bad again. You can get rid of that. Display means what are you going to display? That's what are you going to display. Okay? Display clear. Let me get this cursor out of the way. Display clear, and then let's say all you want is the WTT. Well, you have to put it in order. BHT, WTT, BGT, NAU. Then it's only going to display those 4 versions. BHT, WTT, and the command there is display clear. See? Now all of a sudden only those versions display. So that's a shorthand way of changing your versions to agree with something that you want on the fly. But you know, that's when you really get used to the names. Alright, this is starting to bomb again, so I'm going to turn it off and come back. Okay, we'll try again. I was trying to show that we saw display that, and then after you type that, you're going to be saying what you want to display. Or you can say display clear, which means the clear command means you're going to clear what's on in the browse window there now. Alright, and then you're going to replace it with the versions you want. Okay? And then we also showed parallel, and then you next specify what are the versions that you want to be displayed in parallel in the order you want them displayed. The order you type is the order they'll display. Okay, we saw that. There's another command that's talking about search limits. Instead of having to go through search limits and click the boxes, blah, blah, blah. Once you're familiar enough with the BibleWorks names, you can just type on the command line what you want. The keyword for setting limits is just the letter L, lowercase l. And you put a space. And then let's say you wanted to set your search limits from Matthew to Romans. Okay? And that sets your, oh, wait a minute. L, Matthew, you got to put a hyphen in there. See? Now, just to show that that's what happened, your search limits are checked Matthew to Romans in this verse range. This verse range, anything that's in this verse range overrides the checkboxes, and your previous choices are down here, plus BibleWorks has a bunch of preset choices. Alright? This overrides all these checkboxes here. So that's a simpler thing, you know, instead of having to use the checkboxes. So we've seen display, display clear, parallel, and L for setting limits. Now, every time I click on the help file, I lose the video. So bear with me a second. I want to make sure I still have it. This is, if you were to, this is in your BibleWorks help shortcuts. Okay, which I've already defined as a favorite. You saw me do that. The L alone, if you just typed L all by itself, you would remove all search limits. So you would get an unlimited box. Alright? Or, well, I don't know if you get an unlimited box or you get no limits. Let's just type L on the line and then clear. Now let's see what happened to our search limits. Set search limits. Okay, yeah. When you just type L alone, that means you're selecting everything. It means the opposite of what you think it would mean. Again, this is a problem, in help and in any kind of communication. What we think that it means when we write it as programmers is not what the user's going to think. Okay? So, when you just type the L alone, and it says removes all search limits, it means that there are no limits. Okay? Now, if instead of typing just L by itself, you wanted to just, you type anything after that, the thing that you type after that has got to be the Bible abbreviation that is known to BibleWorks, and it's going to limit it to that. Generally speaking, your Bible books, and there's a way to find out the abbreviations. You got tools, options. It's starting to bomb on me again. I can't get over this. This is so annoying. Okay. Search window configuration options. That you can set your limits there. Okay. You can also set your search limits here. Alright, but see, that's the scroll box. Okay. And you can add a new predefined range if you were to click on this radio button, and then you describe the range here. But what we're looking for are the abbreviations. And so you do tools. Oh, it's locking on me. I'll have to come back. Okay, let's try it again. Alright, now we're doing tools, options, book names. Here we go. I never know why it works or it stops working. These are the book name abbreviations, so when you're typing on the command line, first of all, you've got these book names that are the defaults, which are usually the first 3 or 4 letters of the book name with a period or without the period. Without the period is obviously better. Okay? And then you can size the window to see more aliases. You can create your own aliases. Alright? You do not have to accept these preset defaults. But my suggestion is that you do accept them because they're simple enough, for one thing, and for another thing, you're going to forget. It's a pain in the neck to have to type in your own. It depends on how you use BibleWorks, whether or not. I used to type in my own aliases for the names of the books, but it just got to be a real pain because I'm on one machine because the BibleWorks license is per person, not per machine, and I've got a lot of machines because they always break down because Windows sucks. And so I'm always on one machine or another machine, or if I'm traveling or something like that. So it gets to be a pain to have to set up the same thing all the time. So I just started to learn to accept BibleWorks defaults, even though I hate them. When you're a programmer and you're creating defaults, you're creating it from the standpoint of a programmer, and you've got a lot on your plate. But if you're a researcher, you've got a different way of thinking, and so the program defaults usually aren't suitable. Anyway, so you can create your own aliases, but see here, this alias one is generally speaking the easiest one to use. So it's usually the first 3 or 4 letters of the book. Sorry it took me so long to say something so simple. Alright, so then you could say limits just by typing the L, and then you could say Genesis to Exodus. Oh, you have to put in the hyphen. Let me move the cursor. So you just type that, and then this is what makes the machine bomb, is when I click on it and it changes the versions. So I think what I'll do is I'll first save it and then I'll click on it and come. Okay, now I'm back. Now I'm going to click on it. Hopefully it won't bomb. And now I have limited my search to Genesis to Exodus. And if you check on the search limits, it didn't work. Well. Let's try it again. Limit Genesis, maybe I have to use caps, to Exodus, maybe I have to use a D. Now we'll hit return. And now we'll see if it captured that. No, it didn't. Alright, so I don't know why it's not working. Let's try it again. Tools, options, maybe I typed the book names wrong. Okay, so we go over here. And of course they don't preserve it. They have too wide a space here, so you have to click on the division marker, hold your left finger on your left mouse click to narrow it. And that's when you see the double arrows, then you can widen or narrow when you're holding your left index finger down on your left mouse key. Alright. So I typed Genesis right, and I typed Exo right, so I don't know why it's not working. So maybe that's a bug. Limit Genesis Exo. Alright, and then I hit return, and that should have set up my limits, my search limits to Genesis to Exodus, but it's not showing up here. So then let's search on something that we know only that occurs in that range. So let's search on Moses, because Moses is in Exodus but not Genesis. Oh, that's because I didn't type the dot first. Type the period, then Moses. I shouldn't see anything beyond Exodus in my search results if it really accepted what I did versus what's showing on the screen. Of course, there are a lot of references to Moses. I should have picked a less common word. It's searching all the English language versions for Moses. And I get the busy signal, which is very annoying, and I get the stupid cross-version box. Why anybody would want that, I don't know. And I'm so afraid that I'm going to lose the video now, because it's gone into a system hang. Okay, and then now you widen your box, and let's see if I've got any references beyond Exodus. Because maybe what it does is it really limits the search, but it won't tell you that it limited the search. Okay, so it keeps on going through Exodus, because of course there are a lot of references to Moses in Exodus. It takes forever to scroll down. And it looks like it limited it to Exodus. So, what do we know? When you type in the limit in here, you type your L, and then you specify your books, this being the example. It really does work, but you can't tell that it works until you do the search. It will not show up if you were to check whether or not it heard you through this. That search limit doesn't change, which is kind of nice because then you don't have to recheck the boxes again. But on the other hand, to clear it, since you're using the command line, in order to stop that, the limits, you're going to have to clear it with the command line just doing an L. Because now you've eliminated your search limits. So that's that's the pro and the con of using that method. So that was basically what I wanted to say. I don't think I have any more to say about the shortcuts. Another way to find out the abbreviations, when you first click on BibleWorks Help at the beginning, the first entry in the index is abbreviations, and you got Bible version abbreviations, book name abbreviations, which now there we go, book name abbreviations. So that might be a faster way to find them, alright, than what I just showed you. And I think that's all I want to say for this section.
I don't know of any more shortcuts that are particularly useful.
Okay, guys, this is just a quick heads up. I've been waiting for this guy to reply to me. This is about Bauer Danker Lexicon, and he's saying that the third edition is what you ought to get. This is the hardback version of Bauer Danker. I already have Bauer Danker in BibleWorks, so if you have BibleWorks, you probably have this already. But if you don't like computer lexicons, or you don't have BibleWorks, then you might want to listen to this guy's review, which is right here at Amazon. I'll put a link in the video description, and get this. Also, take a good look at the comments which follow below. Here's mine, asking him if it's the complete and hardback. He lists other lexicons, especially for the Hebrew, which you also get this in BibleWorks. And then he lists the other lexicons. What I need to tell you, however, is that Bauer Danker and Bauer Danker, you have to pay for this in BibleWorks. You have to pay $75 for it. And then the one lexicon he didn't mention, which is Halot, the Hebrew and the lexicon of the Hebrew and Aramaic. Halot you have to pay for, but Brown Driver Briggs, you get that as part of BibleWorks, okay? So Brown Driver Briggs is automatically part of BibleWorks from the basic price, whereas what BDAG here, Bauer, Art, Gingrich, and Danker, this you have to pay for an extra $75 in BibleWorks. Obviously, that's a good deal because the purchase of it here in hardback is $127. I don't like hardback lexicons, but maybe you do. I don't like them because I can't search in them, okay? So I find BibleWorks much more useful. But if you're looking for hardbacks, then take a look at what Mr. Woodruff says here, and then also take a look at his reply, which he just posted today to my comment about the Hebrew lexicons. You can also get all these in BibleWorks. I have this one in BibleWorks. I have this one in BibleWorks. I don't much care for them. He likes these, but I don't. I mean, they're okay, but they're sort of limited in what they tell you. Okay? I don't think I have Klein's. I don't think I got that in BibleWorks. I had to pay for Kohler Baumgartner. I forget what it was. I want to say it was $30.
And I also had to pay for Holiday, and I want to say that was $30, but I don't remember. So you can get those in BibleWorks 8 and BibleWorks 9. And if you have BibleWorks 8, when you upgrade to 9, you can upgrade and keep all of your existing extra modules you purchased. Anyway, hopefully this is helpful enough to you. If I blithered too much, just yell at me in the comments. Signing off now.
Okay, we interrupt this day to give you a very important message if you're a Latin lover. This is almost too good to be true. Okay. You see here, Electronic Latin Dictionary by Lucas Nicolato, huh? On Kindle, $2.99 Kindle, okay? But that's not all you get. Look down here at the fine print. Usually fine print is something you don't want. Okay, but here's something else. Look. Bonus content added 8/24/11. Now look, the best-selling Latin dictionary, which it is, okay? I don't remember my Latin teacher ever talking about it, but it must be. Look at this comprehensive collection of classical Latin texts, including Ammianus to Vitruvius, including Livy, Caesar, Tacitus, Cicero, and Virgil, all in for the same $3. You're an idiot if you don't buy this. And the Kindle app is free. You don't have to use that stupid hardware. The hardware is like for kids. See right here? Get your Kindle app for free. If you don't buy this, you're dumb bunny. Okay? You really are. I mean, do you know how hard it would be to lug all these books? And you know how hard it is to read them online? I mean, I've indexed these guys in my Ephesians 1 read par stock, because a lot of them were alive during the Roman emperors. All right, so I've got indexes to all, links to all these people. All these Latin writers are already indexed in my Ephesians 1 read par stock so that you can read them while you hear the satire on the future that Paul is making in Ephesians 1 that nobody knows about because they don't bother to parse the meter. Okay, fine. But all those Latin writers, you know how hard it would be to read them online or collect their books? I got a lot of those books in hardback, like Caesar and Tacitus and Virgil and Plutarch. I got all that stuff on hardback. But you do want to lug that around when you got to go to the airport? I don't think so. So for $3, look what you get. This is dumb. Buy it. Okay, now, I'm not done with my special commercial broadcast. There's one more thing. Am I giving away any bad news here? No, it's too small to read. Okay, there's one more thing I want to take you to and see this, because this is another good deal. See that? GreekandLatinAudio.com. You want to go there. Okay? Oh, I did it wrong. Go Greek Latin Audio. Maybe I screwed it up. Yeah, this is the guy. You want to go to GreekLatinAudio.com, and this guy made CDs. He spent years and years and years reading the New Testament, and I think in Greek and Latin. All right? Now, his Greek isn't the way I'd read it, and his Latin isn't the way I read it, but it's really pretty. And if you're into the modern Greek school of reading, if you're the guy, of the school that wants to make Koine and modern the same sound, then you're gonna like this guy's Greek. And it's not that there's nothing wrong with his Greek or Latin. It's just not what I was raised with. Okay? My Latin teacher was very much a classicist. So, I'm kind of picky. And then as far as the Greek is concerned, I'm very heavily influenced by that Morrow book that I told you about. Because I can tell the way the Greek was supposed to sound from the transliterations they do of the Hebrew in the Old Testament. So I'm really going to pursue that line, even if it's all by myself. But this guy, you got to get what he did. He recorded it orally on CD. So like you can just hear the Bible in Greek and Latin on CD, and you will be surprised how quickly you learn it if you're using One 9. So buy what this guy said. I think it's only $20 for each. $20 for the Greek and $20 for Latin. The entire New Testament. And as you can see, he's now working on the Hebrew too. He's a really neat guy. Okay, so buy this and support him. Okay, this is the next closest thing you can get to good training. Then the other thing is a guy named Pennington, but he's a Rasmian. Pennington did a CD on Greek that you can get at Amazon. I think I paid $20 for it about 10 years ago or something. Okay, signing off.
Okay, this is another program called The Word at, where is it? Right here at theword.net. You can get the core engine of it for free, and then most of the modules you can also get for free, including some really important Greek and Hebrew modules. And this is the guy who writes it. He also has a forum where you can ask your questions and stuff like that. The guy's really dedicated. And when you first install the program, you'll see a little splash screen that looks like this blue thing here, the Word. And it says that he doesn't believe in taking money. Now, nobody can work on something for you unless you pay them. But he's not making an issue of how much you pay him. It's between God and you. That speaks really, really well of this guy. That's something my pastor stressed day and night. He's always quoting Isaiah 55. Money, the word should be available without money and without price. Because Isaiah 55 is about the fact that the word is for free and from God. And that it'll change your life. That's the whole theme of that chapter. So this guy really takes that to heart, and so that's why I'm making this video, kind of sponsoring his video. His software. So, go and look at this if you're, nervous about paying the BibleWorks price. This is the closest thing I found to BibleWorks. And I'm going to sort of go through what I know about it in this video. I don't know much. I'm just testing it now. I only installed it over the weekend. Now, some of the features that you're seeing here on screen are things you have to configure. Okay, this is like BibleWorks. This is a very sophisticated program. There's a lot to read and understand and test to get the program to do it the way you want to do it. But it has a lot of the same features as BibleWorks, a little bit modified, not quite as, sophisticated in certain respects, but it does do certain things. So if you want the configuration the way I have it, let me know if you want this. And then what I'll do is I'll make more videos showing how I configured it to get it to look the way you see it on screen. I basically configured it to look as much like my own BibleWorks as possible. Alright? Now, a couple of the things that are really kind of important. This particular view is equivalent to the multi-browser window in BibleWorks. If I just wanted to see one text in straight reading format, for example, this is the King James Version 1611, okay, and I was able to configure the font, I was able to configure the spacing, I was able to configure whether these little links, see how they show to other verses that link up, that's all configurable. Alright, that means that you have to learn how to configure it this way. Okay, these are not the defaults in the program. Up here at the top, you're seeing, Psalm 90, and then you can jump to the individual other Psalms. See, like this is Psalm 90, so it's highlighted. Alright, again, all this is configurable. You're seeing the results of my configuration, not the default results in the program. Because the default results in the program are much simpler. Okay, but my needs are not simple. Now remember when I said you had favorites? Here they call that compare and Bible sets. And so, for example, you're looking now at one book, but if I wanted to compare
This is my exegetical set. Now, some of these Bible, Hebrew and Greek, I had to pay for, and some I didn't. All right. This thing here, this is the Westminster Hebrew, which is basically the same as Leningrad. This is their morphology. I didn't elect to show the morphology codes for the same reason I don't like them in BibleWorks. But if I put a cursor, I don't know if this is going to show when I'm recording. Let's see. The cursor's not showing. Okay, in your set, when you're not recording, there's a pop-up. If I highlighted this word, there would be a pop-up explaining what's the word, whether it's a noun, a verb, blah, blah, what case ending it is, and all the rest of it. You get a little pop-up. It's not the same as BibleWorks, where you would get all that in the bottom window. All right? This is a pop-up. But that's kind of neat, all right? The same thing with the Greek is that you get a pop-up, but it won't show because I'm recording. There's a conflict between the mouse hooks, between the program and my screen recorder. I don't know how to defeat them yet. I'm going to have to try. So that you could from Western, that they now call Alexandrian, Western text. Okay, and you'll see that I got that pop-up. Let's see if I can get it again. It doesn't always show, but that could be a problem with my recording. I'm not getting the pop-up like I got it. You saw it before. Okay, it's not showing now. But there's supposed to be a pop-up. Every time your mouse is on a cursor, you're supposed to get a pop-up of what the word means and its morphology. Okay? But one thing you can do is see if you right-click, then I can search on it. That's to search on it. And it's only going to search this version. Or I can look it up in any of my installed dictionaries. All right, that's kind of cool. That's kind of a really neat function. That's what BibleWorks allows too. All right. So let's say I just wanted to find it, and that's a very common word. And I don't know why it's in red, but let's look in 1 Corinthians. Okay, in 1 Corinthians, you put your cursor on the verse, and you get a pop-up as to what the verse says. All right, and then where you see the mu and the moi, he's showing variations. So this is a little more. This is a version that BibleWorks actually doesn't have, the CGRV, and so it would kind of be worth it to get this software just because you can get this version. All right, and compare it with BibleWorks. All right, it has. Just so that you see, this is Byzantine, and I haven't figured out yet how to get a polytonic font in the Byzantine. All I can find are monotonic, and the same thing is true of the CGRV. But this is the SPL GNT, and you can get see how it's only showing the tie to the verse. Okay, but you can get polytonic fonts in that for SPL. This is the TR Scrivener version. That's monotonic. But here's polytonic. It's a different version of Scrivener, and both of these are available as part of the modules that are for free. So you can get a polytonic font for free. You just have to figure out which font to use to make it polytonic. Then you can also get Tischendorf. I had to buy that, I think. I don't remember if I had to buy it or if it was bundled. And then this is Westcott and Hort, which is bundled, and it's only monotonic. And then you have a lot of different Bibles that you can get in English or other languages. You can even get instructions in Finnish. So this program has a lot of different fine-tuning, a lot of different features to it that you can try. But of the English versions, the only one that I particularly liked was the King James. All right, the other versions I'm not fond of, and I didn't want to get another NASB. You have to pay a price for the NASB, and I didn't want that. I don't like the NASB enough. So they have the Net Bible, which is a terrible translation. I don't like it. So you can have a whole bunch of Bibles in here. Now, like, see, this is my default configuration of the Bible sets, which shows all the ones I have in stored. So let's see if I can show that to you. Here they are. Okay, I can't move the window in this. They won't. The window is docked to the right side of the screen. I have no idea why. But these are all the different versions of English Bibles that I installed. I put a Y in the KJV in front of KJV only because that makes it sort better. You can sort your Bibles in a certain order if you change their names. All right. This is the Net Bible, which I prefixed with a Z to make it sort behind KJV. This is Coverdale, which I didn't have. And I'm not overly fond of, but it's a 1500s Bible, and sometimes that's useful. This is ESV 2011, which I haven't really tried the ESV, so I can't really comment on its translation. This is International Standard Version, which, it's okay. And then this is one I've never heard of, the TS98, which I haven't tested yet. But the point is that all your Bible versions can show up, and then you can click or unclick the boxes as to which ones you actually want to see. So this facility in this program is easier than BibleWorks. What's harder than BibleWorks is that if you want to see the verse, BDB is bundled in for free. I was really surprised. Oh no, it's not bundled. You have to do it as a module. And this is Westminster Hebrew Morphology Code. You have to buy those. Okay, I forget what it was. I want to say it's $30. This is Mickelson. That is a module that's for free. And this is Jeff Benner's Ancient Hebrew Lexicon. I haven't used that. You can talk to Jeff about how good that is because he's one of my featured channels on YouTube. Yep, I'm still recording. Okay, so I'm going to stop now. Let's see what happens.